Hello, Star Citizens, and welcome to another episode of Break It Down and Roll It Up, a new series where we break down big events in Star Citizen that can be a little bit, let's say, sharp, and we roll them up into one nice big blunted video, you know, to keep them from being sharp. That's what we mean by blunted in these videos. So, it's easier to understand if we, do these types of roll-ups, so that's why we do them. We also insert a little bit of opinion and speculation, and we try to state that every time we do that, but mostly it's to take a massive video and kind of break it down a little bit, just so the information is not too hazy. So, you guys have probably been waiting a while for this part 2, this day 2 video. I was sick. I'm still a little bit under the weather, and interestingly enough, I was going to do this whole thing where I was like, I'm just gonna push through it. And I was like, you know what? I did enough of that with my ship reviews. Let me take a few days and just try to get a little better. So I am feeling a lot better, but still got a little bit of a tinge of it. So just to let you know as we go forward in this video. Also, I think I fixed my video issues. I've had a lot of those if you've been following my videos. So this one should be much better, and my face should be on the entire video with the audio synced. So let's get into it. So day 2, I think it started out with crafting your home. So they just jumped straight into it. So this started at I want to say it was the 1 hour and 4 minute mark. And I think it went to like the 1 hour and 26 minute mark. I think it was like a 20-minute presentation. So this was Rick Porter, the design director, Thorsten Lyman, lead systems designer, Jacob Taylor, senior gameplay programmer, Declan Holmes, Luke Gibertzi. I'm assuming that a lot of the letters in your last name are pronounced silently, and Luke is the lead environment artist. So if you see the name, you know that is a slightly difficult name to pronounce, but I still want to give credit where credit's due. So basically, this one was all about crafting. They asked the question, what is crafting, right? And then they proceeded to try to explain what it is. So it started with professions. That's one of the things they talked about. Then progression, then resource gathering. So they talked about this idea of like hunting and harvesting. And then they talked about salvaging and mining. So when they talk about those things, they were saying that basically they're all going to have their own little, like each type will have its own like unique materials, and then you'll need to do all of them to get all of the materials. For instance, like you might have to go hunting to get something for your blueprint, and then you might have to go salvaging to get something for your blueprint, then you might have to go mining to get something for your blueprint, and then you might have to refine some of the stuff you mine to get something for your blueprint. And we'll talk more about what blueprints are, but that's the idea, is like you're gonna have to do all of these things to get what you want. And so it used to be that refining used to only be for mineable ore. Now, it used to be that it was just for the mineable ore. Now you have the ore, you have fauna, right? So like this could be like tusks from an animal or eggs or stuff like that. That can be refined. And then you have flora, so that means like plants and stuff that comes from plants, like maybe like coconut shells or something like that. Maybe all that stuff can be made into something. So all raw materials. Now a refinery can handle all raw materials. And that is huge because that means you'll have uses for unrefined stuff and for refined stuff. So some stuff you might not have to refine, and other stuff you will. So sometimes, you want to wait before you just go straight to refining everything. Make sure you have your blueprints first. And again, we'll talk about what blueprints are, but essentially blueprints are just the thing that you own that tells you how to create something, whether it's an FPS weapon, whether it's whatever else, like, it could be a tool, it could be an FPS weapon, it could be, a grenade, whatever you're building, the blueprint is what tells you how to do it. All right. So we'll get more into that. But the idea is they wanted there to be some type of customization, They wanted there to be upgrades. They wanted you to be, and that included buildings, right? They wanted you to be able to upgrade your gear, but they also wanted you to be able to create buildings, and they wanted you to be able to upgrade everything. So you can upgrade weapons, you can upgrade everything. And that was one of the big bombs that they dropped, was that you can upgrade pretty much everything. And also another bomb that they dropped, well, I'll try to handle these in order, but another bomb that they dropped was that the stuff that you might get from the store might not be the highest quality. So you might get like the lowest quality stuff from the store, or maybe it's, you know, one step above the lowest quality. And in order to get the best stuff, you actually have to find the blueprints or find somebody who sells that higher quality item. And that's huge, because if you have to go out and actually engage with other players to get the highest quality gear, that's going to bring players together. And that makes it a player-driven economy rather than a store-driven economy, right? You might be able to go, like, for instance, you might be able to get, you know, and I'll talk about what the tiers mean later, but you might be able to get a tier 1 P8, which does like 125 DPS, and then a tier 2 does 180, and then a tier 3 does like 270 or something, like some ridiculous amount more, to the point where it's like, like it's not even worth it unless I have the tier 3. So on and so forth. But basically they started this by saying that player choice matters. They wanted the economy to be player driven. They wanted you to have to gather raw materials, refine them, and then after you refine them, you could decide, do I want to profit from this? Do I want to craft some gear, you know, like I said, improved gear? Do I want to craft a vehicle? Do I want to craft ships? Yes, we can craft ships. You should all know this already. This video is coming like 10 days after the announcement, so you should all know this. Yes, you can craft gear, vehicles, ships, and like I said, it might end up being better than the stuff they sell in the shops. And you have the ability to build a base. And if you could create a building, you can build a base, you know. And being able to trade with both NPCs and with players is going to be incredible, because sometimes there's just not enough players on the server. So knowing that NPCs will also be coming to buy your stuff, so there was this argument about the Banu Merchantmen a while back where people were saying, well, nobody's ever going to come and buy your stuff when you're selling with a Banu Merchantman, because like, why would I go to you when I can go to one of the shops that's much closer to where I am? Well, the first thing is, I always said this was going to be balanced out, but now it's obvious. I have better stuff than the shop. That's going to be pretty much guaranteed for anybody who sells stuff in a Banu Merchantman that knows what they're doing. So me having better stuff is one reason to come to me. 2, I don't need you to come to me, because I'm going to have NPCs that will come to me, right? And so I think that's going to be huge, right? And you know, you probably do want players to come to you, but not being dependent on players, I think, is going to be huge. So, all right, so blueprints, these are basically your recipes for crafting and refining. So you're not just going to be able to refine everything, and this might be something that people are missing. You're not going to just be able to refine everything. You're not going to just be able to grab something and be like, oh, I'll just chuck it in the refinery. No, you actually will have to find like blueprints for how to refine a certain thing, or you'll have to go to somebody who already has that blueprint. And so blueprints are basically the new form of money now, right? Like, yes, you can have money and you could be a billionaire, so to speak, with money, but you can also be a billionaire when it comes to your blueprint knowledge. Let me give you an example. Let's say I have like 1 million alpha, or let's say UEC. Let's say UEC. I have 1 million UEC, right? And I also know like 5 blueprints, right? But I'm a base builder. Versus another base builder who has 100 blueprints, but only has like 20,000 alpha UEC. Now, who do you think is going to make more money? Starting from where I am now, if I have 1 million plus 5 blueprints, or 20,000 UEC and 100 blueprints, right? The person with 100 blueprints that 100 blueprints is worth way more than $1 million or 1 million alpha UEC or UEC. And it's so obvious that that's going to be the case. So blueprints are the new like top tier thing. And not everybody's going to be able to get your blueprints, right? I can imagine you being able to unlock certain things. Like I could see a whole concierge reward thing happening with certain blueprints. I could see referrals for blueprints. I can see like they can find a way to monetize that. But I don't think that they'll monetize all of it, because I think they want to give people, again, a reason to play the game, and they don't just want all of everything to be purchasable. But I can imagine like some blueprints hitting the store in some ways or form. And maybe it's just the bottom level of that blueprint. Maybe you don't get the tier 2 or the tier 3. So we'll find out. But let me continue explaining the blueprint thing, right? So blueprints are generally acquired as, you know, they're rewards for like reputation levels, for buying, for looting. Whatever you end up doing, like, you know that your overall goal is to get a blueprint, right? You can't sell them. That's a big deal. Whenever you get a blueprint, it's like burned into your memory. It's not like something you could trade and sell or whatever. You can make the item and sell the item, but you cannot give away a blueprint. You can't say, here's a blueprint for you, or here's a blueprint for you. So that's gonna be cool, because that makes your actual account very valuable. Because imagine an account with, you know, 5,000 blueprints on it, and then you sell that to somebody. That's huge, right? Like if you sell that account to somebody. Now, I don't know if selling accounts is allowed through RSI's terms of service, so I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying, like, you can imagine how somebody would find an account valuable that has a bunch of blueprints on it. And this is probably gonna end up being my favorite CitizenCon of all time, because they talked about base building. I want you to understand that that's because base building is my thing. They just explained exploration, and they explained base building. Base building has always been my goal, and they kind of explained science a little bit, right? And so if those being my things, this was always going to be my best CitizenCon, because they explained so much of it. And so, I mean, like I said, I'll be going to CitizenCon every year from now on, but this is the one for me. So if you're wondering why this video is super long, because this is my jam. This is my jam. Construction and science are my jam. Anyway, you can upgrade your blueprints through research. See where I'm going? Construction, science, that's where I'm going. All right. So they interestingly enough, I liked science and construction separately, and it seems like they've tied them together. So like everything you do with science or research and stuff like that can lead to your construction stuff, and that's exactly what I was planning on doing. So it's like the fact that CIG was already planning to do that. I mean, great minds, you know, it could be one of those things, or it could just be like, maybe I saw the writing on the wall and that's why it came to me. But very cool stuff. So the biggest thing is material quality. All right, so all materials will have a quality rating, and it looked like it's going to be out of 1,000. So anywhere from 1 to 1,000, with 1,000 being the best quality and 1 being the lowest. And I can imagine, you know, MMOs can get crazy with this stuff, right? So, you know, there could be stuff that's above 1,000 that's super rare or something like that they can give away for contests. Like, they basically figured out their MMO strategy, and I love that, because, you know, people don't have to ask what is Star Citizen anymore. And I'll have some future content on this. And if you're wondering, and if you're watching these videos, I will at some point break these videos down and put them up, you know, as single videos, like for each subject, so people can watch them later. But that's going to be a while from now, because I need time to do it. And I have other plans. I still have some ships to review before IAE. But yeah, so material quality is going to be a huge deal, because and what I love is that they made it to where, you know, you can get materials that are low quality and they still have a use. Now, the quality rating can be, if you use it as a secondary material, just how much of the material you will produce. So like, even if I have the lowest quality stuff, I might still be able to get 1 of the thing I'm trying to use my blueprint for, or maybe 2. But if I have high quality, that would let me get like 50 of the thing I'm trying to produce or whatever. So I like that it does that. So it's not like, oh, well, this is trash quality, so I have no use for it. It's like, no, I can use all of the qualities, but you want higher quality because it's more efficient. And quality, and you know what we saw on screen, was not the full thing. They said there's going to be purity, there's going to be ripeness, like stuff like that. So it's like, you know, if you get a, let's say some type of space apple, that's basically going to be how ripe is that apple, because it's high quality if it's ripe and it's low quality if it's not, or something like that, right? And then if we're talking about diamonds, right, which you need to create glass in Star Citizen, if you get diamonds, how pure is the diamond? Like, does it have a whole bunch of dirt inside of it or whatever, or is it like absolutely crystal clear? So, and there you have it, your purity rating and stuff like that. So I like the way they did it, high quality and low quality, both having some stat properties, you know. Well, let's talk about stats. So they do have item stats now. So you don't have stats, but your weapons will have stats, and all the items that can be used for things will have stats, right? So each stat will be modifiable. So you have damage, armor, handling, wear resistance, things like that. And this is so that there could be some customization and some progression, because they don't want it to just be, well, everybody has the same weapon. They want it to be, well, yeah, you have a tier 1 weapon. We have the same weapon, but yours is tier 1 and mine is tier 4. So if we were to fight each other, as long as we're the same skill level, of course, I would destroy you, because, you know, I have the better weapon, so to speak. And it gives you that MMO progression without actually having to level up your character, right? You level up your gear, you can lose your gear. They haven't announced whether we'll be able to put insurance on gear yet, but they have said we can put it on ships, but I'll talk about ship insurance a little bit later. Things are gonna get interesting though. Things are gonna get interesting when we get to that section. So when they brought up the crafting screen, and there was a few things. So there was the materials section. All right, so I'll just put it up on the screen if I remember to. I'll put it up on the screen. It'll be either there or there. Yeah, let's do over there. It had parts required, and they were using a solid, right? Some things will require liquid, some things will require solid. And then there was a few options for solid, like aluminum, plastic, copper, and then I think like hadanite or something like that. So whatever you're picking, it'll come up like any MMO screen where you have to pick your parts that you want to insert. And then there's like an upgrade section, there's a repair and maintenance section, there's a paint section, and then they actually constructed like the Volt pistol. So the Volt pistol being FPS weapon, you can kind of see where it came from. Obviously you're gonna need solids for that, not liquids, so on and so forth, right? So it looked like it required 2 SCU of aluminum for the frame of the weapon. So the frame, it says, determines the integrity and the weight. So integrity, I'm thinking, is like how quickly will it wear, or it's the health of the weapon. Like when you initially create it, is it like built solid, or is it like kind of flimsy, affecting your, what do you call it? Like how steady your, I can't think of the word right now, but how steady your weapon fires when you shoot, right? Like, because it could either be like, poof, and then like, that's good, or it could be like, boom, and then like your hand flies all over the place. I can't remember what the word is to save my life right now, but you know what I'm talking about. And then it has like 2 SCU of copper for the wiring, right? Now, when you think about that, 2 SCU is huge. Like, imagine needing all of that copper. But I think that's on purpose, because they want, maybe it's like something to where the wire, because these are futuristic weapons, maybe you need this massive ton of wire because there's a machine that can like condense it to like really small, like, you know, like not like a trash compactor, but like imagine like you needed like this huge box of wire, but then there's a machine that can turn that huge box of wire into this like super heavy little chunk of wire, but that it's only like this big, and then that being what you need for the weapon, right? This like super condensed piece of wiring, but maybe you don't need the entire chunk, you just need a piece of super condensed wiring for the weapon. And then that's what determines your fire rate, because that's what the copper is used for. And I like the way they did it, because it's semi-realistic, right? Like, we don't know how to do an actual Volt pistol. It doesn't actually exist in real life. That's how it works. And then you have 2 SCU of hadanite for the condenser. And some of it might be waste material too. It might not be the super condensed stuff. It might be that in order to create the type of wiring you need, it has to burn through 1 7/8 SCU worth of copper just to get the good best quality of copper that it can get. So it still can make sense, you know, you just have to kind of use your brain a little bit to get to that. And then there's the accumulated quality. So let's say you use low quality, you use low quality hadanite for the condenser, and you use low quality copper for the wiring. But then for the frame, you use super high quality aluminum, right? Like all those things will mix together, and that's how you will get your accumulated quality. If we look at the stats of this, now we're done. We've crafted the bolt pistol. Now we just need to know what the stats mean. So they had integrity, which looks to me to be the weapon health. Then there's wear resistance, and this is why I decided this is weapon health instead, because it can't be wear if there's something else for wear resistance, right? So wear resistance, ability to perform like new after continued use, and then there's a misfire chance reduction. So there's a stat where you can reduce the chance your weapon will temporarily fail, and that is cool. Then we already saw wiring, right? That's what affects the fire rate, which is how fast each projectile leaves the weapon. So whether that be a laser or a bullet, right? And then bullet velocity. So I want to make a difference between these two. So how fast it leaves the weapon is not the same as how fast it moves once it leaves the weapon to get to the target. Those are two different things, okay? So bullet velocity is once it actually is outside the gun or the weapon, how fast does it go from the barrel to the target? Because if it has a very fast velocity, you won't be able to move or dodge it or whatever, and it'll most likely hit a moving target multiple times. If it has a slower velocity, it may not hit a moving target as well. But normally, slower velocity means larger round or something like that. So it probably does more damage if it does hit. And then you have the effective range. So if you know weapons at all in real life, then you know that there's an effective range. Now you can that doesn't mean it, if the person is, or the thing you're trying to hit is not within that effective range, it doesn't mean you won't hit. It just means this is the best range to shoot at with, right? So let's say the effective range is 50 meters, right? Well, let's say, better yet, 40 to 50 meters. Right? So if you're within the 40 to 50 meters, this weapon will perform exactly as it says it will perform. Now, if you're closer, maybe the damage goes up, but like your accuracy, or maybe your accuracy goes up, but your damage goes down. And maybe it's the opposite if you're further away. So that's what the effective range is. It's the proximity in which you will enjoy the full abilities of the weapon. And then outside of that range, you might have issues with like accuracy or damage or something else, right? Like, for instance, if you're shooting with a sniper rifle, right? The range on that might be 350 meters or 250 meters, whatever, 250 to 350, right? So if you're closer, your accuracy is going to be off because it can't account for the fact that the bullet is supposed to go down and drop because you're supposed to be far away. So maybe the bullet goes straight and then you miss your target because it went too straight, and you're supposed to be far enough to where the bullet can fall a little bit and go into the target. And then it could be the opposite. Maybe if they're too far away, let's say you're 450 away, the bullet falls too fast and then it hits the ground before it hits the target. So you have to adjust for that if you're too far away or too close. More stats on this stuff because I digress a lot. That is me. Heat per shot was one of the things that I saw. So that affects your infrared visibility and how hot your weapon gets. Now, it's two things, right? So if your weapon gets really hot, that makes you easier to identify by people who are using infrared sight. So like a tracker, for instance, like we talked about in day one, they could see you much easier if your weapon's heating up. But that's not it. It's not just your visibility, it's how hot your weapon gets. Because if your weapon gets too hot, it might malfunction, or it may cease to function completely because it's too hot. So if that's the case, then you really, really need to check your fire to make sure your weapon doesn't overheat during, the heat of battle, so to speak. Not a pun. And then there was two more. There was cooldown rate. So that's how quickly your weapon reduces that infrared visibility and that heat of your weapon, right? And so all of these things are affected by the quality of the materials you bring or the type of materials, right? Because you can say maybe copper wiring is like the lowest quality wiring that you could use. So it only, even if you use the highest quality copper, it still is only going to get your stat so high. But maybe if you use platinum wiring, then your stat goes all the way up here or something like that. So just giving you an example of like how this stuff can be completely unique. A weapon can overheat and cease to function if it's not allowed to cool off as necessary, or if it has a really high cooldown rate, you might not need to do that as much, right? Like a tier, I think they said the highest tier would be tier 5. So, which I don't think so. I think they'll have a tier for like legendary weapons above whatever they say the highest is. So if they say it's tier 5, they'll have a tier 6, which is legendary, which are like stats you won't be able to change, but they'll be so good. It'll be like, if you find this, like, it's a legendary item, right? Because I think that just exists in every game, and it's just a cool thing to have. But yeah, you can imagine a tier 5, you know, weapon having a cooldown rate of like next to 0, where like this thing doesn't have to cool down, and that's like the thing. Or maybe it's that legendary item that has no cooldown rate, which is like, they don't want those to be everywhere. They don't want everybody to be able to craft those. So it might actually make more sense to have that as a legendary weapon, where you find this weapon and it has no cooldown whatsoever. Like, this thing could just shoot until it's done. And that is huge in a firefight. So, and then the weight. That's like how much does it take to carry it, right? If you're playing an MMO, you kind of know that weight kind of has to be a thing to keep people from having like an infinite bag of holding from like D&D. So yeah, it makes sense to have weight. And maybe that's part of it. You know, maybe it's space, like the amount of space you have in your backpack or on your armor or on your clothing. And then there's also weight. So it's like, you can't bring 2 rocket launchers and still run at full speed. It just doesn't work that way. Unless maybe you can if you have some type of powered armor or something. Maybe if you have the tank armor, you can still run at full speed, but your speed is already slow anyway, you know, so it might be something like that. So then they said, we can craft food. So all you cooks out there, this one's for you. Like if you want to create bread or some type of bread, or you want to create some type of stew, right? Then you're gonna need to find quality bread and quality like quasi beef, right? And then if you want mustard and ketchup, maybe you have to find some type of liquid that can give you that, or maybe you need mustard seeds, or, you know, who knows what you're gonna need. And then you can affect the nutrition of the thing, right? And you know, the weight as well, but weight won't be as important for food, I don't think. But like, imagine low quality beef being something that like, it'll keep you, you know, from being hungry for an hour, versus high quality beef, like you eat this, you don't need to eat for the rest of the day. So that's what I think we're gonna get kind of with the nutrition thing. And they kind of signified that. It's not like I'm not just like pulling this out of thin air. This is kind of what they signified. You can control based on the ingredients you use, the quality of the thing, right? So then there were the crafting buttons. So with crafting time, you know, this is listed at the bottom of, you know, this is real world time. This is how long it'll actually take in the real world to craft this item. So it could be 20 minutes for just an average thing. Let's say you're crafting that bolt pistol and it says 20 minutes. Now there might be things that you can use to lower the amount of time it takes, like, and maybe the quality of ingredients lowers the amount of time it takes. Maybe you can upgrade your blueprint and that affects the time it takes. So there's so many ways where just getting better quality stuff can like affect your entire, you know, construction and manufacturing. I guess right now we're talking about manufacturing. Construction is more so buildings and real estate stuff. So let's say manufacturing, right? And then there's this autofill thing where it like fills there's a button that I saw at least where it said it would fill the required ingredients to craft automatically. That means, let's say you're doing a hot dog, right? And it says you need 1/8 of bread, and then you need 1/8 of quasi beef, and then you need at least 1 of either ketchup or mustard or something. And let's say you have the mustard, you have the bread, and you have the beef. and you don't want to go through and select all of it and select quality and all of that stuff. You just hit autofill, and then it boop brings all the stuff that you have, if you have everything, and it automatically fills it in where it needs to go. Because a lot of people aren't going to care too much about like the quality, especially if they know all the stuff that they have is high quality or all the stuff they have is low quality, and they just want to hurry up and build something. So I like that feature. And then it'll let you choose how many to craft, and this is where you get into like what are you actually bringing to the table. If you're bringing low quality stuff, that's probably going to be, you're going to be able to craft less of the item. But if you bring high quality stuff, you can most likely, you know, craft more. And then it'll be on a little progression bar that shows you how close your crafting is to being done. So let's talk about these tiers, right? Now, the way that they listed the tiers, they said there was tier 5 was the highest. I'm gonna go a bit higher than that. So I think if I'm not mistaken, and this may not be universal to every MMO, so you know, but let's say tier 1 is the lowest quality gear and tier 6 is the highest, right? So tier 1 would be like low quality, and we would, let's say this is white gear, right? So this is like the gear that when you find it, it has a white glow on it when you pick it up. And then tier 2, this would be basic quality. This would be green gear. So this is like stuff you find. Some might call it common gear, where it's like, it's not bad, but it ain't good either. It's the stuff you find in the beginning of the game. White gear and green gear are like stuff that you find everywhere, low quality, and like you get it for beating low quality, not even bosses, but just like you get this stuff for just beating certain like basic mission stuff, right? And then you get blue gear. Blue gear is your first quality piece of gear, right? This is good quality. So tier 1 is low. Tier 2 is basic quality, and then tier 3 is good quality. It's your first good gear. Like this is stuff that you would get for completing like a pretty solid mission or beating a boss or something like that. And then maybe at a certain point in your career, your reputation, you know, gaining time, maybe blue becomes the base of all the stuff you get. Like the lowest quality stuff that you'll get from missions is blue. Now, blue quality gear is the stuff that like you mostly will end up using until you could find like that slightly better thing. So if we're going from like what this stuff would be called, so let's say bare minimum gear, but there's another word for it that I just can't think of. If I could think of it after, then I'll put it up here on the screen. Bare minimum gear is white, common gear is green, uncommon gear is blue, and then we have tier 4, which is great quality, and that is purple gear. So let's say tier 4 is purple gear. I can't confirm these colors, but I'm just going off what I remember from the last time I played other MMOs, which is a long time ago. And I believe purple gear was like a big deal. Like purple gear is the stuff you find the most. Like it's the best reward outside of doing like raids and stuff like that. So when you get purple gear, that's when you're like, oh yes, like this, it's the first one that feels like, oh, this is an amazing piece of gear. And purple gear, I would say it depends on which MMOs you're coming from, but I would say I would call it rare gear. So you have, you know, bare minimum gear, common gear, uncommon gear, and then purple is where you get to rare gear. Rare gear, that's what I would call it. So then you have tier 5, which is the highest quality that we can craft. That is excellent quality, that is orange gear. So orange gear would be epic quality. So we would say this is epic gear, all right? And that's the highest quality most people will ever see unless they do raids and stuff like that. And that's what I think, that's like, most people are just trying to find the orange gear. They're trying to find the excellent quality, the epic gear. And I think that's the stuff that'll take the longest to build and stuff like that. And most stuff, when it gets to that level, it'll have, I think we're doing diminishing returns at that level. Like when you go from excellent to legendary, I don't think there's gonna be the massive difference. It'll just be like one thing that just makes it clearly better. So let's talk about that. So tier 6, now they said everything goes up to tier 5. I think there will be a tier 6, and I think it will be legendary quality gear, and I think it will be gold gear, And that's the same. So, you know, you go epic gear, then legendary gear, or hero gear, depending on like what MMO you're coming from. But that's the stuff where they're one of one. There's only one of them. Like either you're the only one that gets it, or only people who do this very specific thing can get this particular piece of gear. And maybe even then it's randomized and the stats in it aren't necessarily the same. It might be that I get a legendary piece of, let's say a legendary Volt pistol, and it has no recoil. Mine has no recoil, but then somebody else gets a legendary Volt pistol and it has recoil, but it has twice the fire rate of a normal Volt pistol, whereas like every other Volt pistol doesn't have that. Even the other legendary pistol only has like a normal fire rate. So you know, whatever you get for your legendary quality might be unique, which is what makes it like a legendary gear piece, because it's like if somebody unalives you and then takes yours, then it's like, oh, I just got this like legendary piece of gear from this person or whatever. Now, I don't think you'll be able to craft legendary gear. I think it will be something that you have to find. So that's what I think they mean by like the highest level you can craft is tier 5, but I think you'll be able to find legendary gear. And I think that'll be your tier 6 stuff. And maybe you'll be able to find legendary blueprints that allow for like a one-time use, right? So maybe you can craft it, but you can only craft it once. So like you gotta go and find the highest quality everything before you craft this. So that way when you craft it, you're not wasting the legendary thing, right? So we'll see how that ends up working, but one of the things I love is that you can upgrade your vehicles, upgrade your ships, upgrade everything. Everything in the game that has stats, you will be able to upgrade, and I am loving that because I will just log on, go find blueprints, go find materials, and then upgrade. Go find blueprints. Like that's all I'll be doing. Like everybody else, maybe you have like some other thing you want to do in the game. Nope. I'm just going, finding blueprints, going, building stuff, blueprints, building stuff, blueprints. Like that's gonna be my whole thing. So it's gonna be fun for me. It did say you can craft to tier 5. It said up to tier 5. Now we know you can upgrade lower tier vehicles to better tiers, but I want to know, can I upgrade something past tier 5? Maybe you can't craft up to tier 6, but maybe you can upgrade to tier 6. So maybe if you craft something at tier 5, you can apply enough upgrades to where it jumps up to that tier 6 level. So and this is like using that, you know, lawyery thing where it's like, you said we couldn't craft up to tier 6. You didn't even mention a tier 6, but you didn't say we couldn't upgrade past tier 5. So there you have it. There's your speculation nation thing. They did a demo where they had less recoil on a gun, and then they had like the high tier had less recoil. Then they did faster quantum spooling on quantum drives for the high tier. And then there was like a scraper beam that scraped a hull way faster. Like it wasn't even close. Like that thing, as soon as you turned it on, it's like whatever section it was on, gone. So yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. And that was just, I think, tier 1 to tier 3. That I don't even think that stuff went to tier 5 because we don't know if everything will have a tier 5. I'm assuming everything will, just because it just follows that MMO thing. If you have 6 levels for everything, it just follows it so well. And maybe they don't do legendary gear. Maybe that's something that they hold off for Star Citizen 1.1 or something. But that's the way I see it happening. The way crafting works in game, they gave the whole breakdown, which I love. You acquire the blueprints. Blueprints are digital. Every blueprint you claim is yours forever. Nobody can steal it. Nobody can take it from you. It can't be traded. You can't give it to somebody, right? So you acquire the blueprint, then you gather the resources, right? Now, you might gather the resources, or you might be like, this isn't quite what I want, and you might do some blueprint research. Now you have to go find a research data bank. If you find a research data bank, you might get the upgrade just from going to that research data bank. You won't use what you find in the research data bank to upgrade. You'll just find the better blueprint. Or you can upgrade your blueprint. That means creating a better, higher tier version, and you will still have access to the lower tier versions every time you get that, right? So if you find, for instance, if you find a tier 5 research thing, which is going to be super rare, right? Like you find something that epic level or excellent level research, you have access to all the ones below it. So it's not like you have to go and find all the lower tiers. You can automatically make those if you're capable of making the tier 5 version, which I love, because it's like, once you find something, you don't want to have to be like, well, that means I can only make this higher tier of stuff. No, that doesn't make sense. Like the better the blueprint, of course it would include all of the stuff below it, right? So I like that. The research will require effort, right? Like, so research might require you to craft 100-volt pistols. Like, in order to learn how to craft a level 2, you have to research, like if I want to craft a level 2 volt pistol, I have to have already crafted 100-volt pistols, because that's what's going to give me the experience to be able to do the level 2. Right? And then it'll have optional requirements, right? Like if you eliminate 5 players with the volt pistol, which is more of like an in-game thing, then that'll give you an extra benefit when you get to that point where you upgrade your blueprint, right? So maybe it'll allow you to craft faster or something like that, you know, if you do all of the things, right? But that also those are like the incentives that the devs are giving you to play the game. The devs are saying, well, we want people who use volt pistols to eliminate other players with volt pistols. So if you want to specialize in volt pistols, know that you're going to have to eliminate a lot of players, right? So maybe that might change what you specialize in, because you don't want to have to eliminate 5 players every time in order to be good at volt pistols. So maybe you switch to a different weapon that doesn't require you to eliminate players, but it forces you to eliminate NPCs instead. So that's something that I think is really cool. They can kind of dictate the gameplay by changing the requirements of what's required in order for you to upgrade your blueprints. And then they gave other examples. They said you might have to collect a certain amount of resources to upgrade your blueprint. You might have to complete a mission to upgrade your blueprint. You might have to acquire a certain amount of research data from the Science Guild, which means you have to increase your reputation with the Science Guild. And then they talked about other things that can be included, right, when you're doing your research. Now, if you're trying to upgrade your thing, there's still going to be a timer, right? If you're trying to upgrade your blueprint, you're still going to, like, let's say you found everything you need to, or you completed everything you needed to. In order to upgrade your blueprint, there'll be a timer that says, you know, 1 hour, 1 week, whatever. And then when that timer is done, your blueprints will be forever upgraded, right? But there's something you can add to that called a catalyst. And when you add something, that catalyst will decrease the research time. So let's say your research time is 24 hours, right? And then you find a very high quality catalyst that could take it down from 24 hours to 8 hours, right? Or maybe even 2 hours, right? Maybe a low quality catalyst takes it down from 24 hours to like 20 hours or something like that. But either way, you know, it helps, you know, and I think, again, this gives, you know, a use for everything. And maybe the more catalyst you add, the lower the research time. Let's say you have like a top quality radar, and maybe top quality radars, maybe all they're capable of doing is looking out further for things, or maybe what they're capable of doing at the higher quality is finding better things quicker, right? Like maybe it can identify this is a very high quality versus this is very low quality, and it highlights the high quality stuff. So we don't know yet what the qualities of each particular thing are going to do, but these are just some things that kind of make sense. All right, so then let's say you've got all your resources, you've done everything that you're supposed to do as far as upgrading your research thing to the highest you can do, at least for now. So now you got to get some refining blueprints. You're not done. You got your blueprint for the weapon, but now you got to get the refining blueprint to make sure that you can refine all the materials to what you need them to be. Now, obviously, you can skip this step by going to buy refined materials, but you know how it is. Sometimes people just don't want to buy things from other people. So you got to make sure that your refining blueprints will allow you to create the materials required to build your final product. You have the blueprint research and you're gonna have to find a research data bank. Now, if you find a research data bank that is going to actually have the blueprint in it, that is of the higher tier, and you get every tier underneath the tier that you own. So it's not like you have to find tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. If you find tier 3, you get tier 2 and tier 1. At least that's what it seems like based on what they said. And then you can upgrade blueprints, right? So you can create a better, higher tier version of the blueprint, which then allows you to create a higher tier version of the thing the blueprint is for, and you will still have access to the cheaper versions. Every time you do research, there's going to be things that you have to do in order for that research to be enough. For instance, in order to craft a really good volt pistol, you have to have already crafted 100 volt pistols, right? And if you've done that, then you will have met the standard to upgrade your research. So it's not just finding the blueprint or getting the blueprint from a mission or whatever. You also have to complete the goal attached to that blueprint in order to use it. So it's not as simple as just, oh, I got a blueprint and that's it. Like, you will always have that blueprint, but until you accomplish the goal, you can't use it. And that's really unique because it's not as simple as finding things. You have to play the game. And I like that because, you know, you can't trade them, you can't buy them, so on and so forth. So it's just like, you gotta play the game to get better at the game, and I like that. So then there's optional requirements. So the optional requirements will give it like something extra that you have to do. The optional requirement might be, you know, eliminate 5 players with the volt pistol, right? So that means you have to find a way to kill people kill 5 of the players with volt pistols. Now, that might just mean going on Arena Commander and using the volt pistol, or it might mean you have to do it in game. So if you do it in game, then you have to make sure you do it the lawful way if you are a lawful, you know, player. The research will require effort. So that means when you're doing this research, it might have a requirement that you have to create 100 volt pistols. And if you have to create 100 volt pistols, that means you have to do that before you can actually use this higher tier research blueprint that you have. So you might have a tier 3 blueprint in your inventory, but you can only use the tier 2 until you craft 100 volt pistols, and then that opens up the ability to use the tier 3, because the experience that you gain from creating those 100 volt pistols is basically what they're saying is the in-game reason why you now have the ability to use this higher tier blueprint. So don't think that just you get a tier 5 blueprint and automatically boom, you're crafting epic gear. No, you have to put in the work to actually get to the point where you can use that blueprint. And that's great because it keeps people from having tier 5 stuff day one. Now, if I'm me, right, I might spend an entire 16 hours playing the game, literally just making volt pistols, to the point where I got tier 4 on day one. And people are gonna be looking at me like, how do you already have tier 4? And it's like, because I literally just sat here and I just crafted volt pistols. I went, got everything exactly for a volt pistol, collected it, crafted, collected it, crafted. So that might be my specialty, right? Now, you know, at a certain point, you know, I hope to be able to stream some of my gameplay, and this will be fun because it'll be like I'll be streaming and being able to chat to people and getting, you know, stuff done. But yeah, it's going to be really fun to do that, I think. And, you know, putting in the work, putting in the hours to actually be able to craft this amazing stuff. And then there's optional requirements. So the optional requirement that they put on the screen was eliminate 5 players with the volt pistol. So if I have to eliminate 5 players, it says players, not NPCs. That means maybe I get to go in Arena Commander and do it, but I might have to do it in game. And if I have to do it in game, that means I have to find a lawful way to do it because I'm a lawful player. Now, if you're a pirate, it might be easier. Just remember, you catch heat by doing that because it says eliminate. It may mean putting them in a down state, or it could mean like eliminate. And if it means eliminate, then it is what it is. Like, there's nothing you can really do about that. But yeah, then they had other examples for things that you might have to do in order to be able to use the higher tier of research, right? So you might have to collect resources, complete missions, and then there's the Science Guild will have things that you can just get from them, right? And then there's the catalyst, right? So if you have a catalyst, if you're using a catalyst, that is something that decreases your research time. So let's say you have already crafted the 100 volt pistols and now you can do tier 3 volt pistols, right? In order to do that, it might take 45 minutes just as a basis without using anything extra. Now, if you use a catalyst, it might take 20 minutes, or maybe it takes 15 minutes because you used a catalyst that is high quality. And maybe if you use a low quality catalyst, it only takes off like 5 minutes or something like that. But that's essentially what a catalyst is supposed to do, decrease your research time. And let's say we're doing this with a radar, right? So maybe a low quality radar either can't find high quality materials, or it can find them, but only if you get really, really close. Whereas a high quality radar can find any quality of material and you don't have to get that close. You know, maybe it has a range of 1,000 meters for finding good quality materials, where a low quality radar might only have 250 meters for being able to find high quality materials. So like that could be a difference maker, right? Because it's gonna be much easier for me to ride around in my Ursa or whatever, you know, being able to find 1,000 and, you know, things within 1,000 meters. Like that'll give me a much better heading of which way to drive and so on and so forth, right? Just giving you an example of how it could work, right? And then there's refining your resources, right? So you get the refining blueprints, you get the primary materials, the second materials, and then the secondary materials, and then the catalyst materials. So this is what I was talking about earlier. So the primary materials, this is what defines the quality. The quality of your primary materials is what defines the quality of your actual item that you're building. So you can choose to use something as a primary material, or you can use it as a secondary material. Now, the secondary material, that is what determines the quantity of the material you make and the time it takes to make that particular quantity. If you're trying to make a volt pistol, since that's what we're talking about, right? Maybe the highest quality volt pistol, you can make one of them because you have a very mediocre quality for your secondary material, you know, but you can make the highest grade of it because you have a really high grade primary material. But then let's say you find a very high grade secondary material, and then you find out you could have made 4 volt pistols of the highest grade if you would have just waited and used this high grade material, right? So it's you still are making a volt pistol. Either way, you get a high tier volt pistol, but the idea is, yes, you get this high tier volt pistol, but you could have had more of them if you used a higher grade material. And then the catalyst is just speeds up the process. That's what the catalyst material is there to do. And maybe if you, in the higher quality catalyst material you use, the faster the process will go. Then we have item fabrication. So certain items will require certain crafting machines. So you may have a new, I think that's the way they showed it. It was like a nutrient processor, and then it was like an item processor, and then it was like a weapon processor or something like that. Or maybe it was a solid processor and a liquid processor, whatever it is. I'll try to put it up here. But yeah, they had different processors for different things. So you might have an ore processor, you might have, now it might be that they all have communal refineries, right? So where it's like, you know, stations will have those, right? Where it's like everybody can go in and refine whatever they want. But then there'll be like player-owned vehicles that can do fabrication. You know, refinery and fabrication are linked, right? Because if you're doing a refinery, you are fabricating something better than what you had, right? But it's like the refinery is where you also find the item fabrication places, right? So, and it might be a vehicle that does it, maybe it's a player-owned hangar, maybe it's a base that's doing it. And then there will be crafting machines that come in different tiers as well. So a tier 1 will be the lowest, and then let's say I don't know if it'll go up to, I don't know if everything will go up to tier 5 or that tier 6 legendary, but let's say tier 5 just for the sake of now. And let's say you can create up to tier 5. But I think they might have mentioned that there was only 3 tiers for buildings, but I don't know if that'll stay that way, because it just makes sense to just have everything have the same amount of tiers. But maybe certain things they just don't want to go tier crazy. I would like to see tiers all the way up, the same for everything. Like maybe there's a legendary crafting machine that can create things in half the time of everything else, or maybe the lowest tier thing, maybe it upgrades the level of everything it uses. So maybe you have tier 1 materials, but even when this machine is so awesome that it can take tier 1 materials and create tier 2 stuff. So I could see that being like a really cool thing. I'm hoping that that's the case, and then we don't really particularly have to worry about if I have tier 1, because if I get such a great machine, then I don't even have to worry about the level of stuff I get, because I know at the very least it'll be able to create tier 2 stuff. But then there'll be types of crafting machines, right? So there'll be fabrication hangars, there's item fabricators, There's chemical. This is what I was looking for earlier. So this is what I'll end up putting up here. If I didn't put up anything earlier, it's because I found this. So there'll be fabrication hangers, and these will be at least in the sizes of small, medium, and large. Now, I'm gonna say that there's probably gonna be XL, and then there'll be space station would be probably the next size above that. So you have small, medium, large, XL, and then station, like space station level, which is like bigger than XL. Now, they didn't particularly show that. Well, they kind of did. I'll talk about that near the end, which is kind of like what they talked about at the end and what you can do with technically that size above XL. But the idea is that you'll have item fabricators, you'll have chemical fabricators, you'll have nutrition fabricators. Now, there will be more than those. We know that for a fact, just because of other things that they've talked about. You get a blueprint, it might be that you need a certain item, a certain chemical, and maybe you don't need anything nutrition, but you might need those two things. So you have to find an item fabricator, and then you have to find a chemical fabricator, right? And to do that. Now, certain vehicles, right, certain ships, right, might have 4 different fabricators, and maybe you can choose which ones are in there, and maybe you can't. So maybe it has every type of fabricator that you need. Maybe it has the item, it has the chemical, it has the nutrition, and then whatever the other ones would be, right? And so you just go to that ship, and then you go to the right hangar, and you're good. But maybe you don't have that ship, and so now you have to go to some of the communal refineries or somebody else's player-owned refinery in order to use it, or use somebody else's ship. So it's pretty cool. And when they were talking about this, my whole thing is I kept thinking about the scale of the crafting. I kept thinking, like, this has got to be amazing. You know, imagine collecting more. They said that the number was 1,000 blueprints. You could collect at least 1,000. It said more than 1,000 blueprints. So even, let's just say, for the sake of math, that's 1,020 blueprints, right? And then all 1,020 of those can be upgraded. Let's say they can all be upgraded, let's say 3 times, just for the sake of math. Just that would be 3,060 things that you can, like, work towards, you know, finding and upgrading. Like, either you need to find that blueprint or you need to upgrade those blueprints. And that is a lot of work. Like that, you can see the thousands of hours that will go into that. Because if it's thousands of blueprints, it's gonna take thousands of minutes to fully see each one of those blueprints. Now, remember that I said you can get a higher tier, which gives you the lower tier. So it may not be that you have to find all 3,000, because maybe you find a tier 3 early on or a tier 2 early on, which makes you not need the tier 1. So let's cut it in half, and let's say it's 1,500 of those blueprints you actually have to find. That's still thousands of hours of gameplay just finding and upgrading blueprints. That's before you even consider the fact that you have to actually figure out what you want to build with those things, or sell those things, or whatever, right? And then you have to meet all of the standards to actually use the higher level blueprint, right? To actually get that higher level of research. So that means you got to go shoot or you got to go create 100 volt pistols, and then you got to go shoot five players or whatever, you know? And so it's gonna I can just see the gameplay. I can see it, and it's really cool. The scale of crafting also includes your ability to research your blueprints. It's gonna require some collaboration, because maybe you're not gonna be able to do all this, you know. Maybe it doesn't require the collaboration, but it'll, if you wanna do it faster, it'll require the collaboration. And all of this stuff affects the economy, right? So like, maybe the economy is really in heavy need of, I don't know, Hadanite, and you have a crap ton of Hadanite, or you have a bunch of stuff. Maybe it needs the Hadanite to create bolt pistols, right? And you have a crap ton of Hadanite that's already refined, right? And so people can come to you and get the Hadanite, and you can sell it at this crazy price because there's like a very limited amount of Hadanite in the entire area. But then let's say like an asteroid hits some planet or something, and now there's a bunch of Hadanite that was in that asteroid, right? What you can do now is, you know, if you're keeping abreast of the news that's in the game, you can say, okay, a bunch of Hadanite is there, so like let me sell all of my Hadanite before everybody knows that that Hadanite deposit just hit. Make a huge deposit and then focus on what else. Like, you know, there's going to be a Hadanite rush. So if there's a Hadanite rush, well, you know there's going to be a copper rush because people are going to be able to make way more Volt pistols, but people are going to be focusing on mining Hadanite. So you go and you say, I'm going to buy up all the copper, all of it. So by the time that people finish with this Hadanite and they're ready to make their Volt pistols, they have to come to me for the copper. And I'll have a bunch of refined copper ready for them. So this is like, you know, the way that it can work inside the game, and you can kind of see how that's working. There's long, you know, outside of player-to-player trade where you can say, you know, hey, here's the copper, right? There's long-term progression to this because you might start out with one tier 1 blueprint and end up with 450 tier 3 blueprints or whatever. So you can just see how that works. And of course, base building, you know, our favorite subject. So the way they started base building was really, really cool. So with base building, they brought out that construction grav cart, and I was already like, because they basically have changed it already. The construction grav cart was not really a thing. Like when Todd Pappy came out and announced the gameplay, they did have some little thing that was on it, but it looked like it could only build like small structures. But I thought that was, I thought it looked different than the thing that they brought out, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe they just changed the way it looked, and maybe it was already a thing. But the construction grav part can only build small things, and then you'll have like a vehicle that's slightly above that, and that vehicle will be able to do medium things, and then there will be a ship above that that can do large things, which we'll talk about later, and then you'll have the Pioneer, which can do extra large things, and then there's a size above that, I think, at the space station level, and we'll talk about that. But let's go back to the grav cart. All right, so grav cart, it allows you to survey the land, it allows you to claim land in a lawful system. If you're in Pyro or something like that, you don't need to claim land, so you would be able to skip that step anyway. So you can build a structure with the grav cart. So you can survey, you can claim the land, and you can build a structure all with just the grav cart. Now, obviously, you got to take it places, and you need a ship that can carry it, and it's going to be limited in what it can do because it can only build small stuff. But it can fit in smaller ships. They showed it fitting in a Drake cutter, so you're already able to build bases with just the Drake cutter, and you can imagine how useful that could be when it comes to like staying under the radar, right? So maybe you want to go build on some weird part of the moon, and like you want to just go in and put your basic stuff so that you don't have to bring all your ships here. So maybe I take, you know, a very small ship with a low signature, and I take it with my little construction grav cart and I build all my little stuff that I need just to like make this a home, right? So I need a generator, I need a place to live so I can, you know, log out of the game. I need, you know, a small mining facility. I need, you know, and these are just basic things, a warehouse, you know, these are just basic things that I need so that I can leave, take my Drake cutter back, and then I can come back with maybe a Pioneer or something and finish it out and do everything it needs to be done. But I already have the basics to where I don't have to bring a crap ton of people with me, you know, or you know, whatever. And maybe I just have my security bring me there, and then I can boom, 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 finish all the rest of the stuff. They talked about shields and all that stuff and how it's going to work in kind of the more lawless areas, and how you can keep a shield for a week and how you can run. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. But basically, for base building, they very much so simplified it to drones. You deploy a survey drone, and then you zoom into this augmented reality thing where you can place the buildings in the construction mode, and it's really cool. So the construction grav cart has 2 small drones, so that means it can build small structures with the small drones, and each drone operates independently. So the survey drone allows you to see the entire base while you're doing it. The whole build structure UI is actually really cool. You have to have a land claim to actually start building. And when you build a new structure, they had a whole list of things. So let's go through the list of things that they had. So this was actually really cool. They had the foundation square, foundation triangle, small living quarters, medium living quarters, large living quarters. You can't build those. You can only build the small living quarters because you have the small drones, right? Then you have the large solid matter extractor, right? You had a large solid matter. It said large solid matter. I'm assuming that means extractor, but then I saw something that said large solid extractor. So I don't know what that means. Maybe you have to build something connected to it. Maybe it's a large solid matter refinery. And maybe it didn't say that because we were looking at an early build. Then there is, so all of these things that I say, if I say large, that it also has a small and a medium and most likely an extra large version. So then there's the large freight elevator. You can build a small construction hub. We'll talk about what those can do later. I mean, but it's pretty, you could probably already tell. Then they have a T-junction passage. So I'm assuming that you can build some type of tunnel or connect certain things. And then they have a straight passage. They have a large construction hub. So we talked about small construction hubs. So you would be able to build a small construction hub with your small grav cart, with your construction grav cart. And maybe the construction hub can do things that the grav cart can't do. So we can talk about that as well. Then there was the small hangar, medium hangar, large hangar. Then there was a small liquid refinery, medium and large liquid refinery. The small liquid extractor, medium and large. Then there was the small water pump, medium and large. And then the small freight elevator. And of course, we already talked about the large one, but there's also medium. And then there's the small fuel generator, medium and large are there as well. So then there was also this option for existing structure. So I'm assuming, you know, you could upgrade from this as well, but only based on tier level, not necessarily from a small to a medium to a large with the construction grav cart. Now, all of this, obviously, when you build a base, there's going to be resource management that goes with that. So you're going to have to replace fuses, so on and so forth, right? You're going to need a power providing building connected to your other buildings, right? And then they talked about it. There's different types of power. So like, for instance, fuel power, I think they mentioned a few of them. There's like geothermal and fuel, and then there was one other one, like maybe nuclear or something like that. But depending on which power you select, that will determine your maintenance, your supply of fuel, so on and so forth. So maybe nuclear power doesn't require any fuel, but it requires a crap ton of maintenance to stay going, or maybe a crap ton of fuses, or maybe a higher quality fuse, and it doesn't require as much maintenance. So, but it's just harder to come by those higher quality fuses. So you can see how that can kind of work. But a fuel, you know, power source is easy and cheap to build, but it requires a constant supply of stuff, right? Maybe you got to put tree bark into it or something like that. And you got to constantly maintain it because they're always breaking down, because cheap means it's probably going to break down a lot, right? All right, and then you go to then they have this terminal section where that gives you the status of the building. It allows you to activate the building, because when you build something, that doesn't mean it's activated. And then you can put item fabricators inside buildings. So remember, when we talk item fabricators, we're not talking about construction buildings. Those are separate. An item fabricator is for just the items, like those are player-held item things, right? Or things that are part of a larger structure that might be base building. You might need for base building, right? So maybe for an item fabricator, you can imagine you can build a fuse with a fabricator, and maybe you got a tier 5 fuse that you put in, and basically these things last for like 2 weeks or something like that before they give out. So you don't have to worry about doing any maintenance for 2 weeks if you have a tier 5 extractor, and then 2 weeks real time, right? If you have a tier 5 fuse. But maybe you can also, because it's tier 5, you can refill the fuse. So maybe if you take the fuse and put it through a refinery again, you can just refill it and reuse it, rather than, and all the other tiers of fuse, you can't do that. So you can imagine how these things could still help you with your base building stuff, right? All of this stuff was really cool. So this we're still talking about the construction grav cart. It said is one of the 4 base building tools. So they have, this is kind of, I'm thinking the on foot, and then you have the vehicle version, which I think is going to be the medium build stuff, and maybe there might be a ship. I think maybe the ship that we're going to talk about later can do medium and large, because I think even if it's larger, it can still do the lower level stuff. And then ship, obviously that's where you're going to get your large, and then and higher, and then there's construction building. So you have the on foot is most likely going to be small. Maybe there might end up being a medium thing, I don't know, but so far it's only small. Then vehicle, we know that may have more drones, so it might have 4 small drones, or it can have, 2 medium drones. And then we can have a ship, which could have 2 large drones, 2 extra large drones, 4 extra large drones, whatever. And then you can have the construction building where there's kind of no limit if you get, the largest construction building, then there's no limit really to what you can build depending on where that is. And we'll talk about why that matters, right? So if you build a construction building on land, there's a limit, right? But if you build it somewhere else, there may not be a limit. So we'll talk about that when we get to it. I don't want to get ahead of myself on this stuff. So then there's construction AR mode. So this allows you to assess the land. This allows you to see if the area is off limits to construction. Maybe it's a nature reserve. It'll tell you about the extraction deposits. It'll say, this area has 2,032 SCU of Kyptazine at 703 quality. And we're assuming, again, that this is quality goes up to 1,000. So we know that's fairly high quality. It's not crap quality, but it's also not the best quality either, right? So, but hey, 70% good quality, is pretty good quality. That's enough to where either maybe you want to sell that, or maybe it's good enough to use for some low level stuff. So you might say, oh, I want to get that. Or maybe you're like, nah, I only deal with 800 quality or better. Because maybe you have some more experience and you know that at the very least you need this certain quality to create something. So yeah, and then it tells you your item count out of 10 meters. It tells you your weekly tax out of 1,000. And so these are all things that I noticed when you look up on those little bars that they were showing. And then there's the structure creation screen, and everything has a tier level that you build. So you select what you build. It could be generic, it could be habs, it could be corridors, like something that's not generic, like resources and crafting. So this would be your solid extractor, your liquid extractor, your gas extractor, or chemical, whatever that is. The liquid might be chemical, whatever it is, right? And then you build your structure. Again, everything has a quality level. So you use solids, and maybe that's your steel, your plastic. And then one of the things they had up there was QG tallow, and then diamond laminate for your glass, right? And then you have your structure materials, right? So if you're building a structure, the structure part determines the integrity, which, you could say that's kind of your health, the health of your building. And maybe you need steel in order to create the structure. Then there's the cladding. We don't know what the purpose is, but for cladding, I would say that's either gonna affect your power requirement or your water requirement. And that's what QG tallow was used for. And then your substructure, that determines the wear resistance, right? So how long will this structure last when the weather and everything starts to hit it? And that was used, they used plastic for that. And then the glass, we don't know what that required, what that affects, but we know it's either power requirement or water requirement, right? And then those are your statistics: integrity, wear resistance, power requirement, water requirement, and hacking level, right? So glass might be hacking level, substructure might be hacking level, cladding might be hacking level. I would guess maybe that cladding has something to do with hacking level, and then your substructure probably going to be your power requirement maybe, and then glass is your water requirement, so on and so forth. I don't know what these are. I'm just kind of trying to figure out which one is connected, because the only ones that they really gave us were the structure being for integrity or health, and then the substructure determining wear and resistance. So I mistook that when I said substructure. So we really don't know what the glass is for. We don't know what the cladding is for, because they just didn't show it. But then there's resource management after you build the building, right? So you've built your structure. Now you have to worry about power. Like I said, they mentioned fuel generator. Like a fuel generator might provide 500 power, and they say, let's say a hab takes 45 power. That means you have 465 power left, and 3 habs would leave 365. Now, I know you didn't come here for math, but essentially 45 plus 45 plus 45. That's the math that I did to figure out that if you built 3 habs, you would only have 365 power left to give from that large fuel generator. Now, you either can build another fuel generator, or you can get rid of a building so you can lower your requirement. Now, They mentioned there will be fusion generators and there will be geothermal generators. Maybe on Earth, you're no longer allowed to build large fuel generators because they're worried about the environment. So maybe you can only build fusion or geothermal, which means if all you have is the ability to do large fuel generators, you're not going to be able to build on Earth. And so I can imagine that being really cool if they integrate it the right way. And then there was like water, and then there was shield, and there was freight. So these are all the resources that you would have to manage after building. You have to make sure you have enough water because certain things will require water. Make sure you have enough power. Make sure you're shielded, especially if you're in a low security environment where you have to really focus on getting your own shielding. But maybe you don't care about that stuff. Maybe you only built this to have a few, to make money as long as it lasted. And if it gets destroyed, you're like, whatever, I'll build another one. Or if somebody else takes it over, you'll just come and blow it up. You know, I don't know what you plan to do in the game, but I just love that my mind kind of goes crazy with this stuff. Then you can, of course, upgrade your buildings, right? So you've built it, you've managed it, now you can upgrade it. So it said structures only have 3 tiers. So I think earlier I might have said that they have more. I'm pretty sure they only have 3 tiers because I think that's what it said, but I don't know if it'll stay that way. So that might just be like, because they're just starting out, they're only giving buildings 3 tiers, but I can imagine that going a little further and having the 6 tiers of other items or something like that. Then there's networking enhancement. So that determines your hacking difficulty. So then there's certain upgrade materials, right? So for solid, they had Durasteel, Bioplastic, Elespo, Electrium. I don't even know what those last 2 are, but still, these are the things that you use, right? And then of course, there's the ability to decorate your base. So you can buy furniture, craft furniture, or find furniture and bring it back. All of these things still have tier levels, right? So like maybe the furniture you buy, maybe it's pleather, so it only takes people sitting on it 100 times and then it starts to look like crap. Whereas if it was like real leather or like quasi leather or something like that, then it would take 1,000 seats in order for it to look like crap. So, this is all stuff that you can kind of just assume is in the game just based on like quality levels for how things work. But then they had this decorator AR mode. So that uses holograms. It had direct inventory access. It allows you to mag lock things so that only you and the people you allow can move your stuff. So people aren't just gonna run in your house and be like, I'm taking your couch, and lift it up and leave. And that's how it seems like they're gonna be doing a lot of stuff with mag locking. We'll come back to that. And then there was like a first person view where you can do decorating stuff. You can decorate your personal hangars, they mentioned, and you can decorate your ships. Which will just remember that you can decorate your hangars and you can decorate your ships. Remember that for when we talk about insurance. So there was a full loop. This is survey, construct, manage, maintain, personalize, decorate. Those are your 6 things. You got to survey, make sure you can put it where you want to put it. You construct it and build it. Then you have to manage it and maintain it. Then you have to personalize it and decorate it. Well, you don't have to personalize it and decorate it, but most people will. Put your name on it, let people know that this is yours. So then there's the industrial base, right? So you can build an industrial base. This is where I think Declan Holmes came out. Senior systems designer, they did this part. The biggest thing is the construction hub building, right? So the construction hub, regardless of which size you build, it will have 4 drones. So that'll be either small, medium, or large. I think in the video they had a large one, and it can construct extractors. So that means you may not be able to do certain extractors with the construction grav cart. I don't know, but it looked like you could do extractors with the construction grav cart. So we'll see if that's the case. You can deform the land, and it didn't mention that you can deform the land with the construction grav cart. So I don't know if small things can deform land. Maybe you need at least that medium, or maybe you need at least 4 drones to deform the land. I don't know because they didn't really go into detail, but maybe you can deform all the land with all the drones. But I could imagine that being like, no, you need to at least have the building in order to deform the land. So that might be the difference maker between whether you build a construction hub building or whether you just use your construction grav cart. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but that's kind of what I gathered from it, that maybe there'll be a difference from what a ship can do, or at least what the smaller ships and smaller grav cart things can do versus what the larger ships and the building construction hub buildings can do. So of course, like I said before, you have to maintain your buildings. So that means using craft materials for wear. You have to replace the fuses that are inside of those. I talked about, you know, how potentially a replaced fuse could work, whereas like maybe certain fuses that are higher tier can last longer. There's a crack in the outer shell of your power station or something, and you have to remove that other part. You have to break that off, like cut that part off, and then you have to attach another piece, and then, you know, that will melt in with the rest of it, and then now, you know, that increased the integrity of the thing by, you know, 200 or something. So now you don't have to worry about the physical part of it going bad again for a while, especially if you used high quality parts to replace it. And then they talked about the freight elevator network. So the freight elevator network, this part was actually pretty cool. They said you can connect them. So the freight elevators, the things that they just kind of introduced 2 patches ago, you will be able to put your stuff in one freight elevator, it'll go down, and then all your freight elevators are connected based on how you connected them. And then you can go to a different freight elevator and pull up the same stuff from that other freight elevator as long as they're connected. Now that's on the same base, that's all they confirmed. They said that it works within the same base, but that is really cool because I can imagine putting some stuff like maybe my landing pad and everything is way the heck over here, but all my construction stuff is way over here. So I can boom, land, put all my stuff into the base, and then, you know, fly over to the other area, or, you know, maybe use one of my land vehicles to get to the other area. And then, you know, I started doing my construction and I could just pull all the stuff up that I need for my construction without having to move it over here, because I do think that would be a little tedious. But there is a distance limit, so it's not like you can have these massive expanding bases and do it, but I can see daisy chaining them to move it as much as you want, you know. And anything stored in one would essentially be able to be retrieved from the other. That's what it means for those to be connected. And then, of course, if you have other people in your crew, you can grant access to those buildings and tools and construction. And then they talked about the fabrication hangar a little bit, and they showed it building a Zeus Mark II. So you can, you know, kind of set up a chop shop if that's what you kind of want to do, where you go and steal these vehicles. And they talked about how you can end up keeping those vehicles too, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. But you can imagine pirates going, finding vehicles, figuring out, you know, hacking into them and being able to steal them. Or maybe the door is just open and you walk in and fly away. And then bringing those back, and you can't sell it or whatever. Maybe you can sell it on the gray market or the dark market or whatever they call it, the black market. And then you could sell it, or you could see maybe you take out all the components and you break it down to its basic components using one of these fabrication hangars, and then you just take those components. And maybe it's not enough to build a new ship, but maybe it's half the amount of stuff you need to build a new ship after you broke it down, because some will get lost in process for sure. And then maybe if you steal another one, and now you have all the pieces you need to just build the ship, right? And maybe you can only build a lower tier version of it, but now you can build a ship using all the parts that you took from the other 2 ships, and you can build your own ship. So I can imagine that working and being a really cool way. It's like, well, all I got to do is steal 2 of them, and then I can build my own. Or maybe it'll be much more than that. Maybe it'll be you got to steal 4 of them, and then that's a way that you build your own ship. Is like, I just steal a bunch of ships and then break them down for parts, and then by the time I get to the 4th one, I can build my own, and then I don't have to worry about all this other stuff. But maybe some of those parts have ID numbers and stuff, so we don't know exactly how that's going to work, but it's going to be cool. I can already see it. It also mentions selling things. So if you have a terminal, like a sales terminal, it'll automatically list the items and stuff you have for sale. So people can just come up to the terminal, look through it, and buy whatever they want. Or you can set up a physical shop that has everything mag locked, and they can walk in, try certain stuff on and stuff, and then it won't be unmag locked until they actually purchase it. And this isn't a system you have to run, it just automatically works that way. And then that allows you to advertise your stuff a little bit better. But they would have to physically travel to the base in order to get that stuff, obviously. So, obviously if you have your Banu Merchantmen, you can see that people would be able to buy stuff from the Banu Merchantmen. So it's not like this online store like Amazon where they can order the stuff and it gets delivered to them. But I would say never to that. And then they had foundation decals. So you can mark the ground for what you want to be in that area. So maybe you say this is a staging area. Maybe you say this is a loading area. This is a cargo area, whatever. So like, let's say you're in a fairly secure law system, and you want to have an area where as soon as people land their cargo ships, they can take all of their cargo and put it in this designated area, and then a designated person will come out and load it into the freight elevator. So this is your staging area, cargo staging area. You can put a decal that says cargo staging area up to 4,000 SCU. So then any ship that lands there, if they have anything less than 4,000 SCU, they know they're gonna put it here. And then for anything above 4,000 SCU, you can even put that. Anything above 4,000 SCU, go to the other side of loading or something like that. Just instructional stuff that just makes it really cool, especially if you have players creating this stuff. And I think the easier you make it, the more people are gonna wanna visit your base and spend their money there. Again, this is all design stuff that I think is just really cool. And the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, yes, this is so cool. You can earn paints in-game for your buildings. You can earn paints in-game for your bases. You can add your own unique text to the buildings, right? So you can put your name on the buildings, your org name on the buildings. And then they talked about farming and ranching just a little bit, but enough to where we kind of know where that's going. And this is one of the reasons I love day 2, is because they kind of opened up and told everybody these are what your roles are going to be in the game. Now, some of them they went into more detail than others, but they're basically telling you, hey, what type of gameplay are you into? This is kind of the road we're going down for each one of these. So for farming, they had high tech and low tech. So if you got the high tech, that requires a hydroponic building, and that means you can grow exclusive strains of certain things, because maybe you can introduce certain effects that wouldn't exist in nature, right? So maybe you can do a hot day and then a cold day, then a hot day, then a cold day. And like if you cycle that enough, you'll create some unique version of a plant or something like that. There's low tech. This is different. So this is basic farming. You have to go get the seeds, then you have to plant the seeds in the correct environment. You know, this might be you don't have hydroponics, right? This is just doing it outside. So maybe you got the seeds for a plant from a destroyed planet, and you can't plant them on that planet because the environmental conditions don't exist. So you have to go to the moon of that planet and then plant it there. And now you have a certain strain of grass that you can only get if you take seeds from this planet and put it in the soil of this planet, right? Because they talked about that. Soil, temps, water, light, all those things matter. We talked about that, I believe, in the very first video, the day 1 video, right? You'll have to supply those things with nutrients, right? You have to give it plant food. Plants need food, right? Now, obviously it can use the sun, but you have to make sure that the soil has the right things in it. Maybe it needs certain types of things added to the soil, you know, like I had read somewhere that there's some plant that like grows better if you give it Coca-Cola like every once in a while instead of water, which is like insanely cool, I think. But you can imagine stuff like that where it's like, I don't need, maybe it wants pure water, maybe it wants dirty water or water from a certain place, and that'll make it grow faster or grow differently. So these are all things that I can imagine making the farming gameplay much deeper. They didn't talk about all those, they didn't talk about it that deeply, but these are just things that I can imagine happening here. Harvesting. Harvesting is going to be unique, I think, as well, because you can make it to where you need certain things to harvest something, right? It might be that in order to harvest it, you can't just walk up to it and pull it out of the ground. It may be that if you do that, you will destroy the crop. So it might be that you need a harvesting machine to get it out of the ground. It may be that you need a certain tool to pull it out of the ground and without destroying it. So these are all ways where you can make farming and ranching gameplay deeper, of course. Now, we didn't talk about ranching, let's talk about ranching. So you can keep herds of animals, right? Now they're gonna require certain amounts of food and certain types of food, right? And that might limit what you can keep, because maybe you want to keep a bunch of quasi-grazers, but you don't have grass. So you can't keep them because they require grass. So until you get a store of grass, right? Maybe you grow some in a hydroponics area off to the side, you can't have them, right? And if you can't grow a field of grass for them to travel around in, that's another maintenance step, because now you're gonna have to take the grass from the hydroponics area and bring it to the cows all the time. And that's a huge waste of time, because you probably should have built a farm where they can just graze the land, and then all you have to do is keep seeding the land to make sure that they always have food. So yeah, and then they'll need shelter, right? Like they are animals. They can die from the elements and stuff like that. So if you pick the planet that has raging earthquakes and you put your farm on that planet, they could get swallowed up if there's an earthquake and a crack builds in, you know. So maybe you have to build like a earthquake-proof area for your quasi-grazers or something like that. So that could all be really cool. And it also says that not every animal can be ranched. So you can't go and get a Valacar and then try to put that in a ranch and say, I have a Valacar ranch. That's not how it works. So not every animal, and I think that's a good idea, but maybe, just maybe, like you'll find, you know, a person in the verse or something that has managed to do it once or twice, and then you can get some type of special thing from them. So I can imagine these things not being in the very first level, just because they want you to have an understanding of how the base level works. And then when they do 2.0 or 3.0 versions of this, maybe they add in some of the stuff they're saying you can't do. So there was also these archetypes, different types of stuff you can build, right? You can build landing pads, you can build garages, roads, fencing, and then you could build variants of all of those things. And then they talked about XL structures, right? And those being much bigger than the large structures, right? And then they talked about defensive structures. These are your gates, your anti-air guns, your anti-air missiles, your anti-personnel guns, and then walls instead of fences, because fences might be something where if I have a tank, I can just go straight through a fence. But if I have a wall, I have to blow a hole in the wall before I can take my tank through it. So you can imagine them being different things. Maybe fences are only there to keep out animals and people that don't have guns or lasers to cut those things, you know, but walls are obviously more defensive. Then there is the area that you choose to build the base in, right? So we talked about there's going to be high sec, low sec, and medium sec. Now, they didn't talk a lot about medium sec, but if you go back to the 2023 CitizenCon, in that one, they specifically talked about low, medium, and high sec. They said in low security, that's basically lawless. You got to provide your own defenses. Then in medium security, you will be provided some defenses, and it'll be by whatever faction runs that particular area. So like in order to get medium security, it has to be a faction run area. So let's say, I don't know, it's the Explorers Guild or whatever. So the Explorers Guild, or maybe it's Science, I think the Science Guild is the Explorers Guild. So let's say it's the Science Guild. The Science Guild might say, we're going to provide you some protection as far as shield tech, but you don't get, we're not going to actually send people out to fight for you, so you're going to have to actually defend your own base. Or we'll send people out, but we're not going to give you shield tech. So like, you have to wait for us to get there, so you have to be able to defend yourself long enough for us to get there. You only get some version of defense in a medium security, but they didn't talk about exactly what that defense will be. And then in high security, that's when you get the planetary shield tech. That's when you have to pay taxes to build and all of that stuff. Keep that in mind. You can own bases as an org, so you don't have to just be like, oh, this is my base and my org has no access to it. You can say, I think what it's gonna be is you're gonna be able to transfer ownership from yourself to the org and from your org to a person. So that's the end of that part. And then we started talking about the ships. So this is the part where John Crew and Ben Curtis came out. So we'll separate this part, so we'll stop here, and there will be another section. If I cut this video up, it'll end up being a stop here. So if you're just watching for that part, you'll have your next part, and you'll be good to go. Let's talk about it. Let's do Captains of Industry. For Captains of Industry, we are talking, they came out first, and they talked about the construction grav cart. That only can make small buildings. They confirmed that, and then they said it only has 2 small drones. And then they said drones come in at least 3 sizes. Now, it comes in 4 sizes, so we're going to talk about all 4 of those, right? And it might come in 5, but that is way out there speculation. But I'll talk about the 5th level that I think exists once we get to that part. So small drones, they said small drones can only build small size buildings. Then medium drones, those can build medium buildings at a regular speed. And then they said a medium drone, and this is key here, a medium drone can build small buildings faster. So medium drones can build small buildings, and they build them faster than small drones can. So having the largest drone is great because then you can build all the smaller stuff way faster. So this is the way I'm assuming it'll work, right? So I'm going into speculation territory here. Let's say you can build a medium building at a regular speed, and then you can build a small building at, let's say, twice the speed of small drones, right? So then you get down to the large part, right? Large drones, they can build a large building at regular speed. They can build a medium building at, let's say, twice the speed of a medium drone. And then they can build a small building at, let's say, 4 times the speed of a small drone. So it goes up exponentially, kind of say. Like it doubles, the speed doubles depending on what size you have. So then let's say you have an extra large drone. Now that can build extra large buildings at a regular speed, large buildings at twice the speed of a large drone, medium buildings at 4 times the speed of a medium drone, and then small buildings at 8 times the speed of a small drone. That would be a really cool way to like escalate it, right? So people who have a Pioneer, which of course will have extra large drones, they would be able to still build all the stuff that everybody else can build, and they can build it way faster. So that just makes it, and this is kind of the way that I kind of saw this working. So if you know me, then you know I have this thing about buying the larger ships because I think the larger ships are the ones you can trust the most as far as what they'll be able to do. Not always, but I do think the higher, the larger, physically larger the ship, the more likely you will be able to trust what its capabilities will be in the future. And you're not so much beholden to the qualms and the changings of CIG and what they feel like the gameplay will be on a certain day or another day. So we know, for instance, that the Kraken will be able to, at the very least, hold a certain amount of ships on the top, right? And I think it was like 2 medium pads and 3 or 4 small pads. So I see that as growing. I think in the future that will grow, not by much, but I do think you'll be able to put 1 large ship on the pad of a Kraken. It just makes sense to me. Maybe only certain large ships, but I just think you'll be able to land a large ship on that pad. Maybe instead of landing 2 medium vehicles, you just can land 1 large vehicle there. It just would make sense to me. Now, I don't know if that'll be the case. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. And then maybe it has 2 large pads that can fit every large vehicle, and then they upgrade the small pads to medium pads, and then you could just land small vehicles on the medium pads as well. Who knows? But it's going to be really cool either way they do it. But I can just my mind starts kind of going crazy, right? And one of the things about the drones, I just want to bring the conversation back to the drones. So parallel production is what they talked about, which means each drone, so if you have 4 drones, the number of drones is the number of buildings that can be created simultaneously. So it's not like it takes 2 drones to build one building, but I do hope they make it to where if the other drones aren't doing something, you can have those drones create your building faster. But maybe they max that out so that it's not just like, I'll just have all 4 drones always working on the same building. So maybe the max speed anything can be built at is twice the speed, if you have 2 drones working on it. Or maybe in order to get to twice the speed, you have to have all 4 drones doing it. So who knows if it'll work that way. Just I can see that being a possibility though. Then they actually started to talk about the ships. And you know me, I'm a ships guy. They talked about the Argo CSV. Now, a lot of leakers had already leaked this, but I tried as much as I could to stay away from the leaks. If you join our Discord, we do have a section where people can talk about leaks, but it's more so not because I necessarily support everybody talking about leaks. It's just to give them a section where they can talk about it and not feel bad for spoiling the fun for everybody else that doesn't particularly like to talk about leaks. So yeah, and don't forget, join the Discord. And if you are a part of the Discord and you are a member, I will have to go in and make sure you have all of the access to things you're supposed to, because members are actually supposed to have a certain level of access to the Discord that non-members don't have. Anyway, back to the vehicle. Argo CSV, they talked about the CSV FM and the CSV SM. Let's talk about the FM first. It will have 2 medium drones, so there you are, confirming that vehicles have medium drones. At the very least, we have confirmed a vehicle has medium drones. It will fit in a Cutlass Black and upwards, which is huge. 4 SCU internal storage for construction materials. It has a size 0 shield generator. It comes with base building, and that will be, so what that means is when base building arrives in game, you will have the CSV FM. You won't have it sooner than that. And then it will fit in most places that a Cyclone can fit. So they're basically showing you that it's about the size of a Cyclone, not the size of an Ursa, which is what I would have expected, but maybe it'll be longer or something like that. Who knows? Who knows exactly what it'll have in it? But these things are a lot smaller than I expected. I thought that a vehicle like this would be at least the size of an Ursa. So that's actually pretty cool. Then they had the CSV SM, which is basically like a better version of the Mole, it looks like to me. So it has 4 SCU of external cargo. It can fit different size boxes, adding up to 4 SCU. So it's not just only a 1 SCU box or only 4 1 SCU boxes or only a 4 SCU box. It can also fit 2 SCU boxes or a mixture of all of those things, depending on, you know, how you fit it in there. And then that will have a size 0 shield generator. And they said the top speed of that one will be 28 meters per second. So I'm assuming that'll be the same for both. But, you know, maybe a construction vehicle doesn't need to be. It says FM, so I'm assuming that means fabrication model. And then the SM is for SCU model or something like, or storage model. Maybe they talked about what those actually stood for, but I didn't catch them saying exactly what those things stood for. So maybe the fabrication model is a little bit slower. Then they brought up the MISC Starlancer build, but I am excited for both those vehicles. Before I go into that, I'm excited for both of those vehicles. I actually bought the SM, and I'll tell you why I bought it in a little bit, because my philosophy about purchasing things has kind of shifted based on the insurance, and I'll talk about that when I get to that section. MISC Starlancer, everybody was excited for this. The BLD, now there's some drama around this where people are basically, they now know that the MISC Starlancer BLD is essentially replacing the Galaxy to a degree. I think it was a little bit exaggerated how much the drama would actually affect things. It all happened over the course of 5 hours on the same day. So I'll talk about it a little bit, but I won't get too deep into it. Let's first talk about what the build has, and then we'll go into that little drama section. The Starlancer build allows you to build up to large structures. So it has 4 large drones. Now I wanna differentiate this. The Argo CSV only has 2 medium drones. It does not have 4. But the build has 4 large drones. So there's still room for something that can have either 4 medium drones or 2 large drones. And I would see whatever that smaller vehicle is as having 2 large drones. And that's what I actually think the Galaxy will end up having. I think the Galaxy will actually only end up having 2 or 3 large drones. And that will be the difference between the Starlancer build and the Galaxy. Or maybe it has 2 large drones and 2 medium drones, because that would make a little bit more sense to me, rather than it just having all the drones be 4 large drones. It would have 2 large and 2 medium. But I don't know if it's physically smaller than the Starlancer. If it is, I'll put that up here and it'll say smaller. If it's smaller, it'll say larger. If it's larger, I'll look that up later. But whatever it is, it has 4 large drones. It has 2 16 SCU capacity filler stations. In total, it has 128 SCU of capacity. We still don't know how much SCU will be required per building, but if they're building this with a 128, if I can build 4 things at a time, I would say 128 SCU is at least enough to build 4 buildings, right? But here's the thing. It has 2 16 SCU capacity filler stations. So both on either side. So if you add that up, that's 32 SCU of capacity. So my guess is to build a large building, it requires 16 SCU per building at the very least. Now they could be, maybe some buildings require less, some buildings require more. But let's say at the very basic level, 16 SCU per building, right? So 16 SU for one large building, 16 SU for another large building, and then you have to refill, and then you get 16 SU for another, and then 16 SU for another, right? So if we're doing the math, that's 64 SCU. So that would be 4 buildings, right? And if we're doing more math, we double that again, and we have 8 buildings if you use the entire SCU capacity of the Starlancer build. So 8 buildings to me screams full base. If you have 128 SCU with you, you can do a full base. But that also seems a little bit like too much. It seems like it can do a little bit too much with that. So again, using common sense, I'm gonna go with a little bit less than that. I'm gonna half that, and I'm gonna say that I think it's 32 SCU per large building. And again, it could be slightly more, slightly less. Maybe it's 24 SCU, something like that. But I would say 32 SCU per building, because that makes it seem a little bit more realistic. Like you got 4 buildings, you got 4 drones, and each drone can build 1 building using the full amount of capacity you have. So you have to go refill at least once to get your full capacity of building, or you have to already have a bunch of SCU already sitting there for your construction project. That's what I think. I think it'll be 32 SCU per large building, and maybe it'll be 16 SCU per medium building, and then maybe the small buildings can go all the way down to 2 or 4 SCU. That would make sense to me. I would love to see it work like that, and then maybe it's 64 SCU per extra large building or something like that. And maybe there's like some ship that's gonna have in between, that's going to be in between the Pioneer. We'll talk about where the Pioneer is, but maybe there'll be another ship that's in between the Pioneer and the build. And it could be that the Galaxy is that one. Maybe the Galaxy ends up being the ship that's higher than the build. Now, I don't know if we got a cost on the build, but if it costs more, if the Galaxy plus that module costs more than the Starlancer, I would expect that it's the larger version. It will be able to do better, which would mean you would probably get 2 large drones and 2 extra large drones, or you'll just get 2 extra large drones inside of the Galaxy, which would effectively make it better in a certain way. Or maybe you get 2 extra large drones and 2 medium drones, right? So like, you know, because that's what it seems like the Galaxy is, like a range. It has a range of things it can do. So you still get 4 drones, but you can't fit 4 extra large drones in that thing. So it could be that, or it could just, maybe it's 1 extra large drone and one large drone. Like, I don't know how that would work. But you can imagine it having, you know, a better capability of the Starlancer build if it costs more, if you get the Galaxy plus that module, which I do think it will cost more. So I think that's the more likely place that the Galaxy ends up. And if I had to guess what it would have, I would guess that it would just have 2 extra large drones, and allow you to build extra large stuff. Now, that might be taken away considering the drama, so let's talk about the drama a little bit. Basically, what John Cruz said, well, let's start back with what Todd Pappy said. In CitizenCon 2023, near the end, Todd Pappy basically said the Galaxy will be able to build large structures. Fast forward to, I think it was maybe like 4 or 5 days ago now, as of the watching this video, as of the release of this video. Then John Cruz basically said, we're not currently planning on making a construction module for the Galaxy. He said, even in that, he said, it doesn't mean we won't plan on making one, but currently there is no active plans to make one. Like, there's no concept, there's no anything. It's just a thing that Todd Pappy said. He didn't say that part about it being a thing that Todd Pappy said. Here's the thing. The reason I wouldn't get mad at that is because all he said is currently it's not in active development. He didn't say we're never gonna make it. But the part that he did say that bothers people, and I do understand that this part bothers people, is he said, unless it's in game, treat it as speculative. Now, yes and no, John Cruz. I agree with you to some extent. Like, if you say something, we shouldn't treat it as stone, but we should be able to treat it as, like, you announcing this means it's going to be in game to some extent. Now, we can't determine how you will implement it or when you will implement it or what the veracity of the statement is. But if you say something on stage, we should be able to trust that what you say on stage is what you're going to do. Now, like I said, you could do it a different way than you initially planned, but that's different than saying this is going to be in the game and then saying it's not going to be in the game, right? Like for instance, I'll talk about this later, we mentioned the Pioneer, right? And it had this cool arm that swung out, but they took the arm out and now it no longer has that articulating arm, at least in the current version of it that they're planning to do. So you took something away from that ship. Now, I don't think anybody bought the Pioneer just for its ability to have an articulating arm, and actually their reason for taking it out makes sense. It would take up way too much space, so on and so forth. But you did take that out. It was a reason that people bought the ship. You know, it could have been a reason people bought the ship, and then you took that away from it. But the thing is, you never promised that that particular thing would have any features, and you never promised it would have an articulating arm. You just said all these things are subject to change, so on and so forth, right? But what we got is actually better than it having the articulating arm, because your reasoning was super solid on that. It would just take up space. You would need a much larger area to land, and the way we're doing base building, we don't want your ship to take up all that land, so on and so forth. So people are okay with the change, but you still delivered a Pioneer that can do everything you said it would be able to do, right? Except articulate an arm, which is not really relevant. But saying that a ship like the Galaxy is going to have something and then saying it won't, that is completely different, because you're now saying we said something was going to happen and that's no longer happening. That's much bigger than saying you won't have an articulating arm, but your ship will still be able to do the same thing. People bought the Galaxy because it can do construction. I know, because I was one of them. I bought the Galaxy right after they said it might have a construction module. I didn't care about it having a manufacturing module. I didn't care about it having most of the other modules it had. I cared about it being a step down from my Pioneer when I didn't want to take my Pioneer places. So I bought one. But since then, I've realized I don't need one, so I got something else. But the point is, it was a reason I bought one. So we can't move forward with this idea that if you say something on stage, it's simply speculative and we can't go with it. Now, I say all that to say, he said that, and then he fixed it, I think, within 5 hours, and then he fixed it again, basically saying like, I know my first comments didn't come across the way I wanted them to, but I'm not saying that none of this stuff will ever happen. I'm just saying we don't currently have plans for it. And then he came back again and basically confirmed that the Galaxy will have the thing that he just said there's no plans for, in order to kind of, it seems like, assuage the community that was starting to get upset and thinking that CIG wouldn't keep their word on things. He did that all within 5 hours. The part I didn't like about the drama is that a lot of people kind of immediately reacted and got upset and started canceling their game subscriptions and doing all types of stuff. I think it was a little bit premature. Not saying you were wrong for doing it. I just think it was premature, because if you wait and you verify and see if CIG changes things, then you wouldn't have to do that, right? So like, you express your concerns. Say, hey, CIG, I don't agree with this. I think you should change it back to the way it originally was. And then you wait for CIG to reply. If people did that, which is like the thing you do when you are a patient human being, which is the thing you do when you understand that constructive criticism can work sometimes, you wait at least 24 hours to see if they, at least, maybe they change their mind on it or something. But to immediately go from 0 to 100 and saying, we hate Star Citizen now, that I think was a little bit extra. And that's the part where I was like, rolling my eyes at people. I get being upset. I don't get the speed at which you reached your highest level of upset. That, I think, you know, maybe some people need therapy. Maybe some people are a little too invested in this game. I get it. I spent $10,000 on this game, so I know about being overly invested in the game, but I didn't freak out like that. So if you spent more than $10,000 in game, I guess I can't really talk about. Well, I guess I'm more than that. I'm like 11,000 something in game now. But like, if you spent more than that in game, then I'm not in your shoes. I can't speak to your level of frustration. But if you spent less than that, I've been in your shoes, so I don't get where your frustration is coming from the same. And that's all I'll have to say about it. I probably won't mention it again. It was fixed. It was an issue, then it was fixed. get the Starlancer build if you want to do large structures in game. Hold off on the Galaxy. This would be my thing would be keep your Galaxy if you planned on using more than one. And this is the guidance that I gave in my review. If you remember, in my Galaxy review, I said the only reason you should get a Galaxy is if you need at least two of the things that will be modules for it. If you don't need at least two of the modules and you only bought it for construction, you only bought it for refinery, you only bought it for medical, you don't need that. You need the ship that's for. So if you only bought it for construction, you needed the Starlancer build or the Pioneer. If you only bought it for refinery, you need an Expanse or an Arastra. If you only bought it for medical, go get an Apollo. Go get, like I mentioned this in the review. This was before they had the whole debacle. So my guidance was right, folks. Like, go watch the ship reviews. You know, I'm not telling you anything crazy on those ship reviews. I'm telling you these are the purposes of these ships, and this is kind of what you should go for. Now, you don't have to listen to me. There's other people that did reviews. There's other people that are smarter than me that have said things about these ships. I'm just saying, if you were wondering what the value is of watching my ship reviews, there you have it. You would have dodged all of this drama because it wouldn't have mattered. They would have came up and they would have said, there's currently no plans for construction. You would have been like, doesn't matter. I need my Galaxy for something else as well. And you would be like, you know, that sucks, but like, it's not gonna change whether I need my Galaxy or not. But if you only bought it for that, you would be like, oh, I need something else. But if you listen to good old Billionaire Ninjas, you know, you would know that it's not good to just have that ship for that one purpose. All right, let's talk about the build. We didn't actually go in all the way. We said it can build up to large structures. We said it can have 4 large drones. We said 2 16 SCU capacity fill stations. We know it has 128 SCU capacity. It is 83 meters by 52 meters by 16 meters, which is bigger than the Retaliator and smaller than the 600i. So if you're wondering where it is in size, bigger than the Retaliator, smaller than the 600i. 600i is a very big ship. It has 2 size 2 power plants, 1 size 3 shield generator, which means you can't take the shield generator out. We know that now as far as the September rework that happened. Once you get to size 3 shield generators or size 3 parts, you can no longer just remove those from the ship. They are without some help of some kind. Like, you can't personally take them out. It has 2 pilot controlled size 4 guns and then 16 pilot controlled size 3 missiles. It has 2 remote turrets. It has 2 size 4 guns on each turret, so they're not quad turrets. And then it comes with base building. So we are gonna get the construction vehicle, the CSV FM, and we're gonna get the build when base building comes online. So we're getting both of those, with tier 1 base building. They said they're not doing tier 0 anymore. I don't know if that's starting after this stuff that's coming up or starting now. I'm gonna assume it's starting now. All right, so there you have it, the build. You can't purchase it yet. I think you might be able to pre-order it. I haven't found it for pre-order, but drop a link if you see it. I haven't found it. I don't think they'll sell it until IAE, and that just would make sense. Now, the 2 you can build, the other variants, the TAC and the MAX. These are the Starlancer. So you have the Starlancer build, which is the base builder, the Starlancer TAC, which I'll talk about what I think that is here soon, and then the Starlancer Max. So I think all of these are just meant to be upgrades from their variants below. So the Starlancer build doesn't have a variant below. So we could just say that's the upgrade from the base Freelancer, so to speak. The Starlancer TAC seems like an upgrade from the Freelancer Miz. And then the Starlancer Max, obviously an upgrade from the Starlancer, or the Freelancer Max. The DUR, it doesn't look like they're doing above that. So maybe the DUR is just the DUR, like there's no other version of that. Maybe there will be, maybe there'll be a Starlancer DUR, or maybe a Starlancer base. I don't know, I didn't see that. It looks like it's just the TAC and the Max. Let's talk about the TAC first. This might be the Redeemer replacement, right? So the way that, if you're looking at Star Citizen from a negative angle, you might say, well, they nerfed the Redeemer and now they have the Starlancer TAC, which seems to have similar qualities to the Redeemer. I don't think so. That was my first thought, but then when you see what this has, it is so much, it would have been, even if the Redeemer was still exactly the way it was, I think this would be a better vehicle than the Redeemer. Let me tell you why. It's the actual size of the way the Redeemer responds, right? So the Redeemer moves like a boat. It's so slow to turn, go to pitch and yaw. It is so slow, but it's not size equivalent to its speed movement. It should be faster than what it is because of how small it is. The TAC is bigger, but it might end up moving the same way as the Redeemer and make more sense to move that slow because of what it has. It has a Fury hanger. It has dual size 5 man turrets. So it has 2 size 5 man turrets. It has 2 of them. They're manned though. I would prefer them to be remote, but you know, me and remote turrets, we go way back. Man turrets, they're good, not great, but it is what it is. It has a Fury hanger, dedicated. So this is built to fit a Fury. You can fit other things obviously that are the same size or similar size as the Fury, but it's built-in Fury hanger. The Redeemer doesn't have that. It's not even close to having a hanger. It has 4 drop seats, at least 4 drop seats. They didn't specifically say, but if you look in the image, it looks like there's at least 4 of them. It has a habitation area, which the Redeemer had a habitation area, we'll give it that. It has the same weapons as the build, but it has size 5 man turrets. So that's the addition. So it looks like all these will kind of have the same weapons, except this one, they'll either add weapons or take away weapons or whatever it is. Maybe this area is in the build, the size 5 man turret area is where the construction area is. So like maybe instead of those man turrets, you get the construction things to control the drones, the construction drones. Then it says it has the same parts as the build, but it has a second size 3 shield. So 2 size 3 shields. So that's gonna matter. Then it has 2 tier 3 medical beds. This is what the massive distinction is from the Redeemer. Redeemer doesn't even have space for 2 medical beds, let alone a medical bed at all. So that's huge. Then here's the second biggest thing. 96 SCU of cargo can fit in this thing. 96 SCU of cargo, 2 tier 3 medical beds. It is a much better ship already than the Redeemer. It just is. So far, from what I can see, I would rather have this than the Redeemer. We don't have this in game yet. They didn't say the release date, but I'm assuming that this is coming out during IAE because you can already purchase it. I think I bought an upgrade to it. I don't think I'm particularly interested in it, but I think I bought an upgrade to it just so I could do like a giveaway for it. I think it'll probably be my November ship. So if you're watching this, my November ship will probably be either the TAC or the Max. We'll see. I don't know which upgrade I bought. Maybe I bought one for the Max or maybe I bought one for the TAC, but whichever one it'll be, it'll probably be the more expensive of the 2. Or maybe I'll buy both and then let you choose. It may be like if you want the TAC, then that's what I'll give away. I'll let the person who wins maybe decide. We'll see. But it'll either be the TAC or the Max that I'm giving away for November. So there you have it. It's one of those 2. There's if you're watching this long video, then you already know which vehicle is going to be given away. There you have it. But let's talk about the Max. It has 2 support stations for remote turrets, so I'm assuming those are going to be where the tractor beams are going to be at. It has 4 crew, so 4 escape pods. It has a ladder and a lift. It has a habitation area, 4 separate rooms for crew. They actually showed a nice little video of this, and I think that's kind of going to be the way it is for everything, that you have 4 separate rooms for crew rather than having a bunk area, because it's built for 4 crew. I think that's how it's kind of going to be. But the TAC might need extra people. I'm not sure. I think 4 crew is good for this size of a ship, so I hope they don't go too crazy above that or below it. 4 bedrooms, I could see them kind of standardizing that too. And you know how I feel about 4 beds. You know how I feel about it. I think that's the perfect crew size. I think most people will be able to find either 2 friends or 3 people to play with consistently. Once you start getting to 5 crew and more, that's when things get a little logistically crazy. It has 2 extra lifts for 2 decks, which means, and it's kind of like a crew lift where like there's 2 extra ways to get to each deck. So you don't have just that one elevator. You don't have that one area. So I can imagine somebody assaulting your ship and then they don't know the interior of this ship. You going down a deck and then following them up the elevator, getting behind them and boom, blowing them up with a grenade or something. Like, so I love thinking about this type of stuff. Then there is the 224 SU of cargo. So it can fit an Ursa below. So it can fit an Ursa in it, and it carries 224 SU of cargo. And I think the cargo is split. So it's like it's got this upper area and lower area. So it can fit 224 SU of cargo and a vehicle, but I think it's split. One of the things I'll say here It has a full armory and with suits and weapons, and it has the same stats as the BLD, except it has 6 extra thrusters. One of the things I'll say is I was a little bit underwhelmed by the 224 SEU of cargo, because a Raylan is smaller than this, and it can carry 320 SEU, but it's not internal storage. So I don't know. I was a little, I mean, I have to still do a review on it, but 224 seems a little bit less than I would expect it. I would have expected around 300 SEU, but maybe there's gonna be another level to this or something. I don't know. It just seemed like a little bit less than I would have expected. I think 300 would have made more sense to me. It has an armory. Maybe it's a little faster, and maybe it's trying to fill a gap that I'm not thinking of right now. It has 4 crew, and maybe if it had more SEU, it would require more crew. So I don't know, but we'll see, you know, and I'll do my review on it, and you'll be able to be like, all right, I get where this fits, or maybe it'll be a terrible review and it'll be like, not really a fan of it. So we'll see. But right now, I'm thinking the best of the 3 is the build, the second best is the tack, and the third best is the max. If I had to give them a early score, if you're like, I need a score right now because I don't know when these will stop going on sale, which my next video should be reviews on these, so it should be coming out soon. But I'll give you a quick score just in case, because I don't want them to run out before you can buy them. My quick score, meaning this is not my final score, you still need to go and watch the review. My quick score on the build is going to be an 8. My quick score on the tack is going to be an 8. And my quick score on the max is going to be like a 7. So I think all 3 are worthy of purchase, depending on what you need so far. So at the very least, what I would suggest is getting a upgrade to these, so buy the CCU. I think the best of the 3 so far is the build. I think because that serves a specific purpose. And one of the reasons I think that is really important is because the build itself, it's the dedicated version of what the Galaxy will be able to do. Remember, the Galaxy is a modular ship, so it can do those 4 or 5 different roles, but it won't be the best at doing those roles necessarily. There will be a ship that's dedicated to each one of those roles that will do it better. And so I think this is the one that's dedicated to construction. I think if I owned a Galaxy, I would prefer to have the build right now, just because it's the dedicated version of it and what it can do. Now, one of the things that holds the ship back, I think, is going to be the slot. I don't like the mail slot. Ben Curtis and John Crew both said that they love the mail slot, so I don't think it's going anywhere. But I think it's the reason why MISC will never really reach my favorite manufacturer, no matter what ships they build, because I'm never going to be okay with the mail slot. I just don't like it. Now, I'm not saying you're gonna ever stop doing it, but I know a lot of people that are in that same boat where our visibility out of our ships is huge to us, and I just can't get down with MISC that much because of that. I still love the Endeavor though, so, you know, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, the tack is, right now, if I'm in the market for a Redeemer, I would be heavily looking at the tack. And the max is a little bit of a weird one. Do you specifically need that type of cargo, the 224 area? Now, I can see that filling a gap, because I can't think right now of a lot of ships that have $200 or 200 SCU cargo limits that are cheap, right? So I know the A2 has 216 SCU of cargo, but it's the A2, it's $750. Even if you get it cheap, you know, and you can buy it for really, really cheap, you know, and you have all these great CCUs to it, you're still probably looking at between 300 and 400. I've met people who got it for cheaper, but I'm just saying you're probably paying a little bit more for that, because the max, of course, if you do the CCUing right, you can get that for even cheaper than that. So yeah, so it might fit something that, it might fit a space that I'm not seeing. One other thing I'll say about the tack though, even if you don't necessarily need this ship as a fighting ship, the fact that it has two medical beds in it, along with the hangar, I would love to assault bases with this. And it looks like with where the size 5s will be, they'll be kind of on the lower end. It looks like it'll be better for assaulting bases and stuff. So I don't know, but maybe search and rescue and stuff like that. I can imagine bringing one of these with me just for those 2 tier 3 medical beds. I think it will end up being a really good ship for pirating too, because I think you'll be able to take a few things, pop it in the back. You'll be able to put an Atlas inside of there to actually take cargo and put it in. And because it's 96 SU of cargo, it's not like it's going to take you forever to do it. So I see some things for it. And then my baby, the Consolidated Outland Pioneer, they reconcepted it. It has been updated for building mechanics because now they know what those building mechanics are, and it has been updated to current metrics, which means it grew. So it is a self-sustaining mobile base builder. We'll talk about what that means. It means it has onboard medical, which it did not have originally. It will allow crafting, which means we're talking item fabrication and building construction. It will be able to refine things, which it did not have before. At least, I don't think they mentioned that before. And then it will be able to do extraction, which is huge. It can use its legs to pull resources out of the ground, like its legs are extractors. So as soon as you land this thing, you're already base building because you're landing it somewhere that's resource rich and you can pull things out of the ground into it. Obviously, you might not have the legs land on every potential resource, but you can just see how amazing that is to be able to pull things out, immediately have them refined, and immediately have them available for crafting and stuff like that. That is already cool. And then you can have a ship in your hangar that can do the rest of the refining and stuff. We don't have an extraction ship, so to speak. We don't have a ship that can pull things out of the ground, but I can imagine there being a vehicle in the future that can do that. I can imagine there being a ship in the future that can do that. But either way, the first thing you do, you bring enough stuff to build extractors the way in the places that you need them, and then you could just live off the base because the base now has everything you need to stay on the base, which I thought was a little weird that the Pioneer didn't have Pioneer-like things where basically all I should need is the ship. Now, you might need some defensive forces and stuff to make it to where you want to go because people are obviously going to be trying to steal this ship because it has 4 extra large drones. So that means you can craft the largest structures. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It's controlled by one console. That means one person controlling all 4 large drones, and it has an exit via the roof. It's 247 by 133 by 53. It was 200 by 135 by 30. So it's not twice as large. It's about 20% bigger though, and that is much bigger. And of course, as I mentioned before, it no longer has the articulating arm. I don't particularly care about that. I thought it was a cool thing. I'm kind of sad to see it go, but I don't particularly care about it. It's not going to change whether I like the ship or not. And they changed the way it looks a little bit, where it kind of has this like kind of command tower structure looking thing at the back now. It kind of had that before, but now it's like very obvious that it's like a command tower where you can see everything. And I think they're changing the way the internals look, where I think it was going to like build things outside and just place it like this. Whereas now I think it's going to use the AR mode, and the ship it'll just be, the drones will put it where it needs to go. And I think the internal structure is now going to be, you can build up to a certain size ship. Maybe it's medium. I can't remember. I can't remember what size it said you can build. But I would guess if you can build a Zeus in there, I would guess Zeus is a medium ship. So maybe up to medium-sized ships. But I think you could build large ships because of what we'll talk about later. So I'm going to assume large ships, actually. I will assume large ships. But let's keep going. The interior. So the bridge is at the rear. That'll have the hollow globe, a remote turret console, 3 seats for controlling the ship, engineering at the rear of the bridge with 3 consoles, and then it'll have manned turret access to those above the bridge, and then it'll have the escape pods. So that's where your bridge is at, that top level. The bridge did seem a little bit small, but looking at the crew requirements, maybe it's because everybody else is supposed to be other places and they're not all supposed to be sitting in the bridge. So we'll see, but it does have manned turrets as well. So it has the remote turrets and it has manned turrets. I'm still waiting to see what the final page will be. I didn't look at the page. So if I find those stats before the video, I'll put them up here. If you don't see anything, that means I didn't find them or it's not available. So the cargo area is now 1,000 SU, which I think it grew from 200 and something, or maybe it was 400 and something. Maybe it was 400, but whatever it is, it massively grew. The cargo area has its own dedicated cargo lift, so you're not sharing a cargo lift with the vehicle, which can now go down, which is very cool. I'll talk about that later. Fabrication control room for larger vehicles and ship. It said larger vehicles and ships, but so I'm assuming large. Then it has a small fabrication hangar where things can be built completely on board. So maybe it can only build medium ships, but it can build a extra large fabrication hangar where you can build large ships. That's what I'm assuming. That makes a little bit more sense. Maybe the biggest it can build on board is medium, but it has everything to where you could end up with a larger ship. It has a small fabrication hangar that can be built completely on board, a small landing pad, and that's the one that we always saw on the outside of it. That can now sink into the ship. You can load and unload from it and then push it back out, and then it can go where it needs to go. That also means low-key pocket carrier, right? So whatever you can land on that, you can bring into the ship, close it up, and then log out of the game, and that ship goes with it. So really kind of cool, actually. It has all capital components. It used to have a mixture of everything. Now everything is capital. Engineering is at the rear. It has a very large habitation area. They made it a point to say it was very large. Every crew gets their own room, and I think this thing has 8 crew, if I'm not mistaken. If not, I'll put it up there, what the actual amount of crew is. These all open. The little area where it is, it can open up and you can decide how much privacy you want. So it can be like a closed thing. I think it's like a bunk with like a little desk, a chair, and like a TV or a screen. It doesn't necessarily have to be a TV. And you can close the whole thing up and then you have your privacy, or you can open it up if you're just kind of sitting in there hanging out and you want to be able to talk to people. Very cool. Has a whole medical area, like a dedicated medical area. It has the crafting machines. Now it has 4 of them. They can all operate simultaneously, and that is next to the cargo bay. Those are crafting machines. Those are not the base building machines. Then it has a crafting area, which has blast shields. So when you open that, it reveals what was built after you complete it. Then it has a ramp to drive out vehicles and a top to open up for ships. So if that's what you crafted, then there's your vehicle, can just drive out on the ramp, and then if you crafted a ship, it can fly out the top. Then it has ground extractors on the feet, which I mentioned before. Those will be for liquid, solid, chemical, all of those things. It'll be able to take all of those things out. But I think they're starting at tier 1s now, so I think we'll get tier 1, and then whenever we get tier 2, that's when we'll get this ship, because that's kind of what they said. It won't ship with the initial version of base building. Then they talked about what it can do. It can complete an entire base building game loop. It can extract the resources, refine the resources. It can craft the tools, craft the components, build the vehicles, build the ships, and build the buildings. So that's what your Pioneer is for. It is officially a full loop in and of itself of a ship, which is what I think that sings to my heart. Part of the reason I switched from the Galaxy to the Arastra was because the Arastra fills the loop. I can mine the ore, I can refine the ore, I can sell the ore or use the ore, right? Or use the refined material that I got from it, right? Not just that, I can refine other materials now, because now we know that we'll be able to refine other materials with those refineries. So now it may be that maybe the Arastra's material are limited, like you can only refine ore with the Arastra's refineries, but I feel like that would be a weird limitation. And if that's the case, then maybe it will make more sense to get the Galaxy. Up to this point, I'm believing that you can refine anything in that thing, because it just wouldn't make sense to limit it that much to me, especially if we're talking about a $500+ ship. Then they talked about vehicles coming in the next year. The Crusader Intrepid, they said that's coming before the end of the year. They said the Crusader Advanced Starter, that's basically what it's going to be. It's going to be a Crusader Advanced Starter. So we know we're getting that before the end of the year. I'm guessing IAE. The Mirai Guardian is coming before the end of the year. That we know that's going to be a heavy fighter. Remember, these things are coming before the end of the year because we have some more to talk about when we get to the rest of the ships that are on this list. The Polaris, they said that's coming at IAE. So we know these are 3 ships so far they've mentioned that are coming before the end of the year. Then they said the Legionnaire got pushed to early 2025, and they did that so they could align it with hacking gameplay. So we know we're getting gameplay in the first 3 to 4 months of 2025. At least that's what they're saying. They kind of, that's one of them, you know, if you extract what they're saying, this is what you get. So hacking gameplay before May 2025. That's what I'm assuming that means. And then They kind of said there's another one coming at IAE, but they didn't release it. They didn't reveal what it's going to be, but I think it's going to be the medical terrapin, and I think it's going to have a tier 2 bed. I think it's going to be a $230, $240 ship, and it'll be just literally you walk into it, instead of that seat that it had for the scanning or the radar. It'll have a tier 2 bed, and then it'll have all the accoutrements of a medical ship. I don't think it'll have a bed it might have a recovery bed in it. So it'll still be like a 1 to 2 person ship. And here's why I think it could have either one. If it's only gonna have one bed, right? So think about the cost of ships, right? You can get a tier 1 medical bed plus other medical beds. You can get 2 tier 1 medical beds for $275, right? If I pay $275, I can get a 2 tier 1 medical beds inside of an Apollo. Actually, no, for $250. $250 I can get 2 tier 1 medical beds inside of an Apollo. Much larger ship, mind you, but I can get 2 tier 1 beds inside of an Apollo triage. The medevac is where you're paying $275. So $250. Now, the price of that might go up, but you can see my point, right? If I can get 2 tier 1s for $250, why would I pay $220, $230, which it might keep the same price. I hope it actually does keep the same price. Or maybe you could do $10 more for the medical variant, whatever, $230. But I think at $220, it's worth its price, and now it's officially not overpriced. I would say it's a tier 1 medical bed because I'm only paying $20 or $30 cheaper, and then I get that tier 1 medical bed. Plus, and here's why you would buy the Terrapin rather than the Apollo, a crap ton of armor. A crap ton of armor. Imagine having a super armored medical vehicle where it's like, you know you're going to be safe in this thing. You know you're going to be safe in it. So a tier 1 medical bed is what I think it will actually have, and I think it'll be a tier 1 medical bed that can cure anything, and it'll just be a tank, like a tanky healer. I think it'll be the vehicle of choice for the healer class. I think they'll most likely bring 2 Terrapins instead of bringing 1 Apollo. If all their Apollo was going to have was 2 tier 1 beds. But if they plan on serving more people, then they'll probably bring the Apollo, because then it'll probably have tier 2 beds and below. But I think they'll just have one person bring a Terrapin for the tier 1 bed stuff, and then you just go directly there, and then everything else will be tier 2, multiple tier 2s and below. That's kind of the way I would see it, the way I would do it. Anyway, medical Terrapin, I think that's coming at IAE. I'm hoping for a tier 1 bed. I think tier 1 bed makes the most sense. But let's keep going. The vehicles that they released outside of the pre-release announcements, right? So I just want to go and talk about, remember they did the whole yellow thing, yellow blurred background thing. They had the Sulian was in there, the Storm AA, the Cutter Rambler, the F7A, F7C Mark II, the F7A Mark I, the Santok Yai, the Firebird, the Peregrine, and the Atlas or ATLS, whichever way you say it. Now, the next ones, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna talk about what I think each one of these vehicles are, and I'll put the picture up to which one. I'm gonna talk about them in the way that they showed them, so you can just watch the whole video and you'll see what I think they'll be. These are the vehicles that they announced. They said they're not guaranteed to deliver before 2026. So they said these are the ones that are getting work in the next 12 months. I wanna be very clear about that. They did not say they will deliver all 12 of these in the next 12 months. They said 12 to 18 months. So that means, and they also said these are vehicles getting work in the next 12 to 18 months. They did not say deliver. So be very careful when you're watching CIG, what are the words that they're actually saying, right? Because they've switched it. So last year there was kind of a promise, like, not a promise, but like more of a like, these will all be out in the next 12 months. Now they're saying in the next 12 to 18 months, we will work on these, which is, I like them doing that better, because then you can't have expectations about what you'll get. So what I will say is I think we will get all of these before CitizenCon 2026. That's as good as I'm willing to believe. All right, so first one, put it up there. I think this one is the CVS or the CSV FM. I think they're obviously going to work on that. They kind of said so earlier. It looks like the CSV FM, and I think it'll be the construction variant. And we'll get that. It just makes sense because they're working on base building. We know that base building's coming. I think that's one we'll get with base building. Then this is the one that kind of looks like it has a plow on it. I'm thinking that it'll be an Atlas level vehicle. I think it'll be an Atlas level vehicle. So I'm thinking, I think it has a gun on it. I think this will be like I don't want to say bulldozer, because I think whatever that thing is on the back of it. But I think it'll be maybe like a ramming vehicle or something, something different, like a unique vehicle that we haven't seen before. I would love for it to be a ramming vehicle where you can kind of like, not necessarily ram like you ram to hit, but you ram to scoop up and flip other vehicles on their bottom, right? So like if this thing gets close enough to, let's say everything smaller than a tank, it can just lift the vehicle up and flip it on its back. So now instead of having to destroy it, you just flip it over. And that could be a whole new level of gameplay. So I would love to see it be a vehicle like that, where it just has this kind of plow thing that lifts a vehicle up, scoops it, and turns it around. Kind of like those, I don't know if you ever seen those Robot Wars video where people are building, in real life, they build robots and then they have them fight each other. I think it was called Robot Wars. But anyway, in that, the things are going against each other, and there's, if you ever pay attention to those videos, they have some that just scoop the opponent up and either toss it or put it on its back so that they lose the fight. So it's pretty cool. I hope that's what that one is. Let's go to the next one. This one is 3. I think this will be another construction vehicle. And I think that it'll be the one. So if the CSV can do 2 medium drones, I think this will either have 2 large drones or it will have 4 medium drones. And I'm thinking 2 large drones. But if we're going with the way that they're doing things, it makes more sense for it to have 4 medium drones, because I don't think they want a vehicle that can do that much construction. So I'm gonna say it's gonna have 4 medium drones. That's the most likely. But I do think it's that one construction vehicle that they mentioned. So I'll put a picture up here of the construction vehicle that Todd Pappy mentioned, because I think that's what it is. That's what I'm hoping it is anyway. Or actually, this is the Atlas platform one. So that other one that I mentioned, I think that might be more Ursa sized than Atlas. I think this is the one that's kind of the Atlas platform level. And I think it'll have some weird thing where it can do its job, but maybe it's super long, so you can only bring it in certain ships. Like maybe you need like a C2 or something to bring it along. I don't know. But that's my first thought process, that maybe you'll need a very big vehicle to bring that. We talked about the Argo medium construction vehicle and how that will most likely have like 4 medium drones in it rather than having like 2 large, even though I think 2 large would make a little bit more sense. But maybe they'll have like a smaller ship or something that'll have the large ones in it, or maybe just 1 large in it, just to have like a full, a more filled out range for construction vehicles. But that might not come till way later. Right now we have something that can do small, we have something that can do medium, we have something that can do large, and we have something that can do extra large. That's all bases covered, and we'll talk about whatever might be coming later. Again, I'll be putting the ships that I'm talking about up here. I'm going in the order that they talked about them in the video though. So then we have this one, which I think is the F7CS Ghost. So that's just based on the top of the silhouette. Then we have this one, which is the F7CR Tracker. I think that's going to be the Mark II version of that, and that's also based on the top. It could be some new version. I don't know. But I just think Ghost and Tracker coming first, because I think those were the 2 most popular variants outside of the Super Hornet. I think those 2 variants coming first would make sense. This next one I think is the Medical Terrapin. just because when they showed the video, if you watch that video at the end where they had already pretty much talked about everything, they did a video where they showed like the interior and exterior of a few ships, and it was very obvious that it was a medical terrapin in there. They showed it being the terrapin, and then they immediately went to a medical interior. So it's obvious that's the medical terrapin, and they also didn't announce when they were working on that one. I do think outside of base building, before they release 1.0, they have to nail down Death of a Spaceman. So I do think, and here's a take for people who watched all of these videos, you're probably not going to get this take anywhere else as far as what, I think. I think medical gameplay is the next major loop after base building. And I think the reason they did base building first is because medical gameplay is going to also require some of the same things that go with base building, because you're going to need certain crafted materials. You're going to need certain medicines. I think it's going to be very deep. The medical gameplay is going to be very deep, because I think they're going to start allowing you to put, alternative parts on, which is like mech parts. Like you can get, a cybernetic arm and stuff like that. I think that's what's coming next. So I think look out for CitizenCon 2025. I'm guessing it's going to be heavy on the Death of a Spaceman, very heavy on the Death of a Spaceman, because they have to get that figured out before 2026. And I think that's what we're going to see. It's going to be medical gameplay, and well, I'll give my other take of what else I think will be a little bit later, but that's what I think is coming, because medical terrapin, right? But wait till you hear my next ones. Ship 7, that I think is going to be a medium combat ship. It is not the Mirai Guardian. The Mirai Guardian is already scheduled to be done before the end of this month, or before the end of this year. So why would they put it behind a smoke screen if they already said we're going to do that before the end of the year? These are supposed to be ships that we know for a fact, or that we don't know yet. We either don't know they exist, or they haven't been announced yet, or they have been announced but we don't know that they're working on it. So it wouldn't fit if this was the Mirai Guardian. Let me tell you what I think it is. I thought it was the Mirai Guardian because kind of, if you look, it looks like it has 4 of those little things. But what I actually think it is, I think it's going to be one of those boarding ships from the Vandal. I actually think this will be a Vandal boarding ship, or it'll be one of those Vandal ships that we saw in the Squadron 42 trailer. I think this will be an alien ship, because none of these other ships look like they're like uniquely alien ships, except one, which I'll talk about. But I think that's going to be an alien ship. And it would make sense for them to just throw at least one alien ship in there. It just makes sense. Like, think about it. Why wouldn't they have at least one alien ship that they work on? Yeah, but there it is. There it is. All right. So that's what I think this ship is. Let's go to the next one. I think this is going to be a 2-person mining ship, somewhere between the Prospector and the Mole. It also could be a 2-person salvage ship, but whatever it is, that looks like a mining head to me. It doesn't look like a salvage head, but it could be like one of the salvage straw things. But it's either, I think, I'm going to go with mining ship between the Prospector and the Mole, like a 2-person mining ship, because I think the Mole technically requires 3 people and the Prospector is 1. So I think a 2-person mining ship, maybe with 2 mining heads where you both can operate it from the seat. I think that would be a really cool, interesting way. And maybe it's a refinery ship as well. Maybe it's like the only one that can do, like, maybe it can't carry as much as the Mole, but it has the refinery in it, so to make up for the fact that it can't carry as much. That would be interesting to me. I would certainly like that more than the Mole, because I think the Mole needs 2 things. It needs, for at least, I think the pilot should be able to operate at least 1 mining laser, and I think it should have a size higher from the lasers that I have. But you can go check out my Mole review, and I kind of talk about all of that. They specifically show 2 people next to it. That's why I think it's going to be a 2-person mining ship. It has a mining head. I think that's a mining head. I don't think it's a salvage head. And that could be the Misfortune. And I would say it would fit that name if it can ore and refine. If it can ore, if it can mine and refine, I think it would fit that name of misfortune, because I think you would make a lot of money being able to immediately mine and refine stuff. However, they do have to make it a little bit worse than the mole, so my guess is it won't be able to carry much. So I don't remember how many SCU the prospector can carry, but I think it'll be more than that, and I think it'll be substantially less than the mole, but I do think it'll be ore mining and refining. That's what I think it is. I don't know if anybody else is guessing that, but I think that's what it'll be. Size 9. Or size 9, ship 9. This should be the 9th ship, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is the Zeus MR. I don't think a lot of people are saying that. Maybe it's very obvious that it's not the Zeus MR, but it just makes sense that it would be the Zeus MR. The way the Zeus sold this year, the way that they were super heavy on the Zeus marketing, even the bomber jacket being a Zeus, I think that's the Zeus MR. I thought it was the Crusader Intrepid, but again, same logic as the last time. Why would they put the Crusader Intrepid behind one of these things, especially if they said it's coming before the end of the year? I think this is where they're revealing new ships that they haven't talked about, and also announcing that they're going to be making these ships, even if they were previously talked about, and kind of saying, hey, these are in gray box now, or whatever, or these are in active development, not gray box. Yeah. All right. So there's a few more. I think this next one, this looks like a TIE Star Cruiser. So if you ever seen a TIE Star Cruiser, it's not a direct one-to-one, because that thing kind of looks like a bus, but that's the closest ship I could find, right? And what I think this is going to be is, I actually think it's going to be either it's going to be a unique manufacturer, because I can't quite call the manufacturer, but I think it'll be a unique manufacturer, as in like not a manufacturer that gets a lot of vehicles out. So maybe Consolidated Outland or something like that. And they'll be, or maybe Kruger. I could see Kruger doing something crazy. But like, I think it'll be a very unique manufacturer that makes it. And I think it'll be like an Ares competitor, except it'll be smaller. So I think it'll be like a ship with a really giant gun on the front, and it'll be a size 5 instead of a size 7. And I think it'll also be faster than the Ares and more maneuverable than the Ares. So it's gonna be like this unique, like, got a gun on it ship, where it's like, it can fly super fast, but it's just got the one gun, and if it lines you up right, you're done. Like the Ares, but for smaller ships. Like the Ares, I think, is kind of meant to go subcap. I don't think the Ares, I know people have said in my comments that the Ares is supposed to take capitals. It is not. It is too slow. I mean, it might even say that, but it's too slow for it. It'll get destroyed. It doesn't move like a fighter. If it moved like a fighter a little bit more, I might believe that. But I just don't get that. I get it as being a subcapital hunter. So maybe, a ship with a lot of large components and stuff like that, but I don't see it as a capital hunter. I think most capital ships will be able to deal with an Ares fairly easily. However, I think if this thing is what I think it is, and it has like a big gun on the front, I could see this being a massive hit, because it's uniquely shaped. It looks like it has two weapons on the wings, and it looks like it has an interior to it, so it's not like the Ares in that way. But at the same time, if it's shaped this way, it looks a little bit more blocky, so maybe it doesn't have like the speed of the air. Maybe it's not the fastest ship, or maybe it's not the most maneuverable ship, but I think it's going to pick a lane with one of those, and it'll either be super maneuverable or super fast in a straight line, and it'll have like a big size 5 gun on it. Now, that doesn't mean that that's all it'll have. It could have some other alternate thing that it does, right? Maybe it's a mech related ship, because I had this really cool idea. What if this was a ship where you got a combat mech, right? And you could walk the combat mech onto the ship. You could walk the combat mech onto the ship, and it becomes part of the ship, and then you could fly the ship off. But the ship does not work without the combat mech inside of it. Because this looks like it's the perfect size for something like that. And then when you land the ship, you have a combat mech already ready to go. Like, that is like a really cool idea I had. I didn't get that from anybody. So if that's what it ends up being, I know I talked to a lot of developers. I didn't get that from anybody. That's just an idea that I thought of. I can imagine this being a mech holder ship where you walk your mech onto it, it becomes part of the ship, and it has a really big gun on it, but that's all it has, and then you fly it from inside the mech suit, and then you could walk off inside the mech suit and then just go about your business with like a big just flat ramp that comes down like this. I could see that happening. Or maybe like it has a little bit of an interior to where you can get out of the mech suit and leave the mech suit inside of it and then kind of walk up and go to everything. And then maybe the mech suit has like 2 size 1 weapons or something on it. I don't know. I thought it was a cool idea. You let me know what you think. I think that's a unique idea. All right, then this one, I think this one, or wait, it would be this one. This one, I said it wrong. It's over here. It should be over here. I think this is the RSI Apollo. I think, like I said, I think the medical gameplay, Death of a Spaceman, will be heavy talk at the next, especially considering how little they talked about it this year. I think they finally figured it out, and I think that's what they're going to be working on this year. Especially considering, think about what's been happening. They put 2 small med beds inside of the Starlancer TAC, which 2 small med beds in a ship, they just don't do that often. So I think the Polaris is getting 2 small med beds. I don't know if it'll be tier 3 or tier 2. It would make sense to me if one was a tier 2 and one was a tier 3. That would make sense to me for a capital ship, but who knows? But yeah, I think the RSI Apollo, we're going to get at least 1 variant of that this year, maybe both. And that's because Death of a Spaceman is coming. And then the Starlancer build is this next one. So this one should be the Starlancer build because they definitely showed us the interior. They showed us very in depth the interior of the Max and I think the TAC. But the build, they only showed a little bit of it. They didn't go quite in as much depth, and they didn't make it available for sale. I do think it'll be available for sale for IAE, but we'll see. The Perseus, this next one, that's the Perseus. I know a lot of you have been waiting for that one, so that's exciting. I'm waiting for it too. I have a Perseus. I have, since CitizenCon happened, I do think I've kind of changed my thought process on what the Perseus and the Polaris upgun will be. So I do think it will just be a size 7 gun. I think it'll be a size 7 dual turret. I know that there's leaks that say otherwise, but the fact that they didn't confirm it at CitizenCon, I just, maybe not. Maybe somebody else has found a place where they confirmed that size 6 thing, but I think it'll be just a dual size 7 turret because it did say it's supposed to have better ability to fight ships its size or capital ships, but it didn't say it would necessarily be able to take them on and like destroy them. But I think just to keep up with them, it can still have the same size turret as the Perseus. Now, what I hope for is for at least a triple turret, a triple size 7 turret. I don't think that would be absolutely insane. I think that is still within the realm of possibility. I would love for it to have a unique triple turret where it's the only triple turret in the game. I think that would, you know, a shout out to the Polaris owners. I think that would be pretty cool. All right, but yeah, anyway, the Perseus is coming. Gavin Rothery, ladies and gentlemen, that's the one right there. That's the one where be prepared for that one to really sell. That one, especially when it releases, I think that's going to be one of the highest selling ships of Star Citizen history. I think it's going to rival the Carrack and all those other things. So get prepared. All right, next ship. That one's the Ironclad, folks. I think that is the Ironclad, and I think we're getting it this year. And if we're getting the Ironclad this year, well, not this year, in the next 12 to 18 months, what I think they're going to be working on the Kraken after that. I think CitizenCon 2026, they will release the Kraken. Either CitizenCon, between CitizenCon and IAE, I think they will release the Kraken. So you heard it here first, folks. Kraken 2026. from the same guy who brought you the great takes of the Banu Merchantman will be released at Well, the Banu Merchantman will get a surprise update in Alien Week. And I think I said the craziest thing is the Banu Merchantman is complete, and they just walk out and said that. Now that I've actually gained some more experience into the way CIG develops ships and talked to some developers, I now know that those things were absolutely crazy to say. But I knew they were crazy when I said them, so it's not like I didn't know that already. I just kind of, I like to stir the pot just a little bit. So now what I will say is I don't think the Banu Merchantman's coming anytime soon. I don't think they're even thinking about shop gameplay right now. Not in a heavy way, anyway. If it did come, I would say maybe 2027 is the earliest we would see it. But yeah, I think the Ironclad, if they bring the Ironclad this year, I think that's going to give them enough to start talking about what the Caterpillar will have as far as modules. I think we'll start to see them talk about the Caterpillar modules right before the release of the Ironclad, because then they're going to say we're using this work to finish up the Ironclad. I also think that what we will see is the Ironclad be like set the overall design language for Drake, because I think its design language is kind of like this built from, scrap heap type of ship, but I don't think that's initially what it's supposed to be. I do think it's supposed to be easy to repair, but I don't think it's necessarily bottom of the trash heap easy to repair. So and then John Crew made this really interesting statement. He said something, he was talking about the last time he was talking about what Drake, he was talking about a Drake ship, and he was like, I think it was during the Ironclad video, he was saying something like what it'll have whatever design aesthetic that people think Drake is supposed to have. And I'm like, I think he's kind of hinting that they haven't really determined what Drake's aesthetic is going to be. So I think the Ironclad is going to be that's when they're going to finally nail it down. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see an ISC where it says the Drake aesthetic is this, boom, boom, boom. Now, I know they've made videos like that before, but I think they've kind of nailed it down to what the final Drake aesthetic will be. And that's why I think the Ironclad's going to be a huge one. And then this last one, the last ship, that's the Pioneer. It seems pretty obvious. And they said 12 to 18 months, so I would expect this one to be the very last ship they work on. I think the Perseus, Ironclad, and Pioneer are going to be kind of at the end of that. The RSI Apollo, I think, will be maybe around CitizenCon or at CitizenCon next year. I think the Perseus will be around CitizenCon, at CitizenCon next year. I think the Perseus would be Invictus next year, but we'll see. If we have an ISC about it, I think it'll be Invictus next year. But it's a bigger ship, so it could be as late as IAE. I'm trying to think what else would they put there. They could do the Zeus MR and that medium combat ship that I mentioned earlier, that medium like Vandal combat ship. But that, not for Invictus, that wouldn't really make sense, I guess. So I could see them doing like the medical Terrapin and the F7Cs, but I think the F7Cs actually might be at IAE. Those might be surprises for IAE. So IAE this year. So yeah, I don't know. It's a little hard to predict right now, but I'm gonna say Perseus. Yeah, I'll just say Perseus just to be safe, just looking at their schedule. I'd say Perseus at IAE next year. And Ironclad probably at CitizenCon. Yeah, I'll say Ironclad at CitizenCon next year. Yeah. And I think the Apollo will come at CitizenCon because I think medical gameplay is going to be the next big gameplay button that they're going to press. Because I think 2025 will be the year of Death of a Spaceman. I think they have to get that figured out before they can do 1.0. And because of their lack of talking about it this year, they didn't go into it at all. Like, they barely even mentioned medical stuff at this CitizenCon. I'm thinking next year it's gonna have a very big chunk of CitizenCon. Yeah, stars are my destination is the next section. So We've talked about pretty much everything to do with ships, I think. Those are my predictions. So this is where I'll cut the video for the people who are watching like the long edition. This will just be like, you know, a pause. All right. In the last one, I think I said all the times for these. So what I will do is, I think I forgot to put the times in this one. So what I'll do is I'll put the time somewhere up here about where to look in the whole day 2 video and where to find these parts. Chris Roberts, Rich Tyrer, Dave Haddock. I've already said those. Obviously, you know who Chris Roberts is. Rich Tyrer is game director. Dave Haddock is the narrative director, and Ian Leyland was also part of this. And I've already talked about what his title is. This is probably one of the biggest ones. It's probably the one that most people were excited about, even though I think people were most excited about the Squadron 42 announcement, it finally getting a release date, which I think that date is playing it safe. I think I said that in the day 1 video. But one of the unique things that I loved about this is they explained what Star Citizen is. And for so long, it's so hard to explain it to people. Like, it's like if you go up to somebody and say, well, and they ask you what Star Citizen is, it's like, how do you explain that to people? And it's like, it's PvP. Now you could say it's PvP, it's PvE, and it's single player gameplay, all mixed into one as an MMO sandbox experience where you can also do instance level gameplay. Like, you could say that and you'd be right. Now, that's a more technical explanation. The way I like to explain it to people is it's Grand Theft Auto with a more serious tone, but in space. And then people just kind of get it. It's got nothing to do with, it's not Grand Theft Auto. You barely even drive vehicles and stuff, but it's Grand Theft Spaceship. Like, people running around stealing your spaceships. I don't know. That's the way I explain it to people, because people automatically know what Grand Theft Auto is. They can immediately be like, oh, okay. And then you say it's more serious than Grand Theft Auto, so it's not as silly as Grand Theft Auto. Okay, and then you say it's an MMO, right? So, did I say that initially? I say it's Grand Theft Auto, but in space, as an MMO. That's my last part. I didn't say that. That's the way I explain it to people. If you know what an MMO is, like World of Warcraft, and you know what Grand Theft Auto is, then you can say, you know, maybe you say Grand Theft Auto Online. Maybe I'm thinking of a better way to say it. It's GTA Online, except in space with a more serious tone. There you have it, with MMO stuff in it. You know, I can add that at the end, but that's kind of what I'll be saying anyway, even though they explained it much better during this. Anyway, let's get back to it. Chris Roberts specifically said that fishing is not going to be in 1.0, which I'm not particularly bummed about. Like, I do want to fish in the game eventually, but I'm okay with that not being in 1.0. Like, there's going to be plenty of animals and stuff to go and find and hunt and all that stuff. We talked about animal hunting before. So they basically said, what is 1.0? They were trying to answer this question, but before they kept saying, well, people want to know, what is 1.0, right? And then they went to something else. So then they talk about 4.0. They said 4.0 is server meshing and pyro, basically. And they said 4.0 is still alpha. So that means they're still adding tech, still adding features, still adding content. That's huge, because that means this is the last time they'll be adding tech, adding features, and adding content. Now, last time being like, this is the last patch where you can say that's the purpose of the alpha, is tech, features, and content. Everything from 1.0 on is full release of the game, and that's what they're sticking to. So it might be a while before we see 1.0, but we know if they're still in the 4 dot, it should go 4.0, and then it should go 4 dot all the way until 1.0. So we know once the 4 dots stop, we are going to full release. Now, be careful with the word full release. Full release does not mean that the game is coming out. It means minimum viable product. And minimum viable product, or MVP for short, is just, we are not resetting the game anymore. We're not adding major features, major technology, and major content to the game. And you can no longer restore to any previous version of the game. So you will be playing the game, but it will be it could be at a bare bones experience and not necessarily have everything that 1.0 has in it. So think beta. It can still be beta. It could still be, even though minimum viable product is a different definition than beta. I'm just saying, if you can think of what a beta is, think of that. I don't think it'll be minimal viable product. I'm just saying it could be. And I don't think it'll be, I do think it'll have a beta phase, but I think the beta phase will be short-lived and it'll be just to get out the bugs. And then I think it'll go to early access. And I think early access will probably be the longest phase of the game, just to, again, get out the bugs and the kinks. But there won't be any resets or anything like that until the game starts. I think once the game goes live and it's out of early access, that's when the no more resets will happen. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting we go to like 4.5 or 4.6 or 4.7, whatever goes to. Then we'll get, PTU versions of 1.0, and it'll stay in PTU version and it won't go to live. It'll just, when it's ready to go to live, they will pull the whole system back. The PTU system will end to some extent. And maybe it'll just be, wave 1 from now on. It'll be Evocadian wave 1 and that's it. And maybe like everybody else doesn't really get access to that anymore. Or maybe it'll just be Evocati. And then it'll just be, boom, here's the early access for 1.0, or here's the beta for 1.0. And then you won't be getting any resets. It'll just be, we're fixing bugs. And then boom, here's early access for 1.0. If you were playing the beta, you keep all your progress. And then boom, here's the actual release for 1.0, and this is the last reset. And I think that's kind of what we're gonna get. That's just my thought process for the whole thing, because that's why we watch this stuff. That's why we talk about this stuff. That's what we should do. We should like see what is our flavor of it. So when they talked about full release of the game, they said 4 things: improved performance, polished experience, finished gameplay loops, and no more resets. They talked about finished gameplay loops later. Improved performance is going to be a huge one, because right now a lot of people would say that the game is unplayable even at the 3.24.2 release. And then no more resets. I think people are just tired of restarting, buying all their stuff, restarting, buying all their stuff. So they talked first about what the 0 means. So they said, I think the 1 is the improved performance, polished experience, finished gameplay loops, no more resets. Then the 0 is the continued development, no more tier 0, and then higher quality benchmarks and it marks a moment in time. So continued development, it just means that just because they did 1.0 doesn't mean they're gonna stop working on the game. It means no more tier 0. They're not gonna give you some base implementation of a gameplay loop. It's gonna be the full, at the very least, it might be tier 1, as in they can do better, but it'll be the full implementation of the gameplay loop, and it'll be a higher quality benchmark because they're trying to, start you off with that gameplay, the full level of gameplay. Because like you could have an issue like what we had with refueling gameplay, right? We got a tier 0, kind of tier 1 experience. I don't know if that was tier 0. I would say it's tier 0, and then it kind of just disappeared, and then it like came back a little bit, and then so it was like, well, where is it? And then they kind of made it irrelevant. So I don't know, and then it seems like they're bringing it back because they're changing fuel prices and how much fuel it takes. So who knows? I would like for them to, if they're going to release gameplay, to leave the gameplay in the game. So I'd rather them just go straight to tier 1 if they're going to be taking tier 0s out of the game. All right, so then they talked about the Star Citizen 100 systems. I know a lot of people are going to be frustrated, and I know the people who hate Star Citizen are going to have a field day with this, because they're not going to watch the full presentation. They're not going to understand the idea of points of interest. They're not going to understand why 5 systems is better than 100 systems, but that's okay. Haters going to hate anyway, right? When they originally said 100 systems, those planets were going to be unexplorable planets. They were going to be isolated. They were going to have small landing zones. They would be automated landing, automated landing, so like what you see in the game like Starfield, and it would be like 4 POIs, right? Like 4 POIs in one system. So yeah, you can, go to all these 100 systems, but they're going to be sparse and not have very much in them. They were like, oh, we only have 90 points of interest for all 100 star systems. So that means there were going to be star systems where you'd go there and there's no place to land or no points of interest in that entire system. It's just going to be cool looking. So maybe it's a bunch of gas giants or something where you can't actually land on it. They were looking at Starfield and they saw, and luckily for them, Starfield actually came out in a time frame where they could still change this. And they saw the way people looked at Starfield and were like, oh my goodness, it needs more of this, it needs more of that. We don't want an empty planet. We don't want, and they were like, okay, so everybody should be okay with what we're gonna do. Now, Rich Tyra didn't throw any shots, but the shots were heard. Shots were felt, even though shots weren't thrown to Starfield. So yeah, Starfield is, I still think I like Starfield. I like playing it. I never thought it was going to be the same game as Star Citizen. So I think most people that don't like it were expecting it to be Star Citizen or something similar. But it's its own thing. It's a Skyrim in space kind of wannabe, but it's just not quite as good as Skyrim was, because I don't think the story is as good as Skyrim's was. But I digress. Anyway, now, they said there was going to be 90 points of interest in the entire 100 star systems when they originally promised it in 2012. Now, Stanton by itself is going to have 1,626 points of interest. Or I think they even said that's how much it currently has, not how much it will have. That's how much it currently has. And it will be even more when Starkitect comes online. So if I would rather, so basically the Stanton system is like, if we're talking star systems and what they had planned to do, the Stanton system would be 1,600 star systems, or 1,600 star systems, because of the amount of POIs that they have, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's not the same thing. Like you could promise 100 star systems and they could deliver a bunch of star systems if they wanted to, just to meet that promise, right? But they would be empty planets. And yeah, you get your 100 star systems, but they're just empty planets. You can't go there, you can't visit them. Because what if they gave you 100 systems and then said, well, you don't have the reputation to get there? And then they slowly release them as people reach that reputation level. Like, there's so many ways they could have got around giving you 100 systems. So it's better for them to just be straight up and be like, look, you don't need 100 star systems. We're gonna have so many points of interest in these 5-star systems that you won't even have to worry about it. So up to this point, they hadn't really talked about what the last star system will be, but I think I might have talked about it in another video. But they basically announced what the next star system will be. So Stanton, obviously, Pyro's next, then we're gonna get Nyx, and then we're gonna get Castra, and then we get Terra, which is huge because Terra is the first major system. Like, Stanton is big, don't get me wrong, but Pyro, I think, Pyro has a lot of planets, but it's, you know, lawless. Nyx is kind of neutral, but it's near Vandal space. Castra only has 2 planets. And then I think actually Nyx only has 2 planets. Nyx only has 2 planets. I think Castra might have 3. Maybe both of them have 2. But Nyx also has Levski, which is in the asteroid. And then Terra is just massive. That's going to be a big deal when that comes in the game. That's where I actually want my home base to be, in Terra. I want most of the land that I own to be on Terra. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I can't wait for Terra. That's probably going to be my favorite system out of all the systems, even bigger than the solar system, our system where Earth is. I'm probably going to end up being a Terra loyalist because the things that happened on Earth, I think, made it a trash planet for me as far as history. So I'm going to say, let's go Terra and F Earth. You know, F as in forget. So if you're wondering where my allegiances stand, I am firmly on Terra land. And that's where we should move the UEE. Well, I don't know. I got to look at the lore a little bit more, but I'm definitely more pro Terra than I am pro Earth at this particular juncture. So there you have it. Anyway, then they talked about what type of game Star Citizen is, right? Basically, when they talked about what type of game Star Citizen is, they were basically saying it's a sandbox MMO with a soft framework for a main story with cyclical gameplay and in-game content that is both a PvE, PvP, and single player experience. Both. It's all three of those. So that's a very long way to say it, but it does describe what Star Citizen is if you're trying to say it in one sentence, but you really shouldn't explain Star Citizen in one sentence because it deserves more than that. So let's talk about what this soft framework is with the main story. They introduced professions, right? And this is a very heavy part of this video, right? So they introduced professions, they introduced guilds, and they said the guilds are what give reputation, purchases, guild affiliated rewards. So that's ships, that's blueprints, that's items. Then each guild rewards are different. So you're gonna get different guild rewards based on which guild you join. And then they went through all the guilds. So let's go through all of the guilds. Yes, I collected all of this information. I wrote it all down. I think this is really, this is something that maybe they kind of glossed over a little bit because they didn't really have enough time to go through all of it. I would love for them to do 2 full days of CitizenCon rather than the kind of rushed second day. But hey, they got to get back to work, I guess. Let's start with the United Resource Workers. So the United Resource Workers is the industrial guild. This is where you have the miner, the salvager, repair tech, the breakdown engineer, fuel gatherer, builder, refiner, and crafter. All right, so let's talk about what each one of those are. The miner, this includes FPS mining, ship mining, and ground extraction. Ground extraction. Now, the ground extraction so far from what we know is only available with a building that you build, and then you can extract things from the ground. I would look forward to there being a ground extraction ship in the future. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Odyssey ends up being able to do ground extraction to some extent. I would love to see it. I don't know if it'll happen, but I would love to see it. Salvaging. Salvaging, structural salvage, hull scraping, and component salvage. So structural salvage is breaking off the big chunks of the ship. Hull scraping is just getting the armor off of it and the plating off of it. Component salvage, I think, is very interesting. Component salvage, I think, is going to be you have to go into the ship and take the components out. And they all three are considered different types of components. You obviously can do all three in one go, but yeah. Anyway, the miner, that's all Shubin Interstellar. That's who you're going to be going to. So that is the profession is miner, right? And then the guild is the industrial guild. And then the company that will be handling that particular part of the resource workers is Shubin Interstellar. So if you're doing mining, you'll get a whole bunch of Shubin Interstellar gear, so prepare to be involved with them. Salvaging is Adagio Holdings. Then you have Repair Tech, which is 2 companies. Construction Company does the repair infrastructure. United Wayfarers Club does hull repair. And then the Power Network Repair is Construction Company again. So I don't know if Construction Company is the final name. I just think it just says Construction Company. I don't know if that's the actual name of a club, but hopefully they figure out a name for that if that isn't the name. But Construction Company is a little bit on the nose. But anyway, repair infrastructure, right? So that means you're repairing lights, you're repairing power, you're repairing like stuff like that where it's important to make the city go, right? Or whatever, make the base go. Then you have hull repair. That's going to be working on ships, working on vehicles. And then you have power network repair. So I guess that's like you being an electrician, so to speak. Whereas the repair infrastructure might be like you repairing buildings and stuff like that. And maybe it's not like, necessarily working with electrical things. Whereas that would be more power network repair. So very cool. And why am I going through all of these? They are laying out what jobs will be available in Star Citizen, people. This is important. And I think they kind of like talked about it a little bit and kept it moving. But these are the jobs. We've all been saying like, well, I don't know what that gameplay is going to look like and so on and so forth. This is it, folks. They're telling you what the jobs are going to be. Pick from this list and prepare your ships accordingly. And like, this is drastically going to change the way I look at my fleet. I'm going to have to relook at my entire fleet now that I know what all the jobs are going to be. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. The next few weeks, next few months, going to be very interesting. Anyway, breakdown engineer. So this is towing and refueling. So basically, you either broke down because your ship got blown up or soft death or whatever, and it's beyond repair, or you don't want to pay for the repair because it's too much money. So then you end up towing it, and then it'll be, if you ran out of fuel, obviously we come and refuel you out, and those are both the United Wayfarers Club. Then there's Fuel Gatherer, so that's both hydrogen and quantanium, and it looks like those will both be Shubin Interstellar. If not, then I'll put an extra name up here. Quantanium might be different. I think they're both Shubin Interstellar though, but if not, I'll put the name up there. Then Builder, which this is me. Obviously, they're talking about me. They just make my character just, you know, do the hair and make the person who runs Cornerstone Developments be like me. You know, I'm cool with that, CIG. You know, I haven't signed away the likeness rights yet. But as long as you let me do the voice for it, and they look exactly like me, and you know, I'm paid a reasonable amount, then I would say that you can have those rights to that, because, you know, I just want to be in the game. Anyway, Builder there'll be two different ones. There'll be buildings and space stations. So we'll get to space stations in just a little bit. Space stations is going to be heavily involved with org gameplay. So, but building buildings, you're going to be working with Cornerstone Developments, so that'll probably be my primary person or company that I deal with. Refiner, only one job, refining those materials, Shubin Interstellar. Then there's Crafter, so then you're working with, if you're doing equipment and components, you're working with Voyager Direct. If you're crafting vehicles and ships, it'll be Astro Armada. So pretty good that they're bringing Voyager Direct back. I think that used to be the name of something where you could buy stuff. I can't remember exactly what you could buy, but I wasn't around. I joined like a year or two after that went away. Interstellar Transport Guild. Now we're moving on to a different guild. This is the Cargo Guild. We're no longer in the Industrial Guild. I'm glad that they're making the distinction between cargo and industrial. I'm glad they're making that distinction between Interstellar Transport Guild being Cargo Guild and having a separate Industrial Guild, and not just looping cargo under the Industrial Guild. It gets its own thing. Because I do think there's enough differences in the type of cargo jobs to justify its own guild. So you'll have the Recovery Expert. So they'll be getting recovery cargo, and that's Red Wind line haul. Now, recovery cargo is, I think, when somebody, either cargo got lost or stolen, and you're going out to get the cargo back and bring it back, whether it's lost or stolen, or maybe it's not lost, they know where it is and they're just sending you out to go get it. Then you'll have the Trader, two different types of Trader, and they're gonna be working with Tyrer Trading Corps. So I think we know what type of gameplay Rich Tyrer's favorite is, because he named the Trading Corps after himself. So you got transport and sell, and then you got buy and deliver. Now, transport and sell is like, we're gonna give you this and you gotta give us 20% of whatever you make, or you gotta sell it for at least this much because we want exactly this much. Now, maybe you sell it for more and you make more. Maybe you sell it for this exact amount and then you have to give us all the money. We don't know, but that's your job. Then there's buy and deliver. Now, buy and deliver can be what you could buy from anywhere and deliver anywhere, but if you're working for the Tyrer Trading Corps, you're gonna have to buy from where they tell you to, or deliver to where they tell you to, or maybe both. Maybe you have to buy it from here and deliver it to here. But there might be ways around, like forcing you to buy it from a place or forcing you to deliver it to a certain place. But I think the idea is like, maybe it'll be like we only deal with 5 different places, and as long as you get it from one of those 5 places, we don't particularly care. And as long as you deliver it to this location, we don't care where you got it from. So that's the way I think it'll kind of work, as long as it's not marked for, like, the cargo you're delivering isn't marked for as stolen or something like that. Maybe that's it. And then they have the hauler. So the hauler is cargo delivery. The hauler is cargo delivery. That's your straight up, take it from here to there. You don't purchase it, you don't buy it, you don't do anything except transport it. We have a bunch of cargo here, we need it to be over here. That's you. And that is Ling Family Hauling, Red Wind Line Haul, and Covalex. So those are the 3 companies you would work for. Then there's Courier. Now, this is also cargo delivery, but it would be smaller cargo. So I'm gonna assume this is your delivery missions, because you hire a courier for the smaller stuff. I also think it won't just be delivery missions. I think it'll be extremely important stuff. So when you're doing courier missions and you get to the higher levels, you'll be like it'll be like the plans to the Death Star, kind of like that's the type of stuff that you'll be delivering. So don't think that the delivery missions are like, oh, I can just skip that because I'll just go straight to cargo. There'll be some unique stuff, I think, in there. And that's run by FTL and Red Wind Line Haul. Then you have the transporter. Now, this is different than cargo delivery, right? So cargo delivery, if you're a hauler, big cargo, or it could be small cargo, big cargo, it's all SCU. Then courier is, I think, delivery in smaller packages, so 1/8, up to 1 SCU. And it could be a few SCU, depending on what's inside or whatever, but I think it's more the important stuff, like small amount, but very important stuff. And then transporter is different because that is passenger delivery, that is vehicle delivery, that is data delivery. So passenger delivery, vehicle delivery, data delivery. So passenger delivery is Guide Star shuttles. This is your E1, your Crusader Spirit E1. This is your Genesis Starliner, like your ships that are meant to take a bunch of people, right? Now, you might be able to use some drop ships for this, which I think would be a very interesting scenario, right? Like I can imagine taking a Valkyrie to do some of these passenger delivery missions, but you might have some complaints because people want the more luxury experience when they're on passenger delivery. So, but you'd be more protected if you're in a Valkyrie. Maybe you might be able to make that argument. And then vehicle delivery. So obviously C2 is going to excel at vehicle delivery. But then you have things like the Liberator, which that can deliver ships to you. So huge thing. And then maybe, even the SRV, because the SRV can tow things to you. So maybe you get 2 or 3 SRVs to pull a large ship and boom, ship delivery. So if you were thinking that your SRV only had one purpose for its towing, vehicle delivery might end up being one of them. Maybe you need multiples, but there you have it. So data delivery, obviously that's your info running. So that's your MSR, all you MSR, you'll be working for FTL, which I think stands for Faster Than Light. That's the name of the company. Then they talked about the Imperial Sports Federation, the Racing Guild. This one was interesting because my immediate thought process was like, all right, I can turn my brain off because I'm not particularly interested in racing. However, stay tuned, even if you're not into racing, because this is why we go through this stuff a little bit by little bit. Industrial athlete, that includes mining, cargo loading, salvaging, and repair. So I'm assuming it'll be how fast you can mine or how much can you mine under a set amount of time. Cargo loading will be how quickly can you load this cargo, maybe even how quickly can you load it, ship off, and then unload it at another destination or location. And then salvaging, how quickly can you salvage a hammerhead? Who will salvage it completely first where there's nothing left? And maybe both are in reclaimers or something like that. Or maybe it's a team of vultures, if you're doing team gameplay for it. And then repair, how quickly can you repair this ship? It's completely broken. Here's all the components. You have to repair it from absolutely nothing to completely operational and 100% health. Here's all the stuff for it. Go. And maybe if it's a small ship for one person and then it's a massive ship for a team of. So like it started to become interesting to me because I'm like, ooh, like this is like, like the F1 formula type of thing where it's like you have the how quick can you refuel it, replace the wheels and stuff like that. It started to become really cool to me, and I was like, I could see myself spending some time in these things. Racing pilot. Now, this is more straightforward, right? You got mining racing, right? So, like I said before, if you're doing mining as an industrial athlete, it might be how quickly can you eat this asteroid, or how quickly can you mine, or the first person that can get to 300 SCU of this or 100 SCU of this, right? Whereas if you're a racing pilot for mining, it might be how quickly can you get to the location and mine it and then come back, right? So like mining is just a part of the racing rather than being the entire event. Then there's competition racing or competitive racing, and then the Grand Prix. I don't know the difference between those two. And then death race, which I think would be the main one that I would be interested in, which is like you can shoot people as you go, as you're racing, you can like shoot at people and stuff. And I think it becomes like a little bit of dogfighting and racing, which I think would be very cool. Then there's parkour athlete. I have no idea what that's going to be, but I have some guess that it will have to do with like sliding, your ability to slide and then jump over things, and how quickly you can run the course. They did mention that there will be some stats that are unique to your character. So like the more you run, the better you'll get at running. The more you lift boxes with your hands, the stronger you'll get at lifting. So it may be that like that's what they're kind of building that up to. And that's run by Incredible Fun Adventures. I forgot the other one. So racing, pilot, mining is Cargo Olympics. All of the industrial athlete stuff was Cargo Olympics. Competitive race or comp race was a Murray Cup. Grand Prix was Murray Cup. Death race was Arena Commander. So I don't know if Arena Commander is like an actual thing in the game or if they're just saying Arena Commander as a placeholder until they find out who it's going to be. Time trial was Incredible Fun Adventures. Marksman. This is a cool one, another cool one that I might be interested in. So they're going to have Star Marine Marksman, which I think is just going to be free for all, fight each other. And the more you do that, the better. That might be your death matches, your King of the Hills, stuff like that. And that'll be an Arena Commander. Then there's Nerf Arena, which I'm certain I want to take part in just because it's called Nerf Arena. I'm assuming it'll be like, maybe you go in with fake weapons and you do the same thing you would do in Star Marine, except you do it for real. And it's your real stats of your character or something. I don't know. Maybe Star Marine is more like you use an avatar and everybody's on even ground. Whereas Nerf Arena is more like it's based on your character. And then target shooting, obviously going to be cool. Like I can imagine playing some Duck Hunt, but with my P8, like pow pow. That's really cool. And then of course hunting, which is huge because they just announced hunting on day one. So you can imagine how that making that a sport, like who's the first person that can bring out a Valacar and destroy it and bring it back, right? So now you have to find the Valacar, you have to drive it out with your vehicle, then you have to kill it. Like if your whole crew dies, now you got to restart. And what if the other crew doesn't die and it just takes them longer, right? So it could be a huge thing, like who's the quickest to do it, or it could be who can bring in the largest prey. Maybe all your stuff is weighed at the end. Like they can say, what's the biggest monster you killed? And you get certain points for killing certain monsters. It can get crazy. It can get crazy. And so I'm super excited for this. It made me excited for the racing guild in a way that I never intended. And then of course there's just a racing driver, which I think racing driver and racing pilot are two different. I think racing pilot will be your hover vehicles and maybe not even your hover vehicles. Maybe that'll be covered under driver, but I could see it at the very least being all the ships. Like if it's pilot, it's ships. And if it's driver, it's vehicles. And then maybe hub, and I think hover vehicles can fit into either one of those. So maybe the ones that count as snubs are covered under pilot, and the ones that don't count as snubs, those are covered under driver. Incredible Fun Adventures is for the Nerf Arena, the target shooting, and the hunting. And then for the racing driver, you have the same stuff as you have for a racing pilot, mining, or not mining, comp race, Grand Prix, and death race. And then it has time trial instead of mining. So Arena Commander for death race, Murray Cup for Grand Prix, Murray Cup for comp race, and then Wild Star Racing for time trial and Incredible Fun Adventure for time trial. So those are the companies you'll be working with. So death race, you know, seems pretty obvious. You go around shooting at each other and you either are disqualified by, you know, failing to be able to finish, getting blown up and dying, whatever, or being first. Obviously, if you win, maybe you don't get shot up at all. Grand Prix and then comp race, I don't know the difference between those two. I would assume that a Grand Prix is more like a tournament, and then I would think a comp race is more like a single race, but I don't know. And then time trial, like who can get the best time on a certain track. So very cool stuff. I was way more excited for that than I anticipated being. But here comes the one that I'm super interested in. Now they had, if you go back, Marksman was hunting, right? So maybe the version of hunting that I mentioned is for actually the Academy of Science Guild, because maybe that marksman hunting is like, you get points for like hitting it in the head, or points for hitting it in the body or on the tail, or hunting it a certain way. And maybe you get more points based on how big it is. It's about how you bring the bounty home, how you bring the hunted thing home. Whereas the hunter is like, you have to capture this specific type of animal, or you have to collect this specific type of animal part, or you have to hunt this specific type of animal, as in you can kill it. Whereas capture, you have to capture it. Hunt, you can kill it or capture it, right? So, and all of this is done by High Point Wilderness Specialists. Never heard of them, but they're the ones who run it in the Science Guild. Science Guild, I think, is going to be where I spend most of my time. Then they had Explorer. They're finally telling you what Explorer gameplay is. Look, folks, we've been waiting a long time to find out what it means to be an Explorer. They are telling you. They're finally telling you what it is. Scan area, ran by the ICC. Location mapping, ICC. Deploy items, ICC. Scan objects, ICC, and find and collect, which is High Point Wilderness Specialist. That's what Explorer it is. Scan, location, deploy items, scan objects, find and collect. Scan area, scan objects, location mapping, deploy items, find and collect. There's your Explorer. Is that what you want to do? You've been waiting to find out what an Explorer can do. Is that what you want to do, Explorer? Is that what you want to do? Is that your primary gameplay? You're going to go to an area and scan it. Maybe bring back map data or like resource data for that. Same thing with location mapping. You're trying to figure out, oh, this water is over here and this is over here. The mountains are over here. The mountain's this high, so on and so forth. Deploying items. Maybe they want you to go and put up a weather balloon or something so that they can just figure out what this planet is made of, because maybe they're going to terraform it. Maybe they want you to go and destroy the core of a planet by putting this massive bomb at the core of the planet. You never know. Now, it may be because that planet is going to collide with another planet or something like that, so you're saving humanity or something, right? You know, you never know. And then scan objects. Maybe they want you to go and there's these unique structures on this extremely hard to get to place on this planet, right? Maybe it's at like some other planet has its own version of Mount Everest, and you have to go there, bring the right gear, climb the mountain, and then you have to scan whatever's at the top of the mountain and then take that data back. And maybe you can't get to it by flying because it's massive, crazy storms and stuff that'll knock you out of the sky. Stuff like that. I could see that being really cool. In the Carrick trailer, you can actually see a person climbing, you know, using climbing equipment and going up the side of a kind of mountain or something like that. So, and the Carrick is about exploration, right? So you can imagine that working. And then find and collect. That might be more to do with like the hunter thing, where it's like, we're gonna give you a resource that is not mineable. I'm assuming not mineable, because why else would they give you that? We're gonna give you something that we need, and it's most likely gonna come from an animal, but you're gonna have to either find the animal, like we don't know which animal it comes from, but we know what we need, and we're gonna give you some information to help you find it, or we wanna know what animals are on this planet, and then you're gonna bring an animal back, but you're not bringing it back because we are going to like use the parts of the animal. You're bringing it back because we just want to study it or something like that. So I think whatever find and collect is, I think that will pair with whatever hunting is. But the fact that they put it under Explorer is a little different. That makes me think that it might be more to deal with flora than fauna. So it might be more to deal with plants rather than animals. And then that would explain why it's not really under the hunter thing. So maybe they want you to just go find the plants, go find the chemical, so on and so forth. You know, stuff like that. Then there's the researcher. We only got one job: retrieve and research. Retrieve and research. There's no information on that whatsoever, but it's Rayari Incorporated, and they only have two things: chemical crafting and research, retrieve and research. So I feel like I'm going to be working as a researcher. I think I'll do a little bit of exploration. I think I'll do a little bit of researching, and then most of whatever else I do will be construction. And then I'll dabble a little bit in the search and rescue. I was interested when I saw the search and rescue was under the Academy of Science. I think that search and rescue is your medical stuff. Well, some of it. So rescue person, I think is going to be rapid. That comes from Rapid Response. That's the company. And then firefighting is also Rapid Response. We don't have a firefighting ship. We also don't have a ship that has a lot of water. So we're either getting a firefighting ship or we're getting a firefighting vehicle. I'd guess that there's a firefighting ship coming, which will be very interesting. Very interesting. I would love to see how you implement a firefighting ship without giving it a secondary purpose, because I think any ship like that would need a secondary purpose, if you ask me. Maybe it's a scouting ship and a firefighting ship. I can see that. But yeah, if Ben Curtis, if any of you all are watching, make sure if you do a firefighting ship, it has a secondary purpose, because I don't want to only have it just for firefighting. I would love to be able to do something secondarily with it. Maybe it's a medical ship and a firefighting ship. That would make sense, because a lot of firefighters are EMTs. There you go. There's your justification. Farming. So that is also under the Science Guild, and it'll either be animal or core. And I don't know what core means, so I'm gonna assume that the core is actual, like, I'm gonna assume that that's plants. I'm gonna assume it's either animals or plants. And maybe it's not as simple as plants, so that maybe that's why they didn't name it that, but it could just be like a typo. But they're both run by Terra Mills, so that's good. And then crafter is where it has food. So this is what makes me, crafter is a different thing, and it says food, so Terra Mills. But I'm thinking that when it says crafter, it's like making the final product with the food, not pulling the food out of the ground. Whereas core, I think, is actually pulling the food out of the ground, getting the base things that a crafter would use to make the food. So like crafting is more like, food crafting is more like like you're going to be a mass production manufacturer for food, as in like maybe you make baby carrots, right? Like, so a farmer actually pulls a full carrot out, gives it to you, you turn it into baby carrots and you sell it, right? That could be like a crafter. But they also have chemical, which I said is Rayari Inc. Food is Terra Mills. Chemical, which I'm assuming is people pulling quantanium out of the ground and other liquid metals, things like that, like other things that come in liquid form, and pulling those out and mixing them with whatever. I don't know, but I think that is going to be very interesting. Maybe there'll be the people who create fuel or something like that, or boost fuel or something. Maybe boost fuel will be made. Maybe it'll have its own little thing added to the game. I could see stuff like that. Then they switch to the council, which is the criminal guild, and they have the mercenary guild. So the criminal guild, the mercenary guild will be kind of diametrically opposed to each other. So the mercenary guild is like the lawful version, and then this is for the combat focused folks. The mercenary guild will be law and security, and then obviously the council will be the criminal stuff, right? So then they broke these down, and it was really cool the way that they broke them down, all right? So these are what you're gonna be doing if you're very combat focused, right? You can be FPS combat focused, or you can be ship combat focused, or you can be vehicle combat focused. You can do all three. You can do whatever you want. So it's really cool the way that they did this. So Bounty Hunter was the first one. These are all run by the Bounty Hunters Guild. Investigate VIP, capture VIP, kill VIP. Now, let me give you versions of this James Bond style, right? So Investigate VIP it's a person that we have interest in, but we cannot hurt them because maybe they're a diplomat or something like that. They're a foreign leader. Like, we can't hurt them, but we do need to know what they're doing on this particular day, because maybe they're doing something that affects our United Empire of Earth interests. Or it could just be the Mercenary Guild's interest, not necessarily the UEE. And then capture VIP. We don't want you to hurt them, but we do need you to grab them and move them somewhere. Maybe we need to question this person, and they're under protection by some foreign entity, and we don't want to start a war, so we just need you to capture them. And maybe you can kill people on that mission, maybe you can't, And then there's kill VIP, which is basically we're sending you to assassinate a leader or something, right? Now, the kill VIP could be a gang leader, right? Because this is law and security, so this is the lawful version. So it could be a gang leader, it could be somebody who hurt somebody else, whatever. But you kind of get the idea. Now, a lot of this stuff is going to be the same when it comes to the council. So pay attention to the things that are the same between the Mercenary Guild and the council, because a lot of this stuff is the exact same, except one, you're doing it unlawfully, and one, you're doing it lawfully. Soldier is the FPS version, right? So we talked about Bounty Hunter. right? You can use all types of vehicles, whatever. Soldier is FPS. They specifically say this is FPS Soldier. So Foxwell Enforcement, Citizens for Prosperity, Eckhart Security, and Intersect Defense Solutions. Woo! It's a lot. It's a lot for this one. All four of those do rescue VIP. So this would be somebody's trying to capture the VIP, somebody's trying to kill the VIP, and if those things are happening on the council side, so somebody from the council is trying to capture or kill, and your job is to keep them from capturing, keep them from killing. All right. Then there is Eckhart Security, Intersect Defense Solutions. They both do defend VIP. So I'm assuming rescue VIP might actually be they're already captured and you have to free them. And maybe defend VIP is keep them from getting captured and keep them from being killed. So, okay, I said that a little backwards. So defend VIP is keep them from getting captured, keep them from getting killed. And rescue VIP is they already were captured. Now you got to go rescue them and keep them from getting killed. So that makes a little bit more sense. Then defend location. This is Foxwell Enforcement, Citizens for Prosperity, Eckhart Security, and Intersect Defense Solutions. So defend location it's like King of the Hill kind of. You got to protect where you're protecting your flag, so to speak. There's a location. Maybe it's like if the enemy gets a hold of this, they'll have access to anti-air on a place where they really shouldn't, and they'll be able to shoot down ships or something. So like you're just defending the location. It's pretty straightforward, but it's probably going to be something important. Then patrol. This is Foxwell Enforcement, Citizens for Prosperity, and Intersect Defense Solutions. Patrol there's an area that we need you to keep the bad guys out of. Like you need to make sure there's no bad guys hanging around this area, and that's what you do. You just fly around or drive around, but this says FPS, so I'm assuming it's drive around or walk around. And because this is all under Soldier FPS. Then there's destroy objects. So this is Foxwell Enforcement, Citizens for Prosperity, Eckhart Security, and Intersect Defense Solutions. Destroy objects, as in maybe the enemy put up a weather balloon that is actually a spy satellite, and it looks like a weather balloon, but it really isn't. And they want you to go and knock that out of the sky because they're using it to investigate a VIP on their end, the council, right? And then there's kill VIP. Now, this is different from the other kill VIP. Now, bounty hunter kill VIP either means that they're in a vehicle, they're in a ship, or they're in something that you have to kill with a vehicle or a ship, right? FPS means you're on foot doing kill VIP, and they're on foot or in a vehicle or in a ship, and you have to kill them, right? But the idea is that it'll be possible to kill them in an FPS engagement, whereas the other ones, it might not be. That's Foxwell Enforcement, Citizens for Prosperity, Eckhart Security, Hawkrow. Now this is Hawkrow Agency, all right? That's the first time you see them, and you'll see why this is the first time you see them. And then Intersect Defense Solutions, those are all kill VIP. Then kill all. These I think will be a little bit rare on the lawful side, but it'll be like, we know that there's a bunch of terrorists that just blew up this thing, and we know that all the people inside this building are terrorists. Go in there, kill them all, right? That's going to be very rare on the lawful side. So if that's what you're looking for, you're probably going to want to join the council. But that's Foxwell Enforcement, Citizens for Prosperity, Eckhart Security, and Intersect Defense Solutions that do that one. And then the last one on the Soldier FPS side is the Foxwell Enforcement, Citizens for Prosperity, Eckhart Security, Hawkrow Agency, and Intersect Defense Solutions, and it is recover items, right? Might be nuclear launch codes. It could be plutonium or something, uranium, something that they're going to use to build the Death Star, and that's what you got to do. You got to go and get the items and bring them back. And then all of these are Hawkrow Agency, so this lets you know. I think Hawkrow is the spy agency, so to speak, which is why the only one they have is the kill VIP in the other section. Well, kill VIP and recover items. I think if you want to be a spy, you join the Hawkrow Agency. So they have location mapping. Maybe you're just going into a place and maybe this place refuses to sell them data or something. So you're going to go in and get the data yourself, which is location mapping and scanning an area. We already talked about scanning objects. It's just now you're doing it in an FPS way. So when I talked about those things in the other one, which I think was Explorer. Those are gonna be more so safe scanning of an area, safe location mapping, safe deploying items, as far as people not hunting you. But it might be the environment is dangerous, it might be the location is dangerous, it might be the item is dangerous, etc. Whereas this is specifically first person, so it's not involving ship, not involving a vehicle. It's first person spying, right? So scan the area, scan objects. Disable objects is a new one, so that one's only in this one. You disable an object, you are going and you are trying to shut down their satellite, shut down their ability to do anti-air, whatever, right? And maybe that's your only thing, and maybe you can't be seen when you do it, so that it looks like you have to make it look like it was an accident, like like the thing failed, rather than it looking like somebody sabotaged it. Then extract objects, right? There might be something you have to go and get, like certain things you have to go in and scan it, but you don't take it with you. And then there's other things you might have to go and get, like we said, nuclear launch codes, things like that, where it's like you have to go in there and grab that and take it out, but you can't be seen, or maybe you can be seen. Maybe they don't care as long as you get it out, you know? But my guess is this is gonna be spy work, so it's gonna be, a lot of it's gonna be like, you gotta do it without getting detected. Investigative, right? Maybe you just get a badge, put it on, and they just want you to go find out what happened. And then access data. This might be some like corporate espionage type stuff, right? But in a legal way, right? Like, you know, maybe you work for the UEE and they hire Hawkrow agency to go find out if this company is poisoning people. So you have to go in and access their proprietary data and get the information and make it out without being seen. So very cool stuff. I am super excited to see what they do with this stuff. I am super excited because all of it sounds super fun. Most of these gameplay loops I have seen and I'm like, oh my God, I want to try that. And that's how you know that they're good, because I am generally like, I just want to stay in my area over here, but now I'm like, there's so many of these I want to try. Then there's combat pilot. They're telling you what you're going to be doing. You're going to be a pilot, not a driver. So that means you're either going to be in a snub or you're going to be in a capital ship, all the way up to capital ship. Now, this is the last one for this one. And this is the last one for the entire group, right? So this is still the Mercenary Guild Law and Security, right? This one's combat pilot. So again, they're telling you this isn't FPS stuff. Same thing with the scan objects, scan area, defend location, patrol, right? So scan objects is Foxwell Enforcement, scan areas, Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, Intersect Defense Solutions, defend locations, Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, North Rock, first time we've heard that one, Intersect Defense Solutions, patrol, Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, Intersect Defense Solutions, defend VIP, Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, Intersect Defense Solutions. Rescue VIP is Foxwell Enforcement. Destroy objects, Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, North Rock Service Group. Then kill all, which is Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, North Rock, Intersect Defense Solutions. Kill VIP, Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, North Rock, Intersect Defense Solutions. Recover item, Foxwell Enforcement, Citizen for Prosperity, and North Rock. So let me go over a little bit. I've already talked about every single one of those, but I just want to get the difference when you're doing it as a pilot. This means you don't necessarily have to get out of your vehicle, which is a big deal. FPS, you have to get out of your vehicle. Whether it's the soldier FPS or it's the operative FPS, you got to get out of your vehicle. When you're doing the Explorer stuff, it may be that you can stay in your vehicle. It may be that you can't. So it's completely different with this one, because this one, you're most likely going to be able to stay in your vehicle and not leave your vehicle for all of the following. Scanning an object, it may just be you have to get close enough, and they know that when they say combat pilot, that's another difference, right? When you're doing exploration and you're doing the same stuff, there may be zero combat, there may be a little combat, but there's not going to be a lot, because that would make it a combat pilot thing, not an explorer pilot thing. So you're generally going to be doing that in safer areas, safer as far as ability to fight others or need to fight others, not necessarily safer as in safer in general, because you might be having environmental hazards and things like that, toxicity, weather issues. So scan area. It may be that you just have to go and, there's an area that maybe a tank is going to be driving through later, and they want you to see whether they want to see what the coverage of the area is. Defend location. you know, the people are coming and they're gonna try to destroy this area or capture this area, and you have to defend it from a ship. Now, I could see this being like asteroid bases or stuff like that, you know, space stations, stuff like that. Patrol. Now, this is now the other version of patrol. Now, and I want to make this very clear, when you're patrolling as a soldier, it's a little different, because you're patrolling as a soldier, you're doing that either on foot or on maybe a wheeled vehicle, not a snub ship. It would be something less than a snub ship, but it could be all the way up to a tank as far as wheeled or tracked vehicles. So that's what makes it different. Whereas if you're doing it as a combat pilot patrol, now you have to be in a snub ship or higher. That's the difference. Defending a VIP, you're doing it from a ship. Rescuing a VIP, you're doing it from a ship. Destroying objects, you're shooting it with a ship, or at least from a ship. And then kill all, you're killing a bunch of ships, not necessarily killing a bunch of like individuals. And then kill VIP, you're killing a VIP that's in a ship. And then recover item, you're recovering something that you can get from your ship, where it doesn't require you to leave your ship, so to speak. Or if it does, it's for a very short amount of time. It could be that you're actually stealing, what you're recovering is the ship. Think there was a mission that you don't actually complete, but it's like a story element in Cyberpunk, where you have to go and like steal this car, and it ends up being like this whole thing. But think of it that way. It's like they send you to go steal the car or steal the ship, like it's a proprietary ship or something like that, and you have to go and get it. But you have to fight your way in, but maybe once you get in, that's all the fighting you have to do. So who knows? Then, that's a lot. All right, now we're switching over to the council. So the council is a little bit different. So the council, this is where you have the violent criminal FPS. So this is replacing the soldier. Same stuff as the soldier with one specific difference. There's only one thing that's different, but everything else is pretty much the same with a violent criminal and a soldier. What you're sent to do is the same, except when you're a violent criminal, it's a little bit on the nose if you ask me. But when you're a violent criminal, you're being sent to do it for the council. If you're a soldier, you're being sent to do it for the government or some agency that has the rights to do it. So when you're doing Rescue VIP, that's Headhunters, Dark Side Rovers, Drop Kings, Otoni Syndicate. Generally, whoever hires you, you're going to be going in to get one of their VIPs who's in jail. I can see this being a lot of jail missions. You're going to get somebody out of jail, or get somebody who was captured and on their way to jail, or get somebody who's being transferred between jails. Like whatever it is, I can see you going to free these people, right? Defend location. So this is like, hey, this other gang, they're coming, they're going to try to take our base. Same people as Rescue VIP, except add the Dead Saints, because they also do defend location. So they have some beef with some other agency, or they have some beef with the cops. The cops are coming to do a raid. You're going to defend that location. Defend VIP. It's not about the location this time. Sometimes it's our bosses in there and we got to defend the boss, right? And that's Headhunters, Dark Side Rovers, Drop Kings, Otoni Syndicate. Patrol. The patrol thing is gonna be a little bit different, because you can do a lot different stuff if you're doing patrol for a violent criminal organization. Your patrol looks a lot different than the lawful, because you can just shoot anything moving. Anything that's not, like, for instance, if you are a headhunter and you're doing headhunters patrol, and you see Dark Side Rovers, Drop Kings, UEE, a mining ship, you can shoot whatever the hell you want, and that is going to be different. That is going to be different, a massively different thing than if you're doing like regular lawful patrol. And so I could see that being a little bit more fun for the pirates. But yeah, I can see that being a thing for them. Destroy objects. So the destroy object thing is, I think, going to be a little bit different, because it might be that you can be a little bit more reckless with this than you can when you're a soldier. It may be that you can just drop a bomb on the whole thing, destroy the whole building, right? And then maybe you kill all the people inside, but that's your Unabomber way of handling the situation. So it could be, you're the in-game person who does that, and that's what you're known for. But maybe you fail the mission because they didn't want that much attention. Like maybe if you killed 100 people in the game, like they don't want that type of attention, and you just gave them way too much attention, and now the headhunters are being looked at as terrorists instead of just being looked at as like a gang. And that's a much higher level of heat that you're bringing on to them. So it could be that you do have to handle it a certain way without bringing too much attention. And so that's headhunters, dark side rovers, and drop kings. Then there's kill all, which again I think will be a lot easier to do if you're part of the council, because I don't think they'll have the same restrictions of don't kill. Whereas if you do it as a soldier or an operative, I think that would be different. And again, that's headhunters, dark side rovers, drop kings. Then you have kill VIP. Same thing, headhunters, dark side rovers, drop kings. Now we're entering Vaughn, and then I'm gonna tell you, I think Vaughn is like Vought from The Boys. If you watch The Boys, you know what I'm talking about. And then Otoni Syndicate. And I'll talk about Vaughn a little bit later, because the only thing they were interested in here was kill VIP. So we'll talk a little bit more about Vaughn and what I think they're about. And the Otoni Syndicate, because if you notice, they only had, Otoni Syndicate also has recover item, but they have recover item, kill VIP, defend VIP, defend location, rescue VIP. Those are the only things they have in the violent criminal area. And then there's the crafter trade. This is the illegal crafter trade. And the only thing in there was chemical. So I'm assuming that that's, DRUs, UGSs. And that's what the Dead Saints do. I'm assuming that's their primary business. So if that's what you're interested in, you would of course join the Dead Saints in the game. And then I think the headhunters are like, the headhunters are the fighting org, the fighting, I guess faction or company. I guess you have to say faction or gang. Yeah, I think they're the ones that fight. That's why they do most of the violent criminal stuff. You don't really see them in a whole lot of other stuff. I think they're in the ship violent criminal. Remember, we're talking right now, we talked about the violent criminal first person. And one of the other things that you do in I skipped arson. Arson is headhunters, dark side rovers, and drop kings. That's in the violent criminal first person. That's the unique thing. So soldiers won't be obviously doing arson, but on the violent criminal side, where you're technically a soldier as well, in the first person, you would be doing arson, so setting things on fire. And which explains why they have the firefighter thing. If you go back to, I think it was search and rescue underneath the Science Guild. That's why you have a firefighter, because you'll have people just going around and their whole goal in life is to set fires and be arsonists. So there you have it. And then there was recover item. That was also in the FPS. So that's, gonna be go and get the thing. Maybe it's a printing press for money, whatever. Like if you can imagine a whole lot of things being in there. Then you have the chemical, like I said, I think that's gonna be drugs mostly. And that's with the Dead Saints. And then you have the operative. Now, on this one, it doesn't say FPS, so I'm assuming the operative maybe the operative for the gangs doesn't have to be as specific as far as whether they do it FPS style or not, but their goals are the same. This is all Bit Zeros and Otoni Syndicate. Bit Zeros, this is the only time you see Bit Zeros, I think. I don't think they do anything else except this, except the operative work, so I would say what you'll probably see is that Bit Zeros is directly opposed to the Hawkrow agency, and that's like the bad version, right? Bit Zeros sounds like that actually sounds like a org centered around hacking, because bit and zeros, like ones and zeros, kinda. It kinda makes sense to me, but I'm an IT nerd, so maybe. But yeah, access data, we talked about investigation, we talked about, these are all things that are gonna be different when you're doing it as a criminal org, right? Because access data, you're probably going in to steal it, And Otoni Syndicate, I think, is like the mob. I think they're gonna be closer to like the mob. That's why I brought them up earlier. I think, they're gonna want you to be undercover. They don't want people to know that they're criminals, even though everybody kind of knows. They're like the triads, kind of. Don't hurt me, triads. I don't want no smoke, triads. I'm just saying, I'm just saying what people think. I don't, it's not necessarily me, you know what I'm saying? But the Ohtoni Syndicate, I think, is kind of like the more organized crime, whereas I think the Bit Zeros is more like the hacker, chaotic, criminal thing. And then scan area, maybe it's an area you're not supposed to be. Scan object, maybe it's something that you're not supposed to know even exists that the government has. The location mapping, maybe somebody's planning a hit or something like that, or planning a bank robbery or something, or some type of robbery, and they need the maps of the location. Deploy objects, that could be a spy satellite. Disable objects, that could be disable the anti-air so we can fly in and drop a bomb. Extract items. Woo! Extract items could be a lot of things. You could be stealing nuclear codes, right? The same way I said you could be protecting nuclear codes on the other side, you could be stealing the nuclear codes on this side. All right, then there is violent criminal ship. So these are all the things you'll be able to do. Now remember, we had soldier FPS, and then we had combat pilot. Combat pilot is all doing this same stuff from your ship, right? And so this is their version of the council's version of combat pilot, and they just call it violent criminal ship rather than, and the other one is violent criminal FPS. If you are the type of person that's like, I want to do the criminal stuff, the pirate stuff, but I don't want to be getting out of my ship a lot, this is for you. So Kill VIP, that's Vaughn. Again, we haven't talked much about them. So I think the Ohtoni Syndicate, Nova Riders, and Vaughn are going to be the organized crime. And I think Vaughn and Ohtoni Syndicate are going to be kind of opposed to each other a little bit, just because they're the ones that are organized crime, right? Then there's Kill VIP. So of course it could be, kill somebody in one of the other ones. Headhunters is very violent, so we know they're going to be a part of all of these. Vaughn is only a part of the Kill VIP. They're not a part of the rest. The rest are Headhunters, Horizon, and Drop Kings. Horizon, I think this is the first time we hear about Horizon as well. Horizon is all about doing stuff from your ship, it looks like. Headhunters are about violence in general, and it looks like Drop Kings are also about violence in general, because they are on the same stuff as the Headhunters. It doesn't seem like those two have a difference, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Drop Kings and the Headhunters are the main two beefing. And maybe Horizon dips his head in there a little bit. But then you have Kill All, of course. It'll be a lot easier on the violent criminal side. Destroy objects. Now, again, because you might be able to have a little bit more leeway about destroying, collateral damage, I could see those being a little bit easier. Patrolling being a little easier. I talked about defend VIP, defend location. You're defending the boss, so to speak. And then rescue VIP, I think, is all going to be centered around somebody going to jail, coming from jail, or being transported to a different jail. Stuff like that. Or people who are recently arrested. And then there's the organized criminal stuff. So this is bribing and intimidation. Nova Riders and Ohtoni Syndicate are the only two that do that, which makes me think Vaughn is probably the more reserved, like, we don't want you to know we're doing it. And Ohtoni Syndicate is probably a little bit more out there with it. And then investigate VIP, they want to know whatever this person's doing. I can imagine Vaughn being like, hey, go in and look at those Ohtoni guys and see what's going on, and then capture VIP. Whereas Ohtoni is just going to intimidate or bribe. And so that's Vaughn doing investigate VIP and Vaughn being the only people that do capture VIP. I think they're a little bit more behind the scenes, like Vought. Vought was a little bit more public in the boys, but like they're I don't know, I just feel like they got that name from Vought. I don't know why, but maybe not. Anyway, let me keep it moving, because this video is getting really long anyway, but it's okay, because that's the type of video this is supposed to be. Smuggling. Why did I say smuggling? I just created a new word, smuggling. Anyway, when you're a smuggler, this is all Dead Saints, so I'm assuming it's all, drug moving, which I'm a little nonplussed by. I think there's other things you should be able to smuggle, but maybe there are other things, and this is just like what they're saying is okay, because it says data delivery, right? But the data delivery could just be like the blueprints for drugs or something. So like, who knows? But anyway, cargo delivery. So you can imagine that that's very large amounts of drugs. Vehicle delivery. Now, this one's a little different. This could be chop shop stuff, right? So like maybe the drugs are hidden in the panels and you have to deliver the vehicle because they're gonna get the drugs out using some special machine. Then passenger delivery. Now, passenger delivery for a gang, what do you think that looks like? It's probably to drop people off to go do some bad stuff. So think of yourself as a getaway driver. Or maybe you're the get to it driver, like you have to drop them off in a way where they're not seen, stealthily. Shout out to the Prowler owners that are gonna really have fun with that one. And then data delivery, so it could be, schematics for a drug making machine or something like that you're not really supposed to have. And then pirate and ship jacker. This is what the Nova Riders are all about. So we mentioned the Nova Riders before doing the bribe and intimidate thing, but they're the pirates of this whole thing. They want you to go get somebody's cargo, bring it back. Go interdict a target and take them out, or take their stuff, or take money from them and bring it back. And then recover items. They want you to go in, get the cool stuff off their ship, bring it back. And the headhunters actually take part in that recover items thing as well, but they don't take part in the recover cargo or interdict target thing. So the Nova Riders are going to be the people that have those ships that pull you out of Quantum. So if you're getting pulled out of Quantum, you should already expect it to be either a Nova Rider or somebody who works for Nova Riders. Unless, of course, obviously people are gonna, PvP players are gonna do their own thing too. And then they had a little bit of racing in here, which surprised me. The council does a little bit of racing because they have race fixing and fraud. The Otoni Syndicate does race fixing and fraud. I have to say, this is the only thing that I've seen that made me want to do pirate things. Is like, I want to go in and fix a race. I just think that would be such a fun gameplay thing to do. But no, I don't think I'll really be participating in the pirate side. Yeah, and that was pretty much all of the ones that they told us about. I'm sure there will be more, and there will be even more jobs and stuff, because we didn't even have like a whole medical thing. So again, like I said, I think 2025 will be the year of death of a spaceman. Then yeah, they kind of zoomed out a little bit and they were talking about the main story, right? They said the main story is going to be a narrative experience. It's going to be NPC driven. It'll be where you can kind of, it's like a at your pace thing where you can get on the train and get off the train. The train's gonna keep moving with or without you, right? So like you don't have to worry about like, oh, if I don't do this on this day, something wrong is gonna happen. Nope, the train is gonna go without you, and you just can be a part of the story or not. If you complete that story, you get the citizenship. Your citizens get benefits like land ownership anywhere in the UEE. Civilians gotta get bent. Basically, you can't own land everywhere if you're a civilian. If you're a citizen, you'll be able to land ownership or own land. And then the story will take you through all 5 systems, get you kind of familiar with everything. Think of it as kind of an onboarding and tutorial kind of process for people who don't necessarily play Squadron 42, but jump straight into Star Citizen. They could just get on the rails of the train and learn things slowly as they go through the main story, or they can just go out and do whatever they want. And then there will be location stories. So it won't just be a main story. Each location will be part of its own story as well. The location specifically will have stories. I want to think of it kind of like, and I'm hoping they do it this way, I guess, would be, I don't know if people play the Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Legacy game. The Hogwarts Legacy kind of had this thing where you can go to a location and there was missions specific to that location. I mean, other games have done it too. But yeah, I like that idea. And I also think of Mass Effect when I think of this, because one of the things that was really cool about Mass Effect is when you land at all of your landing zones, there's always missions, right? And they were all specific to that station or whatever the issue was. And I hope these choices matter, you know? And then there's a story for each system like the Nick system is still dealing with the Vandal, so maybe that's where their story is gonna go. Stanton is trying to deal with the corporate overlords of the Stanton system and they're trying to overthrow them or something, whatever, you know. Maybe the sons are trying to overthrow the fathers and so on and so forth. Then they talked about core progression. Moving away from the story part, they start talking about core progression. They're saying now you have all these different ways. Your guild reputation matters. There's economy, right? Your money's gonna matter. They talked about Star Sim, powered by the dynamic economy. Now, we didn't get Tony Zurovich here. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm not gonna really comment too much about it, but we do know that this is the stuff that kind of, we'll say this is the house that Tony Zurovich built just out of respect. So Star Sim, powered by dynamic economy. They didn't talk about it a lot, so my guess is it's a little bit further behind than they would like it to be. And then they said credits must flow into this economy and out. So they do want to counter inflation. They don't want it to just be like the players have all the money, the NPCs have none, or the NPCs have all the money and the players have none. They want all of that stuff to matter. So whenever you see the economy stuff, that's when you should be like, oh, okay, this is stuff that I can affect, or maybe I don't affect as much, depending on what's necessary for the game. Then they talked about taxes. I was very, very interested when they popped up taxes on the screen. I was like, wow, there's an inheritance tax. So anytime, they've talked about Death of a Spaceman enough to where we know that when you die in the game, like you meet your true death, not to bring True Blood into this, but like essentially when your character dies, they don't have any more lives left, they can't regenerate anymore or whatever, your stuff will go down to your inheritant. Your inheritant gets taxed, so that means you're gonna lose money, lose something that you're supposed to have, and maybe you have to pay that up front, or maybe the inheritant person has to pay it. I don't know. So I would guess you have to pay it up front in order to set an inheritance, and because it just makes sense that way. Or maybe they just take a certain percentage of your stuff and you can choose how much of your stuff they take to fulfill the inheritance tax, whatever it is. So I don't know how that'll work, but we'll see. Security tax for planetary shield tech. So if you end up getting planetary shield tech, we'll talk about how that works later. But if you end up getting it, you do have to pay taxes associated with it. Then they talked about insurance. So they talked about medical insurance. You will have to have medical insurance to use the hospital imprint thing, which is good. I think that makes sense. Like, you shouldn't just be getting that for free. Well, we could talk about whether you should be getting it for free. That's a whole different conversation. And then ship insurance. Ship insurance is a little bit, complicated now. So this is the way, and Jared has a post. If I remember, I'll link it down below, but Jared has a post where he kind of explains it in detail. I'm not gonna go as deep in detail as he did because I don't think it's necessary. But if you really are confused after I say what I'm saying, then just go and visit Jared's post. Losing your ship should matter. That's very important. Rich Tyra said this part. He said over 90% of claims are for ships that haven't been destroyed. So they introduced warranty and insurance are two different things. Two different things. Warranty is here, insurance is over here. Warranty is here, insurance is over here. I just want to make that very clear. All right, moving on. Insurance by itself only pays out the value of the shipping credits. This is the difference. If you only have insurance, you're only going to get credits back. You will not get your ship back. You will not get your ship back if you only have insurance. If you have insurance and a warranty, you will get your ship back. If you only have insurance, you will only get the value of your shipping credits, and that includes the wear of the ship. So if it's a really old ship, you're not going to get the full value of the ship. If you have insurance and a warranty, you will get the chassis back. If you have level 1, you will get the chassis and components back. If you have level 2, you will get the chassis, components, and decor back. If you have a level 3, if you have insurance, you will just get credits back for all of those things. This is insurance level 1, insurance level 2, insurance level 3. So there's insurance level 1 is you get money back for your chassis. Insurance level 2, you get money back, credits back for your chassis and components, and insurance level 3, you get credits for your chassis, components, and decor. That's insurance though, that is not warranty. If you want to get the physical things back, you have to have a warranty. So how do you get a warranty? This is how you get a warranty, folks. Well, first, it gives you the ship back at level 1, shipping components at level 2, ship components and decor at level 3. That's what the warranty is, plus insurance, okay? How do you get a warranty? All ships bought on the pledge store have a permanent warranty. That means no matter what type of insurance you get, you will have a permanent warranty. So that means no matter what type of ship you get, you will always have you will always get the ship back and not the credits. You will always get the ship back and not the credits. So at the very least, you have a permanent level 1 warranty. That's the difference now between buying a ship in game and buying a ship outside of game. If you want a permanent warranty, you have to buy it with real money. That just changed the way that people buy ships. Now, when I talk about buying ships, I will say, if you want the warranty, you have to spend the money, which is a very weird thing to have to say now, but that is the truth now. We know what we get now, okay? Now, I'm not done yet. So if you already started typing, I'm not done yet, all right? Just because you have a permanent warranty, remember, warranty and insurance, 2 different things. Just because you have a permanent warranty does not mean you have permanent insurance. Insurance plus warranty is what allows you to get your ship back. You cannot just have a warranty on its own. You have to have insurance and warranty. You can have insurance on its own, but you cannot have a warranty on its own. You have to have an insurance plus warranty to actually get your ship back. So let's say you bought a 6-month warranty, you bought a 6-month insurance ship. That means your insurance will expire after 6 months. You can buy more in game, but your insurance will expire after 6 months. At which point you will still have your warranty, you just won't have insurance. So when you lose your ship, it's not gone forever because you purchased it with real money, but you will probably have to pay the full price of that ship to get it back in game, the full price of it. You will not be able to get it at some cheaper price. You will have to pay the full price, but you will get the full ship back, and it will be your ship at whatever level of warranty you have. But it looks like we will get, according to Jared, it looks like we will get level 1 permanent warranty for purchasing a ship outside of the game. Permanent warranty, at the very least, we will always be able to get our chassis back, even if we have to pay full in-game price for it. So I want to make that very clear. That is what we're guaranteed from buying a ship outside the game. That now gives you a reason to buy your entire fleet outside the game if you want a permanent warranty. But you don't have to. We're going to talk about why you don't have to. All ships bought on the pledge store have a permanent warranty. It does not include permanent insurance. Very clear about that. Insurance only lasts as long as you bought it for. So if you got 6 months insurance, you still have that 6 months insurance, but you have a permanent level 1 warranty. If you have 1 year insurance, you still have 1 year of insurance, but you have a permanent warranty. That doesn't go away even after your insurance expires. 24 months, you only get 24 months of insurance, but your permanent warranty is still there. And then 10 years, you still have 10 years of insurance, but that can expire. You still have a permanent warranty. And then of course there's LTI. You will never run out of insurance, and of course you will never run out of your warranty. So at the very least, no matter what happens, if you have LTI on the ship, you will be able to get your chassis back without paying full. Now, LTI is still level 1. So you're only getting, and your permanent warranty is level 1. So you're only getting whatever comes with level 1, okay? Just to be very clear, all right? If you have level 1, LTI insurance, and you only have level 1 permanent warranty, you're only getting your chassis back every time. You still have reason in game to seek out higher insurance levels. That should pretty much explain that part. As long as you have insurance, you get the ship back, not credits. If you have level 1, ship back just the chassis. If you have level 2, you get the chassis and the components. If you have level 3, you get chassis, components, and decor. Then they talked about transferable warranties. These are the in-game earnable warranties. Now, earnable in-game for ships that only have insurance and no warranty. So if you already have a warranty, you don't need to put a warranty on it. This is specifically mentioned to be earned for completing the main story. So you will get a warranty just for completing the main story. So there's a reason to complete the main story right there if you're planning on purchasing most of your ships in game. These apply to any ship you own, and there is a cooldown for transferring to another ship. Now, you can get a warranty. It doesn't say if they'll be lifetime or whatever, but yeah, we'll see what those end up being. But yeah, that's the in-game version of the warranty and insurance system. So of course you just pay for insurance, but warranties, you actually have to earn them. So if you want to get your chassis back in game now, it's going to be kind of rep walled, so to speak. So for instance, let's say we have a person who bought, and this is one of the ships I'll use because I talked about certain ships I think are worth earning in game, and then certain ships I think are worth purchasing outside of game. Nova Tank is one of those. The Nova Tank, in order to build one in game, you'll need some type of military blueprint, and then you'll have to build a certain amount of something underneath it in order to be able to use that blueprint and use its research and all this stuff. On top of that, you won't have insurance for it once you do build it, but maybe you can just keep building them because now you have the ability to build them, but you won't have insurance on that thing. And if you decorate it on the inside, if you put special weapons on it or in it, you won't get any of that stuff back. So I use this as an example, right? Somebody bought an LTI Nova Tank. They will always get their tank back. They won't get the value of a tank, which the in-game value of a tank is minor anyway, so maybe you don't care about having to repay that. But maybe it's that you can't buy them in-game. You might not be able to buy a Nova Tank in-game. And this is what I mentioned. I said they could be rep walled, but now they could be gameplay walled. As in, you can't buy one, but you can build one. And maybe in order to buy one, you have to join the council and do it illegally. And maybe you don't want to be an illegal criminal character. There's a cooldown for transferring these to another ship. You can transfer them, but like maybe that first transfer is like very easy, but after that, it probably gets hard. And depending on what ship you want to transfer it to, there may be limitations. So for instance, if you have a ship with like an Aurora with a warranty on it, right? You probably won't be able to transfer that to a Pioneer, right? Like it just be like, hey Pioneer, here's a warranty, right? Unless there'll probably be limitations, and I would guess that there would be size limitations. So getting a warranty for a larger ship might be a lot harder than getting one for like a smaller ship or for a vehicle. So be prepared for those things. I don't want you all to get caught off guard with that. Now let's talk about claim timers, because they did talk about this a little bit. So claim timers is a little different. So this is proportional to crafting time. So claim timers will be longer. It used to be like you could get your ship back in 7 minutes. Now it might be 20 minutes because it'll be based on how long it takes to craft one. However, I expect claim timers to be a little bit less than craft timers because they should already have these kind of workflows worked out to where you get it back faster than it would be if you just crafted it and got a new one. Otherwise, why would people do insurance? They would just spend the money on crafting. But besides it being cheaper, of course. Proportional to crafting time. So like, let's say if the actual crafting time for it at, like the regular level, let's say, let's say whatever level your vehicle is at. So let's say a tier 3 vehicle is what you have, but you only have a tier 3 chassis, and all you're trying to get back is the chassis. In order to craft a tier 3 Zeus, let's say it takes 48 minutes generally. That means in order to get your ship back, you're gonna have to wait, let's say 40 minutes to get it back, because we want it to be less time than it actually takes to craft it, right? So you get it back 8 minutes faster than it takes to craft it. However, if you do your claim timer and you expedite it, right, then maybe it drops to 20 minutes, which is still a long time. And you might be like, it would be faster if I just used a free shuttle ship to go back and get my ship rather than claiming it. So they created a free shuttle ship. Now you'll be able to go and get your vehicle without having to worry about asking somebody for a ride to go get it, which I think is a great system, because I do think they should try to keep people to keeping their own ships. Like, keep your ship. Like, don't let your ship die. Keep your ship, you know, go get it, take care of it. And then small ships will be immediately available. So there's no more timers for small ships, which now they're giving people a reason to own a small ship. Like, for all the people who are like, I'm only gonna own large ships. I was one of those people, but then I end up getting the F7A, so I end up getting a small ship anyway. So it was, at that point I was like, the flood doors are open. I won't own a lot of small ships, but I will own some. Small ships, now you can get those when those will be immediately available. So that'll be the bonus to small ships, is we want to give people a reason to have small ships, and it's boom, claim timers automatic. You automatically get it back. We can do those instantly. And I think that's going to be really cool. That'll be the main reason to get a small ship rather than a medium and higher. And then large and capital ships will take way long to get. So you really should not be taking those out unless you know they can be well defended and so on and so forth. Which, good, makes sense, right? And we know that you won't be able to craft your own capital ships using like an Excel thing. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. Cyclical gameplay loops. So they talked about this. You cannot, this is a huge one, folks, huge one. And this is why I just kind of mentioned it with the Nova tank. You cannot purchase military ships in game. They are rep locked. They are rep locked. They are rep locked. And I said this in my Nova tank video, and there were so many people that like commented on it, and they were like, and this was before CItizenCon. I did that video before CItizenCon. So count that as a prediction. You will not be able to purchase military ships in game. You will not be able to purchase military vehicles in game unless you meet very specific conditions. Like I said, they will be rep locked. How do you meet those conditions? Well, and it says you have to be part of the Mercenaries Guild to get a military blueprint. So if you want to build it, you have to go and do a whole bunch of mercenary missions. What if you're not a mercenary? Now, if you happen to be a mercenary, you might already have all this stuff. But we all know that you can't get blueprints from other people. So just because one of your friends has done a bunch of mercenary missions doesn't mean you have access to it. Now, if your friend also happens to be able to build these stuff, maybe you can get your friend to come over to your base building stuff and build you one. Cool, you have a way out. But a lot of people won't. A lot of people will have to go get that thing themselves. Maybe you're part of an org and your org has a person who can do this stuff, but maybe they don't have the prerequisite skill. So this is changing the game, people. This is changing the game. This is your reason to buy military ships outside of the game. Now, I think all ships will eventually have this. I think there will be rep gated everything, like, and I don't think you'll be able to just go and buy a capital ship. I think it'll be rep gated. You'll have to get up to a certain level in order to have access to a capital ship store, so to speak. Maybe there's one or two that'll be available. Like I could see maybe the 890 jump being available, but maybe the 890 jump is like a Porsche dealer in real life, where you have to go through like an interview process to get one. So this is the stuff that I was talking about, people. This is the reason why you have people buying $10,000+ worth of ships. They don't want to do all that. They don't want to have to necessarily go through all the rep gates that are being put up in order to purchase their ship. They just want to be able to use it on day 1, day 2, day 3, week 1, week 2, week 3, right? So if you don't have the money, they're still giving you a way to get to these ships. But I think now, at the very least, we can see why certain people buy their ships rather than say they're going to earn them in game. And it's certainly changing my philosophy. There's certain ships that I've been saying I wanted to earn in game that I might end up now purchasing. But at the same time, it's not that many. I can only think of 2, actually. I do think one thing that I will guarantee is that I'm going to buy my 5 vehicles that I want to be untouchable, the ones that I want everything covered by insurance. which I had not intended to buy all of those, maybe 2 or 3 of those, but now I'm gonna buy all 5. So there you have it. They convinced me to spend money on the game with a limitation, which may or may not be a good thing or a bad thing. But I kind of was already on the level of like, I'll probably do that anyway. So it's not like it's more like they pushed me over I was already sitting on the wall Humpty Dumpty style and they just pushed me, you know. Anyway, back to the cyclical gameplay loops. I just needed to pause on that because I think a lot of people are going to miss that. And they're going to be like, it's going to be a surprise to them. So if you're thinking about purchasing things in game, just know they have already announced military ships will be rep locked. I'm sure other ships will be too. So think about the ships that'll end up being rep locked. I don't think you're going to be able to just go out and get a Hull E. I don't think you'll be able to just go out and get a Orion mining ship. I don't think you'll be able to just go out and get a Nova tank. I don't think you'll be able to just go out and get an Idris. I think these things will be massively rep locked, as in you have to grind for days, weeks, months even to get access to purchase these things in game. So that's the way I think it's gonna work. They didn't say exactly how long it will be, but come on. You know that they don't want a million of those things flying around, so it's gonna be a pretty hefty weight. For instance, I don't mind doing that to get my Idris because I have a Polaris, I have a Perseus, so I don't mind doing a little bit of rep gaming, you know, to get my Idris, because I do want to have still reasons to earn things in the game. Same thing with the Javelin. I don't mind rep running to get my version of that. There's a lot of things that I don't mind doing in the game to earn, right? But there's other things where I'm like, no, I'm not gonna go through every single rep channel to get every single one of my ships. No. But I respect people who want to do that. Like, that's why you play the game. I'm down for it, but I just want you to be thinking about it and choosing to do that, not being surprised. All right, moving on. Use a prospector. This is the way that they said it. They were trying to describe a gameplay loop. You use a prospector to craft a Hornet Mark II. That's your goal. That's your North Star. I'm trying to use a prospector, and my goal is to have a Hornet Mark II at the end of it. So first, you use your prospector to mine for Shubin Interstellar and the United Resource Workers Guild. You use that, you earn your blueprint for the fabrication hangar, because you do need a fabrication hangar to build it, or you need to purchase a ship to do it. But remember, we said we just want to use the prospector to do it. So we get the prospector, we get the blueprint for the fabrication hangar, right? So we mine long enough with the prospector to where we get the fabrication hangar blueprint. Then we purchase land where we want to build the fabrication hangar. We could pay somebody else to do that, to build it, or we can just use our I don't think it can fit on, but like we, you know, maybe the land is right next to one of the bases and we just push our little grav cart out and we build our fabrication hangar, right? Now, maybe we bought the land, we don't want to build the fabrication hangar until we actually get the Mark II Hornet blueprint in hand. They said you have to earn the Mark II Hornet blueprint from the Mercenary Guild. So now I have to go and buy a Mustang Delta. So I have to go mine some more until I can afford a Mustang Delta, right? And then I go get a Mustang Delta, and now I'm gonna do some mercenary combat pilot missions, because that's the specific one where you know you're gonna get the Mark II Hornet blueprint. And maybe you gotta chew through some other blueprints that you don't want necessarily to get to that one. And who knows how long it's gonna take you to actually get it. But you know at the end you will get it. So now let's say it took you a week, right? And I don't know if that's lucky or not, but let's say it took you a week of 4 hours of gameplay every day, and now you've spent maybe, let's say, 28 hours earning this blueprint for the Hornet Mark II. Now you need resources to craft the Hornet Mark II. So now you have to hop back in your prospector, go to different places and find all the resources to craft your Hornet Mark II. You can do it in a prospector. It will take you longer, but you can do it in a prospector, and you can do it long enough to where you get all of the resources you need to build your Hornet Mark II. Then you go to that land you purchased, You build your fabrication hangar. Mind you, you need things to build that too. You can't just build a fabrication hangar out of nothing. So you might have to go and do some more mining in your prospector to build your fabrication hangar. So let's say you have enough for the fabrication hangar, you go to your place, you build the fabrication hangar, you immediately say, build me a Hornet, you wait until it's done, and now you have your Hornet Mark II, and all you had to do was buy a prospector, buy a Mustang Delta, and then the rest you could do all with earning or mining with your ore. That's how you would do it. That's how you go from a person who only owns a prospector to owning now a prospector, a little bit of land, a fabrication hangar, a Mustang Delta, and a Hornet Mark II. That is the single player, boom. That's your gameplay loop right there. You find your North Star, you determine what your North Star is, you can single player the heck out of it. You don't have to depend on anybody else. You can just do it. And so maybe you're thinking bigger, right? Maybe you want to build an Idris, and that's your North Star. It's going to take you longer to get to that point, but you can do it as a single player. Now, we're going to talk about even more ways that you can do it to where you don't necessarily have to just do it in a prospector or in a Mustang Delta, right? So we'll talk about that a little bit later. But they were only showing that to say, here's your reasons for doing things. You're doing it for credits. You're doing it for reputation. You're doing it for resources. You're doing it for blueprints. It's going to be one of those reasons or multiples of those reasons why you're doing a certain thing. Now, credits are not going to be as important as the other three things. However, they're still going to be important because you still need credits to purchase things. If you're getting reputation, that's going to unlock certain things, like the ability to get certain things that you may not have got otherwise. You know, you need mercenary rep, for instance, to get the Hornet Mark II. So maybe that's level 4. You know you got to get to level 4 because they tell you, you know, maybe you only know, they only reveal what you get for the first 4 or 5 levels, and then you don't even know what you get at level 6. But once you get to level 1, they reveal what you get at level 6, and so on and so forth. Or maybe you have a friend who's already reached that level and you can just talk to them about what you get. And then resources, right? Like there's certain resources. Maybe they only have a certain, maybe a high level of Hadanite can only be gotten from a UEE protected mining location. And you don't have access to that until you do a bunch of mining missions. And then you can go to that area and they'll give you access. And now you can mine this very rare and very expensive resource. Blueprints, you get those for completing missions. So it's a very cool system. This is like, it's all about getting the things. It's sweet loot. It's the thing we always talk about. Whether your loot is credits, your loot is reputation, your loot is resources, your loot is blueprints, you get to decide which one you want to focus on most. Mine will be resources and blueprints, but the resources and blueprints will make me credits. I don't particularly care about reputation unless it's going to get me a blueprint or it's going to get me access to resources. I don't care if it's going to get me credits because the blueprints and resources will get me credits. So that's kind of my hierarchy, right? It'll be blueprints, then resources, then credits, or then reputation, then credits. So, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of my hierarchy, but it's so cool to finally have a way to think about the game in a different way. So now I have like all these little data things that I'm going to be creating over the next few weeks just to like get my gameplay ready for like what I'm going to be doing. Because I've already kind of written out my entire plan for Star Citizen, but now this changes things. And this is a little bit more final, so I don't mind going through and redoing all of that, knowing where the final North Star is, so to speak. Then they talked about in-game content, so they talked about PvE. They will have an open world, right? The open world, you will get missions, you will get group events, you will get server-wide events. These are the things we already kind of get. We already get open world missions, we already get open world group missions, we already get server-wide events. They're going to introduce instanced content, right? Instanced content is only you and only your party and only your group and only your org and only your alliance org. Like y'all will be the only people that are a part of that event. Nobody else can interfere. That is what an instanced event is. So don't think of it as like, well, yeah, I want to do that, but I don't want, you know, Johnny Griefer over here to come in and mess me up. So, instance content, very important to the game. It's PvE. This will be fleet battles. They will get you military blueprints for prototypes, military only blueprints, like I was just saying before. Strategy-based missions, some of them will be, it won't just be boom, boom, pew, pew, blow up everything up. Some of them will require you to be on first-person mode, like some of it'll be, you know, first-person weapon stuff, and then maybe first-person other things. And then you can direct your fleet from your hologlobe. It's another thing that they kind of just slipped in there. You will be able to stand at a hologlobe and direct your fleet. So any ship with a hologlobe has officially become a place where you can do command and control. So if you were thinking like, oh, I want to have this ship, but it doesn't have a hologlobe, so I'm gonna get this other ship, you were right. Get the ships with the hologlobes. Those are the ones where you can do command and control from. Very cool. That was a very cool thing that I saw that was in there. Very cool thing. I am super excited for what that UI is gonna look like. So Hector, if you're watching, here's looking at you. I know you're gonna get that thing right. Hit me up if you want some ideas. Free ideas. I'm giving. I mean, you could offer me a contract. I'll take a contract. Then dynamic content. So this is interesting because after they talked about instance content, they talked about dynamic content. Dynamic content is the stuff that nobody plans. It's what the game is telling you needs to happen based on the input of players and NPCs. So this uses Star Sim. This is the stuff like I was talking about with Tony Z. This is that type of stuff. So it tracks player activity and then it spawns things dynamically based on player activity and what's going on with NPCs and what the universe needs. Let me give you an example. They didn't give the biggest example that I thought they would give, but imagine, actually we could kind of use Tony Z's example a little bit, but imagine that there's a Hadanite shortage in the entire Stanton system, right? So that's going to mean NPCs are going to start bringing Hadanite from outside of the system to inside of the system. Or there will be like an asteroid that spawns that's surrounding, that's in an asteroid belt somewhere. And somebody, a NPC will find that asteroid and they will say, hey, there's Hadanite in this asteroid, which will create a massive influx of people going to get Hadanite because the first people to get that Hadanite and sell it are going to make the most money. So now you got maybe an Orion is the first one to arrive and eats the entire asteroid, right? So now nobody else gets the money, right? And maybe they were able to escape before anybody even knew that they ate the entire asteroid. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe people were like, oh, you got the last asteroid, and now they're attacking that Orion, which they never would. And now the Orion is calling people in to defend it. And it's like this great, it'll be like the Great Hadanite War of 2096 or something like that. Like, I don't know, like 2996 or whatever. Like, whatever it is, like you can imagine that whole thing just like being dynamic because a player did this or a player did that, right? Or maybe everybody wants to Hadanite and an Orion didn't come, but maybe the first person there gets ganked by the second person that came. And then it just a cycle of people keep getting ganked because the other people are trying to get it. Maybe an org shows up and they come full-fledged and they're just beating back everybody. And so they're the ones who actually end up getting the most of the resource. Maybe another org shows up and it's a full-on fleet battle. And while they're fleet battling, all the other people are eating up the resource. So very cool stuff. You can go on forever with the types of things that can happen, but very cool. It's the thing that brought me to Star Citizen and made me actually spend money. So I'm super excited for the dynamic content. Then they talked about PvP. And this is one of my favorite things that they did in day 2. They really hammered it down. They were like, look, if you like PvE, here's some stuff. If you like PvP, here's some stuff. If you only like one, you can stay away from the others. You don't have to participate in all of the other stuff. PvP, so this is high security areas, fast response times, escalating force things that'll happen, comm array dependent, pirates can shut them down, right? Then there's ownership. If you're part of the PvP, you have to worry about ownership. Now, when we're talking about ownership, we're normally talking about a pirate stealing some things, right? Ships are automatically assigned to the players that purchase them. High value items are automatically assigned to the players that purchase them. Stolen ships are marked as stolen or in the Moby or via insurance, and they have a dead man switch. So the ship will stop working after a set amount of time. Now, pirates can still salvage it even if that dead man switches went off and they can no longer move it. They can still tow it to wherever they want to take it. They can dismantle it for resources in a fabrication hangar. This is something that's huge. This is something that's huge. That's how chop shops will operate, people. That is the pirate version of a fabrication hangar. You can take a ship, put it inside, take all the resources from that ship. So it could be very extremely hard to find resources. You put it in a fabrication hangar, get your resources from stolen ships. Now, doesn't have to be a stolen ship. It could be a claimed ship, right? Imagine taking a tow truck, going out, finding a dilapidated, destroyed ship, bringing that back to your fabrication hangar, boom, shopping it up. Now you have gold, and in this particular system, maybe gold is super rare, but this particular ship has a ton of it. Like it's a very unique way to come across rare minables. So very big deal. ... Can dismantle resources. Can dismantle ships for resources. Can dismantle vehicles for resources. Can dismantle things for resources. Maybe you can even do it with buildings. I have this idea that you can salvage buildings. I think you'll still be able to do that. Anyway, moving on. You can purchase a title deed from the council if you've stolen a ship, and that disables the dead man switch and switches it to your name. So that's something that you'll have to be a part of the council, and you'll have to have high enough rep with them in order to purchase a title deed. My guess, title deed for small ships, easy to get. Title deed for medium ships, you got to do a little bit of work. Title deed for large ships, hard to get. Title deed for subcapitals, extremely hard to get. Title deed for capital ships, you basically have to be doing council missions for a year. Like, it's gonna be so hard to get those that it's gonna be nigh impossible. That's gonna be the hardest title deed to get, and you will, unless you're working as an org, you probably just won't get it. I don't think stealing capital ships will be very easy, because I think they're gonna want people to earn those. So it's gonna be very difficult to get a title deed for a capital ship that you've stolen. So it's most likely that, and because remember, you have to do it before the dead man switch goes off. So normally, if you're stealing a capital ship, it'll be very difficult to steal. They can trigger the dead man switch before they even get killed on the ship. Remember, they can do that. So you might already be donezo by the time you actually defeat them and soft death the ship and take the ship. And then once that dead man switch is triggered, you have to then take it to somewhere where you can actually have the deed switched, which will take time. So it's gonna be very difficult to do. That's all I'm saying. It's not impossible, but it'll be difficult to do. And I think it should be that way. You cannot use primary jump titles unless you have already got the title deed. So if you just stole a ship and you are flying it around, you need to find those transient jump tunnels that they talked about. You have to use those. You will not be able to use primary jump tunnels, because if you do, you will be arrested. So unless you got a whole fleet with you, prepare to be using a lot of transient jump tunnels if you steal ships. I don't think ship stealing is going to end up being worth it unless it's larger ships, like large ships and above. I don't think stealing a small ship will be worth it unless you just already have a whole chop shop workflow to go. And then again, like, you're gonna be scanned everywhere you go. So obviously if you do this stuff in Pyro, you don't have to worry about this stuff, but yeah, if you go to other systems, that's what it will be. Another PvP thing. So they talked about how things will be assigned to you, stealing ships and stealing items. Base rating. There will be player bases. You will be able to do combined arms assault. So whether it's taking out ground shields, just doing a ground assault where you're worried about personnel and ground vehicles, And then there'll be like, you just need to burn it down. Maybe you just want that area because it's really good with resources. So you just come through, drop an A2 bomb, and boom. But you can't just drop a Moab anymore. You'll have to do some work first before you can just drop that bomb, which means disabling shields and stuff like that. That's when they brought up the station warfare. Now, you, as an org, you can get planetary shield tech for a week. Now, there's Seal is the company that operates the bases. There are shield bases. They have Seal shield bases. There's 3 on the ground. Then there's Seal shield stations. There's 3 around the planet. And then there's the Seal shields relay. There's 1 near the planet. And then there's the Seal shield core. In order to get full planetary shield tech where nobody can affect anything that you do for a week, they can't destroy your base or do anything to your base without getting destroyed, you have to assault all of those things, and that's how you will get your shield tokens. You get tokens by assaulting those locations and depositing resources. So you get the bases, you get the stations, you hit the relay, then you hit the core, all kind of building your way up, and then you get shield tech for a week. Like a full in reality week is how long you get the shield tech for, and then you got to redo it all. Now, because you already own those things, it might be easier to keep it than it is to get it. But that gives orgs a reason to go against other orgs. But I could see that being very interesting for large orgs. Like you have like 2 of the largest orgs in the game. I could see them just building an alliance and just wrecking everybody who tries to get a planetary shield. So they're gonna have to do some balancing with that, that's all. But there's only gonna be 1,000 players per server, and it's probably not gonna be all the largest orgs on that same server. So there you have it. Then you get the seal tokens for holding them, right? So if I go to the ground base and I hold it, the longer I hold it, the longer I get seal tokens. Same thing with the stations. I get more seal tokens for holding a station, even more for holding a relay. And if I'm holding the core, I'm getting them like crazy. So each one of those will be harder to hold based on how large it is, right? Ground bases will be much easier to hold than the relays, so to speak. So then they talked about the highest bid for planetary shield tech. It's not so much that you just get it. You have to, I think you turn in your seal tokens to get the planetary shield tech, and they automatically take the highest bid. So not every org can have a shield at the same time, but multiple orgs can have shields at the same time. And the same org can have multiple shields at the same time. So that is going to be very interesting. That's giving orgs a whole loop of gameplay. I think I'm going to like that, because while orgs are worrying about planetary shield tech, that allows us other players to like focus on other things. And most of the reason why I said I'm mostly going to be creating outposts is because I don't want to own things that people want to steal from. I just want to own things where people can like go buy, purchase, sell, little outposts most people aren't trying to steal from. Like if you rob my outpost, you're not going to get anything of value because the value is in the ground, or the value is on a ship already being transferred, or the value is very minimal because it's about a network of locations rather than it being about a Fort Knox that holds all the guns and holds all the money and holds all the ships. I don't really particularly want that. My very high sec areas, those will be the places where I can kind of store things and not worry too much about it, because they already have planetary shield tech. So that's going to be really cool. Player space stations. This was the big one. This is the ultimate goal for an org. And I think between orgs trying to get the shield tech and orgs trying to get the space stations and build their own capital ships, that will keep them plenty busy. So all the people who are worried about all these orgs just flying around and ganking people, no. Orgs have a whole different goal now. They will be trying to build space stations, build bases, and all this stuff so they can start doing what space stations can do. So they said the space stations are going to be the home among the stars. The base of operations for system org activities will require vast quantities of resources and materials. So the idea is that you build your ground bases, you protect them with planetary shield tech as much as possible so you can continue to build them up and up and up to the point where they are overflowing with resources to the point where you can start building a space station. Now, it'll require a very large time investment. It starts with the supply bay. You need a pioneer to construct the supply bay, which you will be eventually able to purchase in game. It'll be rep locked, like I'm telling you, everything will be rep locked. But I'm sure orgs will already have somebody who owns one, most big orgs at least. And so let's say you own 4 ground bases on Hurston. They're all doing extremely well to the point where you just got resources laying around and you're ended up giving stuff away. That's the part where it's time to build a space station. So you get your pioneer, you go up, you start constructing the supply bay, which is that's all the pioneer can build. It can't build an entire space station. It can build the supply bay. The supply bay can then build the rest of the space station. And so you keep filling that supply bay up with supplies, depending on which supplies it needs. You just keep bringing, I'm talking about whole E's, whole D's, all bringing supplies to this thing. It should be able to keep like 20,000, 40,000 SCU of cargo. And then once it's filled up with all the supplies it needs, then it can start constructing the space station. My guess is while it's constructing the space station, that will take time and you'll have to defend it while it's constructing the space station in order for your space station to actually be built. So it's gonna be rough. And then once your space station is built, I think space stations will also be able to be destroyed at some point, but it'll be extremely hard. But I also think it'll require you to go inside and press buttons and stuff. So you'll have to take it over first before you can destroy it. So on and so forth. That will be, with automated construction drones. That's what the supply bay will use to construct the rest of it. It'll use automated construction drones. The supply bay will then integrate with the constructed space station when it's done. The staging area needs topping up with materials. So let's say you brought 20,000 SCU to that thing. It'll build part of it and you're gonna bring 20,000 more SCU of materials, and then it'll build part of it and then you bring 20,000 more until your space station is done. And you will need an efficient logistic chain because you do not want it just sitting and waiting for more materials. You want it to complete as quick as possible because until it is a space station, it is defenseless without you defending it. So you want it to be a space station as quick as possible, so then it will have its own defenses, because once you actually have it built as a space station, it does have its own defenses. You can set those up. Whew, it has a lot of stuff. So when you're done with the supply bay, the first thing that it will be, the core station will be the first thing that is built. It will have core functionality. It will have a bridge where you can do more construction, and that'll have power and water management. It'll have water cooling. You'll be able to set permissions from there. You'll have a radar station to track outside activity outside of your space station, a terminal to access logs of who visited and what they did while they were there. You'll have a central transit system to get around your space station. It'll connect through the entire station. Each level will have a dedicated lobby area, so you don't have to worry about people walking on and immediately being in a very important area. They will have a lobby area that they'll have to travel through, which allows you to set permissions per door. One-to-one layout, no more magic elevators. Every elevator you step in will take you to an exact place. Lower decks, that's where it will have lower decks with the engineering, maintenance, hangar decks. These are all things that can be in the lower decks. And then it will come with a large hangar, come with 2 docking collars. It has spaces to where you can add 2 medium hangars. And then there's this station hangar enhanced logistics. So if you have a hangar, it is not gonna work the same way as a base. It'll have multiple freight elevators available, empty modules for open vehicle parking, entries and exits. Now, I don't know what they mean by vehicle parking because it's a space station. So maybe we'll talk about that part later. I do actually kind of know where it gets the vehicle parking from. Entries and exits, because maybe you're riding your vehicle around the space station. Entries and exits, like you can control those, and then it'll have the observation deck, which is like a master control of freight elevators and vehicle elevators, so you can stop them, right? So this is really good for if people are assaulting your base and they're like, let's just hop in this elevator and go. And then you could just, boop, that freight elevator stuck. So you have to unalive yourselves. Or we'll just stand from the ground and we'll shoot a railgun at it until you all die inside the elevator. It's gonna be crazy. And then they talked about advanced functionality. So we're talking about the interior first. This has bulkhead connectors. So these come from tier 1 to tier 3. They determine how big a room is. Rooms can be constructed however you want. You can have mess halls, infirmaries, you can have habitation, generator rooms, you can have shops. Then there's the exterior. This will have attachment points. So interior is bulkhead connectors, exterior is attachment points. These are minor hard points, at least 15 of them. You have minor hard points and major hard points. You will have at least 15 minor hard points. This is from what I counted, and at least 2 major hard points. This is just from what I counted on screen. There's probably more, but from what I saw, there was at least 15 minor hard points and at least 2 major hard points. With the minor hard points, you will be able to customize those with modules. So this would be your scanners. You can maybe resource collection, defense, shields, turrets, like all of those things, right? Then major hard points, those will be add wings to the station, right? So now you have a cargo wing. Maybe you want to increase your overall inventory capacity with the cargo wing. Then maybe a refinery wing or a hangar wing so more ships can land. And these are all constructed, these are all connected with struts. And so it's a little bit different. So modules for the minor hard points, it's like attached, and then you have struts that kind of push out for your major hard points. Then there's customization. You can earn tints for your space station, change the complete color of your space station or maybe just a wing. Then you can apply decals for org logos and text. You can have there's gonna be unique expansions. So this is on top of your major hard points. So your attachment points are minor hard points, at least 15 of those. Major hard points, you'll have at least 2 of those. I'm guessing that there'll be like 4 of the major hard points though, considering all the things that they mentioned. And then you'll have unique extensions, and because the reason I think there'll be at least 4 of the major hard points is because there's 2 unique extensions, one at the top and one at the bottom. The top one is for a crow's nest. That's the only one that they mentioned. There might be more, but it said a crow's nest, so I'm assuming that's like your personal home, but I think you can do whatever you want with it. I would say it's probably gonna be the most protected place in your org. So whatever it is that's up there should probably be the most important thing you have. But then again, people will be able to see it and be like, we want whatever's in there. So, it's kind of like, do you hide it among your other stuff or do you put it in a place where everybody's like, that's where we're trying to get to? And then there'll be one on the bottom, and this is where you can build a flight deck. And there's 3 major hard points added when you build this, and it is for your quick reaction forces. This is where, if somebody's attacking you, this is where you want everybody to fly out of. It'll kind of look like the Javelin tunnel, or not Javelin, the Idris tunnel, where you can store all your ships inside like a pocket carrier, and then everything goes whoa, 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 and they all fly out. That's what I kind of think you're dealing with this. And then it has its own observation deck. And then they said there's some Easter eggs in the video. I was gonna go through and just try to pick stuff out, but I didn't see any in that one. The only thing I saw was this, what looks like a 1 SCU cargo trolley. So maybe they have that, maybe they don't. But it looked like to me there was a 1 SCU cargo trolley. That's the only thing that I could find with the Easter egg. So if you have some, drop those down in the comments. And then they said there was kind of this defensive fortress thing to all of your space stations. You'll have automatic defenses, blast doors, turrets, which are either anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. You'll be able to slow people down. Maybe you can't stop the elevator, but you can slow the elevator down so your people can get into place. And then there'll be like an offensive staging area where you can like just have everything ready. So like if people are coming, all your people can man the battle stations, so to speak. So it's gonna be really cool. Then, they talked about what else you can put into the unique slot. You can build capital ships and super capital ships like the Bingle. So, what does that mean? I'm creating super capital ships. I don't know if they actually call them that. I'm gonna say capital ships are like your Javelin, Idris, etc., Kraken. super capitals are the bingo because they're like, what, 3 times the size of the javelin? So like, I'm gonna call them super capitals. And then I think you might have, I think super capital is probably the biggest size, I would say, and outside of a kingship. So I'm gonna say that a kingship is the only thing bigger than a super capital. And that's only because we know that the Vanduul have a kingship. So maybe you only get a kingship if you're if you don't have your own planets and maybe you all live amongst the fleet. So that's why they have a kingship. I don't know. But anyway, you can build capital ships in your space stations. You can build super capital ships like the Bingle. That is what most orgs are going to be trying to do. They're going to be trying to get that planetary shield tech to make their base building better. And then they will be jumping over to space stations, trying to build space stations and make those as good as humanly possible so that they can get their Bingles and whatever. And they're going to want to build as many of those as possible because they're going to want to give whoever comes to fight them a whole bunch of problems, because we're going to be in Bingles and the rest of you will be in an Idris or a Javelin or whatever, and we got Bingles over here. So yeah, it's going to be a race for the first Bingle and everything, and I'm hoping that while everybody's racing for those Bingles, I can just slide over here, build my bases, buy up a bunch of land, so that people still got to come to me for whatever they got to come to me as. Because we just want to be billionaire ninjas over here. We're not, you know, Bingles are cool and all that. Maybe we'll get one, maybe we won't. But that's not why we're here. We're here to be billionaire ninjas. Anyway, you can connect multiple space stations, which is going to be even cooler because you can imagine that some of the larger orgs constructing multiple space stations at the same time and then taking shifts to defend it and so on and so forth. But you can also do alliances. Remember that you can have orgs that do alliances. So I can imagine orgs being like, hey, why don't we team up and then we both can, you know, share resources and everything until we get those first 2 space stations. And then once we both have a space station and we both are set, my space station will be over here, yours will be over there, and then we can go back to just being our own, you know, orgs, and maybe we can cancel the alliance. It'll just be a temporary alliance. Or maybe you keep the alliance, whatever, and you say, we are the 2 orgs that own this planet, and anybody who comes over here, they got to deal with us. It's crazy to think about. It's really cool to think about, but it's something I think that we're gonna see in the game. Then there's the 3 types of players all in one universe. They wanted to build a game that was connected with all the PvE players, all the non-combat players, and all the PvP players, right? Some people want to do combat, but only PvE. Some people want to do combat only against other players. Some people want to do no combat at all. They just want to mine, build, etc. And they wanted to connect all 3 in a way where everybody was having fun, and it looks like they've done so. This is already the most ambitious game ever made, and I think what they've just announced is the type of game I want Star Citizen to be. I am super hype after you know, CitizenCon. They were definitely holding a lot back to release at CitizenCon. And you know, I'm generally optimistic about the game in general, but they did what I think they needed to do at this CitizenCon. They announced a date for Squadron 42, so the whole "it's a scam" thing, that community is has an expiration date of 2026, because once it's released that way, waiting for Star Citizen is just a foregone conclusion. I think we'll see Star Citizen 1.0 in 2027 because I think they'll want all of 2026 to figure out Squadron 42, make sure its release is good, and they're going to want to put some time in between the Squadron 42 launch and the Star Citizen launch. So I'm thinking end of 2027, early 2028 for Star Citizen 1.0 to be officially out. Yeah. So I think we can start to get optimistic, people, about release dates. I think we will have our full Star Citizen experience within 4 to 5 years, which is a long time. Do not get me wrong. That is still a very long time, especially if we're on If you've been following since 2012, you are on year 12. That'll put you at year 16. It'll take 16 years for you to get to your dream, right? That is a very long time to wait. You know, a person could have been 18 when they originally followed in 2012, and they've had to wait almost their entire lifetime to see the game come to fruition. They're 34 years old now, right? Like that is, they probably have kids that are 16 years old, you know? So like, it's crazy to think of. But I was very impressed with CitizenCon. I still think there's a lot of questions to be answered, which I'm hoping they start to do at all the ISCs that we will see in the future. And there's a lot of ships that they still need to fill in gaps with. I was a little perturbed that we didn't see a bigger refinery ship or another capital ship, but they still got some weight. They still got some time, you know, to do that stuff. Maybe they're trying to slow down on capital ships. You know, I was hoping for an Anvil Capital. I thought that would be really cool, or a Drake Corvette. But I think we kind of got it. I don't know. I got to look up what all these words mean, Corvette and Capital and all that stuff. I kind of thought I knew what they meant, but now that Star Citizen is making these things and calling them words, and I get a bunch of people who are like, technically it's not a Corvette, technically it's a frigate and so on. And I'm like, hey man, I'm just going by what they say and like what it should be, you know. And now we got super capitals and kingships and so anyway, it was a very fun experience to go to CitizenCon. I had so much fun. I plan on going to every single CitizenCon from here on out, as long as I'm doing this content thing. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We had our day 1, we had our day 2, and now I can, I guess I can get to the ship reviews that I owe you. It looks like I owe you 4. Actually, I owe you 3. So I'm not gonna do this, the Starlancer BLD, because I don't think we have a page for it yet with enough information. But I might be able to pull that one off. But if I do that one, I'll do that one last. So the first one I'm gonna do is for the vehicle. So that'll be the CSV SM. Then I'll do the FM if we have enough information on it. I don't know if we do. Then I'll do the TAC, and the TAC, the max, and the build will all be in the same video. So the FM, the SM and the FM will be in the same video, and then the TAC, the build, and the max will all be in the same video. So there you have it. 2 ship review videos coming out. I think that's it. After the ship reviews, you might see a return of the Star Citizen Nightly. It'll be a little bit different, right? So Star Citizen Nightly will probably only be a few times a week, and I will probably do those right before or right after my streaming sessions. So you'll either see it right before, and the streaming sessions are coming back. Obviously I was sick, so I didn't want to do streaming, but we are going to get back to our 3-a-week streaming session. Monday at 5 p.m. and then another one Wednesday at 12, and those are still going to be our times moving forward. If we have to change them, we will let you know in advance, but we are going to get back to streaming, because streaming is fun. It was actually really fun. I've actually been a little down in the dumps that I haven't been able to do it recently, so there's that. Also, if you haven't subscribed, this is the time to subscribe. This is your last and final warning. It should be November 2nd when this video releases. You will want to be subscribed this month, because if you are not subscribed, you will regret it come December, because what we're doing in December is going to be awesome. So yeah, I don't want you to miss out. You know, and maybe everybody says this. You know, this could be awesome, some trick, I guess, to get more subscribers, but it's not. We're gonna give away something awesome in December, and if you're not subscribed, you're gonna wish you were. That's all I'm gonna say. That's the last time I'll mention it. I hope people are watching these videos, because if you're not, it's especially watching to the end after I'm done talking about all this stuff. That's why I mention it right here, because I want to know who's watching these videos to the end. Those are the people that are gonna be able to win this amazing thing. So yeah, if I have some secret codes, I'll put it up right there. And yeah, if you use my my ship code, if it's up there, I don't know if it is, but if you use my ship code, if you did use my ship code and you are the person who did so in order to get the hover thing, if you use it, reach out to me. Let me know that you used it so that I can make sure I get you your skin, because I did say I was going to get the person who did that a skin. Thank you for watching. Shout out to the members. Members, I owe you some things. I'll be working on those. That'll be mostly what I do after I finish these ship reviews and catch up on those, because I do want to get the ship reviews done before IAE so that I can use whatever comes out at IAE. I can focus on doing ship reviews for those when those launch. And yeah, that's about it. IAE is coming, folks. IAE is coming. It's ship time. This is what we have all been waiting for. If you've been building up your CCU chains and all that, it's time. It's time. And I know I got some things that I'll be walking away from IAE with, especially having seen this CItizenCon. So yeah, that's all I got. I will see you in the next one. Peace.